Okay, welcome everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to ASTM International second global workshop on advancing the field of cannabis through standardization. You are at the right place at the right time. We are here for day 2 of our global workshop. We had a great turnout yesterday, awesome speakers. Just so you know, we are recording the session. We recorded yesterday and we're recording today. Again, my name is Cheryl Murray Powell Esquire. I'm a cannabis agricultural dietary supplement attorney. I'm also a business development manager for creative services. My role with ASTM is I'm the chair for the global workshop, the D37 committee global workshop. I'm also the chair for the diversity, equity, and inclusion subcommittee, which was recently founded and recently approved by the executive committee based on a 100% unanimous mandate from our membership that we focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion. So well done. For those of you who have not been familiar with ASTM, this is your first ASTM event. We welcome you. You are welcome to join us. Membership is very affordable, and ASTM International is an organization that actually recommends standards that are adopted by jurisdictions all around the world. You will see that we are diverse when it comes to geography. We are diverse when it comes to ethnicity. We are diverse when it comes to languages. We are diverse when it comes to faith-based practices that we do apply to our standards if necessary. And we are diverse as far as gender as well. We are diverse with regards to professions. All areas of practice in the cannabis industry are welcome. We have industry professionals, we have academics, we have scientists, we have researchers, everyone's welcome. We have consumers who contribute to our standards, and we go through a balloting process. With that said, I just want to say thank you to a few people. The first person I want to thank is our staff at the ASTM International. Those of you who are members of ASTM, you are very familiar with Bob Morgan, Kelly Dennison, as well as Jimmy Farrell. They are our backbone, they are our support, and this event could not have happened without their support. In addition, I'd like to thank our executive committee. There's Bob Morgan right there. See his face. Always present, always in support. I'd also like to thank our executive committee, and I'll let our chair of our executive committee in a moment do his own welcome. He did a welcome yesterday, but I don't want anyone who wasn't able to attend yesterday and they're here today to miss an opportunity to hear from Ralph Gurley. I'd also like to thank the organizers. I did not do this by myself. I had a fantastic, amazing team that was there in support. Pamela Altoff, Jeff Engerman, Michaela Bethune, Carrie Black, Michelle Dumais, Lily Grace, Lisa Hawkins, Darwin Millard, Trevor Marone, Tim Sutton, and Robert Thomas. There has been a change in the agenda for today as far as hosting. I will be hosting up until about 11:10, and then my co-host, Robert Thomas, will take over until 2 p.m. So there will be a break. I have a couple commission meetings that I have to attend where I will not be in attendance. I may dip in and out, but Robert will have the control of the audience and he will help you navigate through this D37 Global Workshop experience. I do want to say ASTM is recording the workshop, but any other recording of any kind is not permitted, including but not limited to screenshots, third-party software, photos, voice recordings, and transcriptions. When it comes to our diversity, I did mention that we focus on all types of diversity, including language. We do have the option for you to caption this event. We want to make sure there was closed captioning for those that have that need. In addition, you can select a language as well. I'm going to briefly read the instructions for selecting your language of choice. So you'll see a notification above a closed caption live transcript in the meeting controls. informing you that one of these services is available. So you'll see live transcripts. Click closed caption to start viewing closed captioning. Click live transcript, then select show subtitle. If enabled, you can also click view full transcript to view the transcript in the side panel of the meeting. Note, the provided subtitles can be clicked and dragged to move their position in the meeting window. So again, in support of diversity, we want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to enjoy the meeting. Another person that I want to thank is Chris, who is behind the scenes. He's our Wizard of Oz today, and he is under the alias ASTM Webinars. He is our support. If there are any technical issues, you'll hear his voice throughout. And if you need a recap of these language instructions, please just direct message ASTM Webinars and you will contact Chris. He has his hand waved right now. Breaks, there are short breaks that have been worked into the agenda, but because of the varied time zones, please feel free to take a break at any time that you wish. We're asking that anyone who's not speaking or not on a panel, please have your camera off. And beyond that, I'm going to move forward with the agenda, and I'd like to invite our chair of the executive committee, Ralph Caroli, to say a few words. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cheryl, and bonjour tout le monde, bienvenue, welcome. So I'd like just to again, bonjour, very good. Just want to say thank you to everybody for, first of all of you for attending, but in particular, I want to say thank you to Cheryl for driving this through. I mean, it's tough enough to try to organize workshops and seminars when we have a regular thing going on, but when we've got COVID going on top of all this, it's very hard to do. And she's put a lot of effort with her team, of course, and other members of the committee that worked on it, but nonetheless, Cheryl was driving power behind that. So thank you very much, Cheryl, for doing a phenomenal job and for pushing also the idea of various languages being spoken at this meeting as well, if necessary, and as well as the EDI concept that you've been pushing through as well. So thank you for that. And as well, I want to say thank you to the others that you've already mentioned, but Kelly Dennison, Bob Morgan, and Jimmy Farrell, all from ASTM, make everything look simple, and it looks like everything is up and running so simply and well, but they do a lot of work in the background, so thank you for helping us there. A bit about ASTM. If you haven't heard about it yesterday, I'll just say very quickly. So ASTM is over 120 years old. Many committees, literally covering from railway tracks to cannabis and everything in between. Cannabis started in 2017, that's D37. We were 200 members at our first meeting in June in 2017 in Toronto, and now we're 1,000 members, and we come from 30 different countries. So it truly represents a global initiative, and the input that's coming from all around the world to make sure that our standards are nice and strong. And we hope that if you're not already involved, you will get involved and help us make these standards better. We're all volunteers, and we hold the pen to write the standards as necessary, but there's always people there to help out and push this through as well. We already have 30 standards in place, in fact, so and many more to come. So lots of great effort, a lot of great impact in 4 years, and looking forward to many more years to come and much more impact as well. So with that, enjoy the second day of this workshop. It was a great workshop yesterday, as Cheryl mentioned, a lot of great feedback, and I'm sure today will be no different. So have a great day, everyone.
Thank you so much, Ralph. And I also want to give Bob Morgan an opportunity to say a couple words on behalf of ASTM International, just because yesterday I waited till the end, and there weren't as many people as I'd like on to hear the message from ASTM International. Bob, do you mind saying a couple words? There you go.
Thank you, Cheryl. Well, I would just like to echo first Ralph's recognition of the effort, Cheryl, that you have put into this event. And if yesterday was an indication of what today is going to be like, it truly is a huge success. So I want to personally thank you for driving this and making it successful. So as mentioned, ASTM has been around a long time, working with over 100 different industry sectors, and the goal is to bring industry experts together to create dialogue and work on consensus standards that will have marketplace relevance. It'll result in improving the quality of the products and services, as well as taking into consideration consumer safety and environmental protection. So ASTM facilitates that process of having credible consensus standards, and it's all because of the professional commitment of the volunteers within the industry that want to drive it in the right direction. So ASTM is so happy to be part of this emerging industry, and I look forward to many great things to come out of this activity. Thank you, Cheryl.
Thank you so much. And again, thank you to ASTM International for your support of quality standards all around the world. And with that said, I'm going to move on to our first agenda item, which is our first of two keynote presentations today. Our first keynote presentation is by Zach Brim of the University of Florida. Zach is an amazing researcher, academic, just all around great person. I have the privilege to work with him, and I have worked with him for a number of years. First as just a curious hemp activist. Then I joined the board of the University of Florida Hemp Advisory Board for their pilot program. And then ultimately I became a hemp farmer in Florida, one of the first hemp farmers in the state of Florida, authorized by the University of Florida. What I think you'll enjoy about Zach is he is extremely thorough. He cares about the plant, but he cares more about the science. Sometimes we see where the plant is commercialized and the true information isn't always exposed, even in academia and research, because it's hard to not want an outcome or want your hypothesis to be correct. But when it comes to Zach, he's all about the facts and all about making sure that farmers of the future don't have to make the mistakes of farmers of today. I also want to say that he has an interest in water and EPA matters. I think you'll really enjoy his presentation today, and I have a tremendous amount of respect and appreciation for Dr. Zach Brim. Zach, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. That was very nice, very kind words of introduction. Before I get too far along, I'm just going to try to share my screen. And you should see a PowerPoint slide.
Yes, we do.
And
Full
then
screen.
you should see it in its full.
Yes, we do.
All right, very good. Thank you, Wizard. I think that's how you're introduced, Wizard of Oz.
Chris. Yes,
Thank you, Chris. So thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good day, wherever you are in your day. Thank you to ASTM D37 and to Cheryl for the invitation to address you this morning. My topic of investigation, of education is hemp cultivation. And I'm trying to bring a little bit of discussion towards standards for you in this presentation. I would like to acknowledge a couple folks as co-authors of this work, or at least very key participants in this discussion. Graduate student Aaron Berthold and Dr. Christopher McCurdy, both from the University of Florida College of Pharmacy. When we got started in Florida, we had to figure out how to develop testing and standards within our work. And these folks were critical in developing that and also continue to this day to operate a lab for cannabinoid testing for the US hemp program. Let's see, let me switch the slide. So I provided an abstract to the group, which was a lot of these big words, but I'm really interested in sharing with you some of my perspectives on hemp variability in cultivation, and then also taking a few minutes to discuss some standardization opportunities. I've seen a lot of the work that you folks are doing. It's very inspiring, and hopefully some of this information can help you along the way. So just to start the story, U.S. hemp got back in business, so to say, first in 2014 through a United States federal government agricultural act, also known as the U.S. Farm Bill. Now, this was where they set up a pilot project system that could be run at the state level. Pilot projects were a diverse sort of set of research-oriented, industry development-oriented programs. The program in Florida was established in 2017. The Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services put together their rulemaking in 2018, which gave the University of Florida the opportunity to put plants in the ground in 2019. So that was a very engaging sort of suite of activities that got to hemp research at Florida, and certainly ended up talking to more lawmakers and lawyers and folks, regulators than I did scientists and farmers for a while, but certainly had to get started. Now, hemp commercialization, which folks are probably familiar with in the United States, came later after these pilot projects. The 2018 Farm Bill from the United States was what formally redefined hemp as an agricultural commodity, and Florida followed along with their 2019 and 2020 rules for first commercial cultivation of hemp in the state of Florida in 2020. Now, I sort of want to pose this big question about whether hemp is indeed back in business. We saw permits and acreage explode between 2014 and 2020 across the country. However, it seems as though that original boom has very quickly turned into somewhat of a bust cycle. There's an abundance of materials, raw materials, and pieces of products out there. Certainly, the market is saturated, prices are down. We're waiting to see kind of what that long-term oscillation and final or ongoing trajectory of the industry might be. So what we do know is that hemp is a regulated agricultural commodity, and that is likely to be consistent at least for the foreseeable future. Hemp as a plant is defined as Cannabis sativa, and that is the same plant as marijuana. So botanically, hemp and marijuana are indistinguishable. And so you folks are here talking about cannabis, and I think that is most appropriate, thinking about the industry most broadly. However, I receive at least some part of my salary and program funds from the federal government, and hemp and marijuana are legally distinguished in this country currently. And so I have to be very clear that I am a hemp researcher. Many of the things that I'm going to say today, most of the things that I'm going to say today are generalizable across cannabis, but I have to be very clear with the words that I use. So that distinction legally is cannabis sativa with delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol less than 0.3% per dry weight. So below THC of 0.3% is hemp, the plant that I can work on. Above the 0.3% is marijuana. Now, that's a legal distinction, and the only way that you can figure that out within the plant is to do a test in the laboratory setting. A lot of those things that I'll be talking about today. Now, economically, it's potentially valuable. We've seen both sides of the story, and it's still too soon to see how those markets play out. Ecologically, something very interesting to the ecologically, just to consider the impacts of this crop on the environment and its potential invasive species being introduced to the state of Florida as well, and certainly a noxious weed defined in the United States Midwest. So I see a couple questions or comments in the chat. I'll try to address those at the end. My question marks arise again, certainly with this definition. What does it mean? THC per dry weight, something that certainly the standards need to be clear on for us to have consistency across the industry. So can hemp be a new crop for Florida? It's certainly a question that we've addressed over the last several years out of the Institute of Food and Agricultural Sciences and more broadly across the university. This is just a slide of all the challenges that we've faced over the last several years, and certainly emphasizing the education, certainly emphasizing the challenges so that farmers interested in engaging in this a new crop can come into it with good information and a good plan. So just to jump into the first major chunk of my talk this today, the patchiness and variability in hemp cultivation. I'd just like to share with you some of our experience here in Florida, some of our research outputs that sort of tell this story. So there is seed and genetic variability. So on the left-hand picture, you'll see 5 varieties that we entered into our trials in 2019. These were primarily grain and fiber varieties, and just comparing the seeds numbered 1 and the seeds numbered 2, you can see the great diversity in seed size from 50 to 30 grams per 1,000 seeds. And so that variability also plays through the rest of this slide, showing the different seeds, and even within a variety, how that those seed weights can vary even by a factor of 2. So you get some seeds and you maybe feminize them or are just multiplying your seeds for your lot. And this is an example of that genetic variability in a seed lot. So this was supposed to be 1 variety, it was 1 seed lot, and you can just visually see the differences in these plants. We have differences in height, differences in branching, differences in leafing out and color, and all sorts of things just in your seed lot. Another challenge perhaps for standardization in the industry. And now plants are going to develop in a variety of ways as well. On the right-hand side, just to point out that cannabis is a dioecious plant, which means there are males and females out in the population, which you can determine based on their flowering. So the male flower is on the top there on the right-hand panel, and the females on the bottom. Now, in addition to the different flowering behavior just within a population between the males and the females, we see differences in flowering behavior across genetics, specifically based on latitude of origin. So the plants in the back in this trial are from South China. We have the fiber type and the dual type in the trial. But what you'll notice is that these plants, having been planted in May and showing this picture of behavior in July, these Chinese varieties from southern latitudes are still in vegetative growth, whereas the European varieties, those plants that are from northern latitudes, are already flowering and continuing to develop their seeds. So why is this important? Well, hemp flowers based on light and their light environment, technically the dark length of night, though they are called photo period sensitive. And these plants from the north basically have longer days in the summer, and they tend to flower as those longer days get short or the nights get long, as I mentioned earlier. Now, in the south, for instance, where I am in Miami, Florida, some of our longest days of the year at summer solstice aren't long enough even for the flowering time for vegetative growth in these plants. And so the light and the genetics, how they relate to that light is critically important. We showed that here in a study in a little bit of a different way. We screened these varieties in a controlled environment and subjected them to various lighting regimes. Got a lot of really interesting information by having these plants in this controlled setting, but then we also put them outside. Similar trial as I just showed you from the photograph. But this figure here basically suggests that many of the essential oil hemp types, those seen in the orange color, kind of run across the 13 3/4 to 13-hour day length. Many of the grain and fiber varieties on the left-hand side were northern genetics, and so you see them flowering very early. And then the few Chinese varieties that were in this trial hung on to the later parts of the year. Now, another interesting thing that we learned by having these plants in a growth chamber and comparing them with their growth outside is that hemp is also very sensitive to light. So not just a whole lot of light, full sun, daylight, but what's the minimum amount of light that a plant might need in order to hold on to vegetative growth or otherwise cue flowering. And it turns out it's the minuscule amount of light that's associated with civil twilight. So I've put this arrow here to demonstrate to you that 13 and 41 minutes is the length of day from civil twilight in the morning to civil twilight at night. And so these features of a landscape, of a growth room, of the plant itself are critical to be considering. So not only is there variability in timing of when a plant flowers, but there's also variability of timing for cannabinoid development. And so for the purposes of this example, I've just focused on total THC, and that 0.3, 0.35, if we give margin for error, is that bold line here on the figure. And so what we see is these 5 different varieties having somewhat of a variable development of THC over their flowering time. And it's very quick to pass by that THC threshold for legal compliance, somewhere between 3 and 5 weeks of plant development. I guess just to say on the left, on the right are some day neutral varieties, and it took them a little bit longer to spike in their THC. But what you notice is that all of these varieties that we tested exceeded 0.3% THC being developed to full maturity. Not only is there development of THC and other cannabinoids across the lifetime of the plant, but the plant also develops these cannabinoids in different parts of the plant differently. So the primary stem, the main stem, and the tip of the main stem tends to have the most cannabinoids as opposed to lateral branches or other stems in the interior. We're not sure exactly why it is that this happens this way. It might be in part to decomposition of plant material. It might be in part to the way that the plant develops. But another important point here is that the cannabinoids develop in the unpollinated females. And so those flowers also tend to be higher in cannabinoids than the fully developed fan leaves or the stems themselves. So it matters kind of where we're talking about in the plant in terms of cannabinoids. Okay, so that's a brief overview about the plant and its development and all the variability. Now, the hemp crop itself is the same plant, but different crops depending on what it is that you're trying to produce. So a fiber crop, you're growing for unpollinated development, vegetative growth, which you'll harvest before flower development. Now, the seed and grain production, you're going to need a nice balance of those males and females in the field so that you can get the females pollinated for development of the seed. And the crops for cannabinoids, I mentioned briefly that the cannabinoid development occurs most effectively in the unpollinated flowers. So that's right. I just mentioned that there was one hemp crop that needs males and females to pollinate the plants, and there's another which is a whole bunch of unpollinated females. And so really something for us to grapple with as an industry as we start seeing folks develop across the landscape. So there's going to be a lot of words over the next couple slides, but I just wanted to emphasize that even in addition to the sort of crop and the plant being different across these various different production systems, that the management can be variable as well. So in fiber, you're putting out a whole bunch of seeds, somewhere between 3/4 and 1.25 million seeds or plants per acre. On the flat ground, they're direct seeded. This crop takes somewhere between 90 and 100 days. I mentioned that you're harvesting the fiber just prior to female flower development. And oftentimes, if possible, you're doing this mechanically. This is an agronomic venture. It's low cost and low value, so you got to do it at scale. A grain is something similar, but because you want those plants to develop flowers and seeds, it's somewhat of a little less dense planting. So you could do it on the flat ground, but you can also put it up on mounds, which is something we do down here in order to help give them a little bit more soil structure for their roots and keep the roots away from the flooding conditions in the summer. Here, pollination is necessary, and in order to develop seeds, you need another 30 to 45 days for that seed development. Harvesting mechanically, if possible, another agronomic, low-cost, low-value venture. Now, producing hemp for flower is something entirely different. It's more horticulture in nature. You're really looking for high-quality flowers, and these are often feminized seeds or female clones, which are transplanted. They're raised in covered beds in order to drive down weeds and pests. But there's far fewer plants, 2,500 to 10,000 plants an acre. These plants can develop a little bit faster because of the clonal propagation, 60 days in some cases, but 120 in others. You want to avoid pollination here, and harvest should really be timed up with the THC test so that you can avoid the non-compliance issues. This is where a lot of the value folks are seeing, similar to the cannabis industry, those flowers, those oils, and it's also a high-cost adventure. So just a few more things to mention about crop management. This is an example of a fertilizer study that we did in a couple different ways. One on the left is indoor cultivation with liquid fertilizer. On the right is outdoor cultivation with granular fertilizer. And what you see is that it matters how much fertilizer that you give these plants. One of the things that I like to emphasize is the limited fertilizer that's needed. This plant's going to take up extra nitrogen and extra fertilizers, and also sometimes the quality of production suffers for it. So we want to find that nice balance for plant production and for environmental impact. Just the last thing to say about this variability is that I've described all of these different ways in which a hemp crop can be variable. And so depending on how you sample a crop, for quality testing is going to affect your results. Notwithstanding the type of testing, whether you're doing gas chromatography or liquid chromatography, what kind of equipment that you have in order to do these sampling really matters. One of the things that I'd like to emphasize based on the types of technologies that we have over here is somewhat of a debate in the cannabis space right now, the Delta 9 and Delta 8 tetrahydrocannabinol. These peaks on this mass spec are actually really close. And so some machines can't even distinguish between the Delta 9 and the Delta 8. So just with my last few remaining minutes, I'd like to describe some of the conversations I've had around standardization, opportunities for field sampling and lab testing, mostly with my colleagues here in Florida, other researchers across the country, and special mention for the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, which were really engaged with the research early on as they were developing their regulations. So this is probably the best example of standards set up for the research space. So the United States Department of Agriculture has several germplasm repositories. The hemp germplasm repository has been set up at the Cornell Agritech campus in Geneva, New York. And these folks at the USDA built a whole manual of definitions for how to describe hemp plants. And so researchers now have a standard themselves in order to measure and report their studies. And so this is something we're excited to adopt in our research. I mentioned the folks at FDACS are really working hard to establish their sampling standards out in the field. There's a lot of interesting research questions here, which I don't have time to go into, but I'm just going to describe to you kind of the rules on the books, and we can discuss later kind of the implications of that. So a sample lot is a continuous area of the same variety. You have to sample your pre-harvest at 30 days, no earlier than 30 days. And it's 1 clipping per acre. So I just described to you all the differences across the plant and the field. You just have to take one. So that's something to really narrow in on, considering kind of what implications that has for standards in testing results. That clipping is a tiny piece, 5 to 8 inches from the top of the plant, as you can see here in this picture. But one thing that's interesting and important to note is that it's all that plant material from the 5 to 8 inches from the top of the plant. In Florida, this needs to be completed by an approved lab. Again, just to mention that the Division of Plant Industry is working on these field testing scenarios, but there's also several divisions across FDACS that I've worked with and have contributed to this conversation, folks at Agricultural Environmental Services and Food Safety. I really liked what Matt Curran from Food Safety had to say. He said it's really exciting how many divisions are involved in hemp at FDACS. They've really had to break barriers and help each other out. And so it's been a lot of fun participating in that conversation. At the federal level, there's several standards that are also described by the United States Domestic Hemp Program at the USDA, but digging in, there's a lot of wiggle room here. So you have to be ISO accredited, but we know to what level those standards are kept just from the lab accreditation. The performance requirements are also listed. And the definition at the federal level basically finds an equivalence between post-decarboxylation from gas chromatography and the calculation of THC and THC acid for the liquid chromatography. A dry weight, I mentioned a big open question for here. They define it somewhere between 5 and 12%. That strikes me as a really big range. Interesting to note that labs are also required to have a measurement of uncertainty reported, which I think is really important. For these labs, there is an opportunity to help with proficiency. The University of Kentucky has a strong program to send hemp tissue of a known concentration for folks to try. So just to summarize, is hemp a new crop for Florida? Well, we've shown a lot of different challenges, but we've shown also a lot of success. We've gathered a lot of information, and we're really out there working to support the future development of the industry. And I'm happy to continue with the conversation with you folks as we go along. So thank you very much. The QR code here takes you to our program website. You're welcome to reach out to me at any time. Thank you. And I look forward to taking your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Brim. You did not disappoint. That was a phenomenal presentation. A lot of great information that we didn't have visibility to before. And I like the fact that there were a number of tests that you referenced, whether it's a pesticide growth, variety trials, all of that. So you really did come with all of the ammunition for us to start making really good decisions and exploring what should we research next. There are a few questions in the chat. The first one is from Ryan Kuziak to everyone. Can you comment on the variability of phytochemical within the same plant? That's the first part. And the second part is, what do you believe the threshold should be for within plant variability? He gives an example, 10 to 20%. So do you have a view on that?
Yeah, so the genetics tend to define the ratio of cannabinoids, so what we call the cannabinoid profile, and then it is the level of expression of that profile that's variable across the plant. So if you have a high THC plant, it's going to be high THC across the plant. It'll just be more THC in those high expression areas. And then the threshold should be plant variability. That's hard to say. It'll depend on the various composition of plant organs. So if you have a plant that's more leafy than stem, you might see less of a variability in that expression. And if you have a smaller plant, for instance, also as the plant continues to develop, you'll see those variabilities get larger. I don't have a specific value for you, but I can look into some of those numbers.
Awesome, thank you so much. The next question is from Trevor Marone. He says, what are the sustainable, environmentally, and cost-friendly practices for biomass byproduct?
Well, that's a really good question. So I don't have a direct answer for you, but I can certainly describe some of the things to think about. So by biomass production, I'm going to assume that you mean biomass for cannabinoid extraction. So oftentimes the quality of product is important. So it really starts first with fertility and water availability. So what we've learned in Florida is that you can't just put out these crops and expect them to produce well without fertilizer and irrigation. Certainly in well rain-fed areas you could, but we want to make sure that plants get off to a good start. So really drawing back on those rates. So what I tell my farmers is, please don't dump the whole bucket on the crop. You know, just be thoughtful about what it needs and limit those inputs. There's also weed management and how you might impact the runoff of crop excess over the field. And so just thinking about those sorts of things and your supply chain and sort of where your plants are coming from, where they're going, those are important facets. We talk a lot about best management practices. We talk a lot about integrated pest management. Can certainly go into the details of those sorts of management practices later on as well.
Fantastic, thank you very much. I did want to say that University of Florida has really good nutrient management, pest management courses online. I'm part of the new and beginning farmers program through Florida A&M University, and the courses that I take online are offered through the University of Florida, and that has definitely helped me and my team with regards to our hemp production. The next comment and question in the chat is from Michael Benko. Thank you for the talk, Dr. Brim. So is it severely detrimental to fiber production to allow the flowers to develop? i.e., could you feasibly harvest the same crop for grain and fiber at the same time?
Yeah, that's a great question. And the easy answer is yes, severely detrimental. I think that there are folks out there that are having a go at a dual purpose crop where you harvest for seeds and fiber, or flowers and fiber. But once the flowers development, we also see a shift in the type of fibers that are being produced by the plant. So we get more woody fibers, which are undesirable in the fiber market, as opposed to sort of those supple and strong fibers, those bast fibers that would be well developed and uncompromised ahead of flowering.
Our next question is from Lisa Solomon Mann. Can you repeat what you said about differentiating between Delta 8 and Delta 9 in testing?
Sure, absolutely. So the testing procedures that I'm aware of have a similar sort of structure to them. The first thing that you're going to do is to extract the oils and get your sample prepared to run through your test. Then the next thing that you're going to do is separate those oils into the various different parts, and then you're going to send them through a device, mass spectrometer in the example that I shared that basically describes that separation in terms of the peaks that you saw in the figure. And so the Delta 9 and the Delta 8 chemistries are very similar. And so the chromatography, which separates, and the mass spectrometry, which observes, has a difficult time effectively separating those Delta 9 and Delta 8 chemistries. And so in some systems that don't have as advanced a separation, or if you were to take the time that you needed to separate effectively, or if your scope wasn't as well precise, then you might have an overlap of the Delta 9 and the Delta 8 peaks, and you might declare that Delta 9 as ignoring the Delta 8. I don't see that as a common concern, but it is something interesting to me from the science.
Speaking of testing, I just wanted to say a best practice from University of Florida as a farmer is they they had an in-house lab, and they allowed all their farmers to send their samples directly to their lab ahead of sending it to another third party, so that we can ensure more of the crops would not run hot. So it was really helpful as a farmer to be able to have discounted pricing on testing from the university to really test more frequently and understand how the plants were developing. So that was a great asset. I consider that to be a best practice. Okay, there was another question from Trevor Marones. Do you carry out any kind of soil chemistry to better understand the heavy metal content? So maybe soil chemistry testing to better understand the heavy metal content and how to minimize the uptake.
Sure. So we have seen that the plant will take up heavy metals, at least from research from others outside of Florida. And in my understanding, it becomes more about what's in the soil as opposed to what you can do about it. So there is a chance you could lock up some of those heavy metals in the soil by altering the pH, but if it's there, it seems as though the plant's gonna take it up. There was at least one instance which was really interesting to me, where I think it was cadmium was found in a hemp plant in detectable levels, but there wasn't even detectable levels of cadmium in the soil. What that means is sort of still to be investigated. But I do strongly recommend the testing of your soil ahead of time so that you can see what's in the soil, and then you can follow it along the plant. So our fertilizer trials, we do soil testing and leaf tissue testing to follow along the nutrition and the metals. We have seen manganese toxicity with high levels of nitrogen fertilizer. So that's something really interesting that came out of our work as well.
And then I have a request to ask you a question from Randy Shearer. Randy, if you'll just go ahead and unmute your microphone.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Great talk. I really enjoyed your presentation. I want to premise my question with a couple of statements. I just heard that California has suspended tax on legally grown marijuana in order for the commercial lab or commercial producers of marijuana to be able to compete with the black market. And if you know about the process of extraction of hemp, all of the concentrates contain high levels of THC.
Sure. Absolutely.
So the question is, isn't it kind of silly to to produce THC as an active ingredient when it could be more economically produced by growing hemp outside. Would you care to comment on that?
Sure, absolutely. And in the terms of hemp production for cannabinoids, I would say THC is a byproduct. And so the high CBD cannabidiol varieties are what folks are choosing to emphasize in the hemp industry. And then it just becomes a matter of timing. You want to get as much cannabidiol as you can for your crop while maintaining that below 3.3% THC. So it's a really good question. Certainly poses a challenge for a hemp farmer if they're looking to produce cannabinoids in competition with a cannabis producer that can really crank their cannabinoids. And so just to articulate kind of where hemp farmers are in the United States.
I didn't explain my question very well. The point I wanted you to consider was, if we wanted to make THC from hemp, for instance, not only can we concentrate it because it's there as a small, less than 0.3%, but we can also convert CBD to THC. So my question is, wouldn't it be more economical for the hemp farmers for hemp to be used to make THC? I mean, it's much more easy to grow 1,000 acres of cannabis plants outside than it is, for all of the expense that has to be done to grow marijuana inside.
Okay, I agree with your point. Given the description that you've made, I disagree with a couple of your premise.
Okay.
One, hemp farmers are not growing for THC. That's
Right.
kind of what I'm trying to say.
Right.
They're trying to enter a market that may have been prefaced by THC production, general cannabinoids, which is sort of the open question for the hemp businesses. The other piece is that we have not yet seen large acreage of hemp production successful outdoors in Florida.
Okay,
Everything
thank
likes
you.
to live in Florida. So the molds and the bugs and of course all the flooding rains and things like that. So many folks in Florida are actually moving indoors for the control that they have. Definitely challenges economically to make that feasible, challenges across the board. But
Right.
thank you very much, Randy, for
All right.
your comment. I think
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
very thoughtful.
And
Thank you.
And I know on the team at UF, there are agricultural economists that really look at, the economical aspects of the different commodities that are grown as well. This is a companion question from Dr. Nandu Sarma, who did a fascinating presentation on Delta 8 safety yesterday. So when the video is available, I encourage everyone to look at that. And his research has been picked up along with David Valentine. His research has been picked up by Politico and other media outlets. So Dr. Nando says, could you please comment on the percentage range of CBD and other cannabinoids in different varieties of hemp?
Sure, and I think one of our participants also added some of that information in the chat as well. In some cases, the fiber and grain varieties that are well established and selected for fiber and grain away from cannabinoid production have cannabinoid profiles, at least CBD and THC, that are non-detectable by our equipment. And so that's one side of the range. For the genetics that are going for cannabinoid production, I've seen sort of reliably somewhere between 6 and 15 or 16%. Now, the range of CBD production that's also compliant, 0.3% or less, is more like 6 to 10 or maybe 12%. And so there are certainly varieties that if you allow them to go to full maturity, that they'll get higher into that 16 and 20% range, but then you're cranking the THC production as well.
And from our chair for the executive committee, Ralph Burley, he says, Not sure how much smog is in your area or smoke from fire. How would this impact the hemp plant? Have you seen any of the farms where they've had maybe smog or fire related issues? Maybe North Florida. I know we had some fires up north a couple of years ago.
Sure, and there's fires all around the region down here as well. We need fire management for our forest ecosystems. Most folks are got their burn pit on farm to get rid of their biomass, but I have not been able to connect any sort of smoke or smog to plant development. Sorry to not be able to address your question.
And thank you to Ellen Sutton for your detailed response in the chat to the variability question. And Chuck Olivier, just a comment, consumers care very much about manufactured cannabinoids versus natural ones, direct from the plant. And some more comments on variability. And then there's a comment about THC being legal.
Illegal.
Federally illegal, which is known, and that's why I think that's why Dr. Brim emphasized that hemp farmers are really not growing for THC, and there is a destruction policy on state statute here in Florida, and also as a part of the requirement to be a research farmer with the University of Florida, you do have to destroy any product that is out of compliance. And then thank yous to Dr. Brim. So thank you so much. Are there any other questions before we transition to our first panel of the day? Seeing none, I just want to say thank you again, Dr. Brim. You're welcome to hang out with us as long as your schedule will permit. And we'd love to see further interaction with you and ASTM. So we'll follow up with you so that you can share more of your knowledge and just share best practices within the group. Thank you so much.
Very good. Thank you, everybody. A lot of really great questions. Enjoyed it.
Outstanding. Well, thank you, everyone. We are moving on to our first panel of the day. Before we do, I do want to identify a schedule change. First, I was talking about my availability at 11. I will be handing off to my colleague, Robert Thomas, and he will cover from 11 to 1. And then from 1 p.m. to 2:30, we will have our executive committee chair, Ralph Paroli, take over. And then I will return as host at 2:30 p.m. this afternoon. With that also said, we do have another change. At 12:20 p.m., I had Natalie Seidel as a presenter. That segment is actually going to be replaced with another segment that we weren't able to have yesterday due to speaker availability. So we are going to get that session on Rastafari. The topic is called Standardizing Spirituality, Social Justice, Sacramental Use, and ITIL Standards. The speaker is Joan Webley. I believe she is in I saw her earlier. I believe that she is present, and she will be taking that slot at 12:20 for a lightning talk. So stay tuned, really interesting stuff to come. Our first panel is a oral presentation panel. Oral presentations are for 20 minutes in duration, and then we'll do 3 panelists, and after they speak, we'll do a Q&A. So the first speaker at 10:50, we're running a little bit behind, but we did such a great job catching up on time yesterday. First speaker is on cannabinoid analysis of hemp flower, tinctures, and edibles using automated solvent extraction and HPLC analysis. Our speaker is Todd Griffin from G2 Analytical. The second panelist is decoding cannabis testing, examining the challenges of cannabis sample processing analysis and the role of reference material. Patricia Atkins with Specs will be presenting. And then the third participant in the panel is a milling study, coffee grinder versus commercial mill of hemp in fluorescence, evaluation of cannabinoid potency by HPLC, UV, and sample throughput considerations. The presenters are Catherine M. Evans with Longboard Scientific Consulting Corp. And Melissa the CEO in the Americas for Frisch. So we have really good analytical presentations coming. Again, let's get started with Mr. Todd Griffin. I saw him in our room speaking on cannabinoid analysis of hemp flower tinctures and edibles using automated solvent extraction and HPLC analysis. Todd, are you present? And I see you right
Yes,
there.
ma'am.
And if you have to share your screen, please do. And know that if you have any technical difficulties, just inbox ASTM webinars and you'll get our good, faithful Chris, who's been doing such a great job. So Todd, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl, and thank you for everyone for attending the workshop. I really appreciate Professor Brim's presentation earlier. It was very insightful. Hopefully you can see the presentation being shared.
You can see it now full screen. Presentation mode, as it were. The slideshow and menu there. At the very top, you have your various menus, home, insert, draw, slideshow. A little more to the right, a little more.
It was being
There you
hidden.
are. And you should have it from the beginning. Perfect.
All right, sorry about
And
that.
your
It was
full
hidden by
screen.
sitting by my bar. All right, thank you. So again, the topic of my talk is really the sample preparation and analysis of cannabinoids and looking at the different products. So the presentation outline, I just want to say something about hemp and cannabis that really motivates the rest of my speech. Everybody here is fairly familiar with hemp and cannabis, but then I want to talk about sample prep and sample analysis and talk about the techniques that are available for those and maybe what would drive you to select one versus the other. And then specifically, we've been looking at an automated solvent extraction technique. And so I want to show you some results we have there from both flowers, chocolate, and gummies, and then share with you some conclusions at the end. So when we talk about cannabinoids, a lot of the discussion focused around cannabidiol and THC, which are, if you're talking about hemp, you're typically talking about CBD. And if you're talking about the cannabis, it's typically higher THC varieties. So I guess the point I would also make is that as we as a community have started getting standards and started getting certified reference materials and proficiency tests that test our ability to do CBD and THC, the market continues to evolve and innovate, and we're seeing other cannabinoids starting to emerge. Specifically, we see a lot of CBG, CBN, and even some of the isomers of THC. There's already been some discussion of Delta 8, Delta 9, but we've already seen at our laboratory Delta 10 show up in products. THC O-acetate has shown up in products. So we're seeing this kind of ever expanding target list. And as an analytical chemist, I am both excited and nervous about that because it represents opportunities, but also obviously represents challenges as the chemistries of these compounds are very similar. We've already heard some discussion about the chromatic separation ability to separate Delta 8 from Delta 9. Those are isomers. So it takes a special touch to be able to do that. And so as these compounds emerge, we need to make sure that we have some certified reference materials that address these minor cannabinoids, and some of the other forms. The acid forms are also important, and we're starting to see people seek those out as ingredients in other products. And so that's really leads us into a discussion on what products are out there. And just as innovative as they are with the cannabinoid content that they're putting into products, the delivery methods are also ever expanding. Anything from inhalable, ingestible, and topical are just really very popular consumer products. And so we're seeing a large and diverse set of products, which means there's a large and diverse set of matrices that we find the cannabinoids in. Some of these matrices are very complex, And so therefore, to be able to extract them from these matrices for subsequent analytical analysis is very difficult. We also see that there are even some human, or there's obviously human, but there's also animal products being introduced onto the market, which may or may not have similar matrices and similar cannabinoids and similar cannabinoid concentrations. So really, this leads me as an analytical chemist to ask two questions. How do I prep the sample? And then how do I analyze that sample? And one of the slides that I've been carrying around with me for a number of years is this one by Ron Majors from Agilent Corporation, who published this in LCGC magazine a number of years ago, that talks about the time spent doing these types of analyses, and the sample processing just really dominates that. So we're very blessed in this community to have some great instrument manufacturers who have made some incredible equipment that analyzes the sample for us, but there's also this need for addressing the sample processing and sample preparation step. So that's really what I'm going to focus on here in this particular talk. So when we talk about what method should we use, what technique should we use, we've talked about in the past, we've talked about all kinds of analytical techniques, whether that be gas chromatography or liquid chromatography. There's also optical techniques that people are proposing as valid ways to analyze these. And I believe there's a time and place for all three of those techniques. And so it really boils down to this kind of whole concept of fit for purpose. What are you looking for? Why are you looking for it? And is your technique going to be suitable for that? So since I mentioned that we're looking for a large number of cannabinoids and the acid molecules matter, we'd like to be able to profile the acid molecules plus these isomers plus a lot of other things at very sensitive levels. We have tended to move towards using HPLC, either UV detection or photodiode array detection, or diode array detection. And that is what I'm going to talk about here. That's the technique we're currently using. We use a Shimadzu HPLC with a ResTech C18 column. We do use a guard column in front of that, and some of the matrices are so complex that it helps have that guard column in front to protect your analytical column. Our total flow in our method is 1.5 mils a minute, and we use two mobile phases. Mobile phase A is water with 7.5 millimolar of ammonium nitrate and 0.1% formic acid. Our second mobile phase, our organic mobile phase, is acetonitrile with 0.1% formic acid. We use a column oven of 34 degrees centigrade. We look at 228 nanometers is where we do our quantitative analysis. Injection volume 5 microliters. We have a total runtime of 11 minutes. And in this particular method, we are looking at 10 cannabinoids on a daily basis. And we have done up to 19 cannabinoids on this particular column in this particular method. But what we settled on for our method validation was these 10 cannabinoids. I also think it's important to speak to the fact that having good certified reference material is very important. There are several, there are a few, I won't say several, there are a few providers of these certified reference materials. Cerulean is who we've used. I've used them in the past for different applications. And so we use Cerulean, but other manufacturers offer certified reference materials. Of course, that is important. We already mentioned the ISO certification requirements on labs. And so as you're moving toward ISO certification for your lab, then having vendors that also have their certification to provide these CRMs is important. We use 6 points of calibration. Calibration curve is 6 points, and it ranges between 5 and 100 micrograms per ml. And so what I'm showing on this particular slide is some of the method development, or sorry, method validation that we use. Of course, you want to look at certain performance criteria. AOAC and ASTM both are working on defining what your performance criteria should be for your method validation. some of the points that you typically look at are resolution, linearity, stability, LOD, LOQ, which is limit of detection and limit of quantification, accuracy and precision. And so I've just thrown up some data that we have collected for our method validation. I'll start with over here on the very right-hand side of the slide. You see the cannabinoids that we test for and the R² values. That's the linearity of the calibration curve. Our requirement for passing this is 0.99, and we see very good linear response from the instrument. The graph in the table on the left-hand side where it says LOD, LOQ, those are determined by our standard injections. So those are kind of our method limit of detection, limit of quantitation numbers. And in practice, you have to also account for matrix interference. You also maybe are diluting the sample. So your actual limit of detection, limit of quantitation is a little different than these per each run. And so I'll just say on a typical rule of thumb is on a dry weight percentage, our LOQ is around 0.02% after you factor in matrix and dilution factors. Then what you see here is resolution, and this goes to speak to the fact that sometimes it's hard to tell the difference between some of the compounds, some of the cannabinoids like delta 8 and delta 9, for instance. This is a standard definition of resolution. I think this is using the USP criteria, which is shown by this equation here. And the requirement is for this resolution number to be greater than 1. And in all of our cases, it is greater than 1, including the resolution between delta 8 and delta 9. So we really see some pretty good separation and some pretty good linearity. And then the question is, well, how accurate and how precise is your data, is your method? And so the previous speaker also mentioned the University of Kentucky, and we participate in the proficiency hemp testing program. So they send out samples to multiple labs and then provide the statistical data analysis and collection of all that data back for us to use in determining how our method is performing and what changes we need to make. And so this center table is actually showing you some examples of the cannabinoids that are present in the Kentucky hemp sample and their expected values. And the coefficient of variation is the reproducibility. And then the accuracy is basically how close did we come to the expected value. And so you can see there at these concentration ranges, there are requirements for accuracy or recovery, which I think for this particular range, I think goes up to about 118%. So at these low concentrations, like for instance, THCA, that's why you see a little bit higher recovery, is because we're at a much lower concentration. You go to the higher concentration ones up in the mass percents, single digit mass percents, we see a lot tighter accuracy and recovery on that. So then the question is, how do we prep the sample for this analysis? Well, with the Kentucky samples, those come pre-homogenized, pre-ground. And so we are very fortunate in that we just have to do the extraction and then the analysis. So how do we do the sample extraction? Well, there's a couple different ways you can prep these samples. Once you get them to that stage, one is just to dilute and shoot. So a lot of people will do that with tinctures and things of that nature. There's liquid extraction, then there's solid liquid extraction, and then there's catchers. And we actually have adopted a modified catchers method that we use for edibles. And if you're not familiar with catchers, we'll talk about that process in just a minute. But these are pictures of catchers, the catchers of a gummy in this pink solution, and the brown is actually a dog treat that we tested. So we have been looking at this particular technique of automated solvent extraction for a while, and it's offered by a company called CEM, and the product is called EDGE, which stands for Energized Dispersive Guided Extraction. And the thing that caught my attention, this was originally introduced as a replacement for pesticide analysis or replacement for oxalate extraction and things of that nature. And it caught my attention because I thought it could be potentially applied to hemp and cannabis. The things that I like about it is temperature controlled, so I don't have to worry about destroying the acid content. You can do in-cell cleanup, so there's not a lot of there's not a lot of sample handling. It's all automated. It's simple, efficient. We actually don't see a ton of matrix effect. It's customizable in that if I needed different settings for different matrices, I can do that, and it's stored on the instrument. And it's all based around this kind of Q-cup sample holder. So that's what's shown here in the picture. The Q-cup sample holder is anodized aluminum. You can weigh directly into the Q-cup right on your analytical balance. It basically has a screw-on bottom. There's a Q-disc. That Q-disc is a filter. They have different filter material types. We're just using a simple glass fiber suspended in between two, or sandwiched between two cellulose disc, which forms that Q-disc. And you can run up to 12 samples in series. So basically, you can see that your technician can weigh out the samples, put them on, hit go once you've got a method, and it will run these samples in series. So let's talk about how the actual process actually works. You create a method of extraction, and you have to define certain parameters, including the cycles, number of cycles, extraction cycles, the parameters like how much solvent is used, what temperature is the solvent held at, is the extraction done at, and then what wash happens after the extraction. Since this is done in series, you have to take care to make sure that you don't have carryover between sample to sample. And so it has the ability to customize the wash and things of that nature. So once you've loaded your sample in to the system, you basically hit go. It takes the Q-cup and it wets the sample. Basically, it adds the solvent. The solvent you can then bubble to add agitation, and we'll talk about that in a subsequent slide, which helps the interaction of the solvent with the sample. And then the sample is heated and pressurized. And so this is kind of a dispersive solvent extraction. Then after it is heated and held for a certain time period, the system then filters and cools the solvent into a recovery vessel. I also have a picture here of the, I also have a picture here of the software where you actually can set all of these different parameters. So if we look at the extraction method for our current extraction method for flour, we weigh out about 1/4 gram of the flour material. And then we put that into the edge, we run that extraction, we bring it up to 20 ml final volume so that we have an accurate volume. We will then filter it and prepare dilutions directly for HPLC analysis. The method that I showed you that we went through the validation on with the Kentucky flour, we weigh out 0.3 grams. We add 20 mils of methanol, vortex it, let it sit, we centrifuge it, then we filter it and make the dilution. So a similar workflow for both of these. I've given the kind of the method that we use for the edge, which is a single cycle extraction device, or a single extraction method. You can see we also have a wash in at the end. So if we look at how we went through looking at the comparison of this test, we actually went and used real world samples as opposed to the University of Kentucky samples. So what you're seeing here is sample 140, 142, 154, excuse me, and 192. Those are all samples that we ran. We ran them both with what we call our hand extraction and the edge. And so then what we did is, since we validated our hand extraction against the Kentucky CRM, we used the hand extraction method as truth. So these recoveries are all calculated against the hand extraction method. So these were all run at the same time on the same sample. Sample was divided. Part went into the Q-cup, part went into our hand extraction. And then they were both run on the HPLC at the exact same time. So as you can see, our accuracy was really pretty good. We started out looking for CBDA, CBD, and THCA. Our accuracy was pretty good, except for sample 192, which we're not exactly sure what happened there, but we got some different results. The relative standard deviations also look pretty good. The accuracy that I show here in this particular slide here, I put this up because this allowed us to look at some of the other minors that are present in the sample. So kind of shows you our recovery, our kind of standard values of what we were looking at in terms of these samples, and then the recoveries there. And we did that for 982 and 990, so two different samples. So in total, we had 6 samples that we ran. But I'm just showing you the data here for the minors, just for these two, just to keep it from being an eye chart. You can see that the RSDs look pretty good there for the most part. This is really where I think this kind of automated solvent extraction really makes sense, and that's where you compare it to a catcher's method. So if you're not familiar with the catcher's method, you weigh out your sample. You then add 10 mils of water. You then mix that, vortex that. Then you will add some amount of acetonitrile. In our case, acetonitrile 0.1% formic acid. So that's your organic. Those two are miscible in each other. So you do another vortex. Then you add your catcher's packet, and these are salts that basically you can go in and salt and separate your organic and your aqueous layers from each other. So you won't go in and vortex that. So the idea is that all of your cannabinoids would go up into your organic layer, and all of your interfering compounds would go down into your aqueous layer. You then vortex that again, centrifuge it, and then you can filter the top organic layer and run those. With the edge, it's again very similar. We just weigh out some powdered chocolate or gummy. We throw it in the edge Q-cup. We select the method, and it does the automated extraction. It takes about around 6 minutes to run a full extraction. And then at the end, you just take and you filter and dilute your sample for HPLC analysis. So again, you can see the benefit here is the time saving and the simplicity of the potential edge method. So here's really our slides on that. This is kind of early work. Again, what we did is we took edibles. We did 3 different types. We did a chocolate bar, chocolate bites, and the ever popular gummy rings. And we ran them, we homogenized them, and we then divided the samples. We did half with the catcher's method and half with the edge, analyzed them at the same time on the same HPLC on the same day. And as you can see, the accuracy for these products were pretty good. Again, the truth data was the catcher's method because that seems to be very accurate for us. And all of the precisions, all the RSDs were less than 15%. We did see a bit higher RSDs on the edibles than we did on the flower, and I'll talk about that at in the concluding remarks, which really is my next slide. So my conclusions for this particular study is that the number of cannabinoids and sample matrices continues to increase. The sample preparation is a bottleneck in most analyses. Automated sample prep would help reduce both user error and improve reproducibility. The EDGE has demonstrated good results in sample preparation of a wide range of samples, everything from the flower all the way to these edibles. We have done some tinctures, but for time, I just didn't include those. Those are lower complexity samples, so those turn out pretty well. But the real concluding remark here is that you really still have to pay attention to the fit for purpose, and you have to establish which parameters need to be set. So it's all about this method development. What goes into the cycles? What hold time do you use? And we've looked at different hold times. Which solvents do you use? How much solvents do you use? How much sample do you use? Because you have to scale that, match that with your analysis. The other thing, which I didn't talk about, and I'm excited to hear the next two talks, are particle size. The edge being this kind of solid liquid extraction is very sensitive to particle size. So having a consistent particle size, a consistent and small particle size, increases your throughput. It makes the efficiency of the extraction much better. And so I'm interested to hear our colleagues talk about milling and things of that nature. I mentioned bubbling as well. Bubbling for some of these samples that are a little bit sticky, when the solvent is added, adding the bubbling seemed to increase that initial mixing, which helped with the extraction. And then, of course, obviously, you need to look at the number of cycles and the rinse, if you choose to do a rinse, or how much of a rinse that you do. That tends to be pretty important. We've looked at that as well, whether it's better to do multiple extraction or multiple cycles or a single cycle. And so that's kind of my technical talk. I'd like to thank my co-authors here, the team at G2 Analytical, plus our colleagues at CEM, Dr. Alicia Stell and Brittany Fessler. And so with that, I will be happy to turn it back over to Cheryl.
Actually, I think it's me.
Okay.
I'm taking over from Cheryl for a couple of hours, or hour and a half. Okay, so my name is Robert Thomas. I'm actually giving a talk this afternoon at 1:05 on heavy metals, but I'll moderate the next hour and a half. So I see we've had a couple of questions and a comment. The first question from Randy Shearer, which has been answered by someone, by the way, is the HPLC method isocratic or gradient? And then Richard Sams jumped in by saying the HPLC method that is being described is isocratic. Do you want to comment on that? Okay, you're on mute, Todd, you're on mute.
I'm
Todd,
sorry,
unmute yourself.
try. Yeah, no, that's absolutely correct. It is an isocratic method, 75% organic and 25% aqueous.
Okay, and here's a question from Kenny G. I think I pronounced that correctly. Todd, first one, what are the most important synthetic cannabinoids of interest? And two, since the cannabis product matrices varied and are complicated, are matrix-based reference materials required?
Yeah, that's a loaded question. So we currently see a need for delta 8 THC, delta 10 THC. We are seeing a lot of THCO acetate, and that's been very hard to find, as well as a standard. So those would be something we would definitely be interested in. And then in terms of certified reference material, yeah, absolutely, we would love to see matrix matched samples that could be put out as reference material. I definitely think that would be good. And that's a tough question, because the real question is how many different matrices do I need, right? And the answer is all of them. We see a need for every product that's out there, and so tinctures, edibles, gummies, chocolates, all salves, lotions, all of that would be very, very helpful for validating our methods and standardizing our testing.
Yeah, we are actually finding this at the moment with heavy metal certified reference materials. There are none available yet, although we know that NIST is developing one, which includes 13 toxic elements. But it's a problem because unless you do comprehensive spike recoveries for heavy metals, you're not going to know if your analytical method is working correctly. An ICP-MS methodology is not straightforward, and it involves, sample preparation, microwave digestion, possibly, contamination control. So certified reference materials are critical for heavy metals, and I'm sure it's the same with other analytes as well. So I think we're all waiting for reliable certified reference materials.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. Okay, I don't see any more questions in the chat box here, so let's move on. So the second talk in the oral presentations is by a friend of mine, Patricia or Patty Atkins from Specs. We've known each other a long time. We both write columns. Patty writes one for Cannabis Science and Technology. I write one for Spectroscopy, and we contribute to our respective columns and help the other person out in writing articles for their columns. So we work very closely over the years, and Patty has given talks at many of my webcasts and short courses and workshops at PitCon and various conferences. So I know Patty very well. She's an excellent speaker, and she works for Specs, which is a major cannabis reference materials company, both inorganic and organic reference materials. And Patty's talk is Decoding Cannabis Testing, Examining the Challenges of Cannabis Sample Processing Analysis and the Role of Reference Materials. So Patty, I've seen you've shared your screen, so the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we
good.
can.
Okay. I always love listening to those speakers when they mention topics that I know I have included in my presentations as well. There's a certain synergy that we're all going in the same direction. So I really appreciate that. And I'm also looking forward to some of the talks that follow. I'm just going to speak from a reference materials point of view. From the perspective of reference materials supplier and producer, we would truly love to supply all of you testing cannabis and hemp with every single reference material at every single level that you want. Unfortunately, here in the United States, where I'm located, our hands are legally tied. And that's unfortunately what stops a lot of reference materials companies in many different countries from supplying cannabis reference materials, certified cannabis reference materials to the community, because the different governments have made it illegal for us to produce it, make it, sell it, transport it, ship it, and everything else. But hopefully as cannabis becomes more and more mainstream, as it has over the last decade, those will open up. So I really foresee in the near future that some of these problems or some of these lack of reference materials are going to start to dissipate, and we'll have full access, because it's not that the reference material suppliers can't supply you with them, that they can't make them. Of course they can make them. It's just they can't sell them to you. So hopefully that will start to open up more and more in the future. So let's talk about the cannabis testing sample processing process and how standards are part of that. I like to say that this is the 4 P's of cannabis when you're testing for it. What's your product? What is the product going to be used for? Is it going to be an edible, an inhalable? Is it going to be a topical, an oil? Because that is going to influence your choices and how you sample it, how you process it, and how you test it. So you're going to have a lot of different requirements for an inhalable product than you would have for a topical oil. A nutraceutical is going to have different requirements than maybe a candy or something else for recreation. So you're going to have different goals depending on the product. What's the purpose? What are you looking for? Are you looking for a molecular biology component? Are you looking for a hazardous chemical like a heavy metal? Are you looking for the cannabinoids? Are you looking for the positive controls, we call them, the positive targets? Are you trying to fingerprint your particular strain? So that's going to be your purpose. And that is also going to affect which parts of the plant. We've had discussions about the differences in cannabinoids and the difference of other phytochemicals in the plant. That's all going to matter on what your purpose, what are you testing for? Then we come down to that plant part. Which part of the plant or which part of the product are you going to test for? And finally, at what part in the process do you need to add your standards? What part of the process from raw materials to finished product are you going to be testing for all of these different things? So where in your sampling scheme and your testing scheme do you have to make adjustments in order to make sure that you are hitting your fit for purpose? And I liked that the last speaker talked about fit for purpose, because a lot of this over and over again, you'll hear, is your method fit for purpose? Is your standard fit for purpose? Is your process fit for purpose? So I like to look at the cannabis and hemp workflow in 4 steps: sample selection, sample processing or homogenization, the prep to put it on an instrument, something like an extraction, what we talked about, the catchers and the CEM edge. I've actually had the privilege of working with the CEM edge, and I agree with the previous speaker. It is a fantastic tool for hemp and cannabis, and I've actually used it for that purpose. So you need to understand how that works chemically, how it works physically, in order to optimize that and be able to get your best use out of it. And then your instrument analyses. First, we're just going to talk about selection. Overall, I know we've probably all heard it before. There are 2 main considerations. The first one being, are you obtaining representative samples? Representative samples are based on population size, and it's the smallest subset that you can actually retain the properties of that particular population. And it has to be statistically valid. I've seen some requirements by some organizations in some states that to me just don't seem statistically valid, like 1% of a crop or 1 plant in 100 acres. That just doesn't seem statistically valid to me. And does it reasonably represent the population? So what can affect that? Well, the plant itself. Is the plant itself a reasonable representation in the areas it grown, the geography, the place where it's grown? How do you make sure that you have a reasonable representation among all of these different environmental factors and geographical factors? One of the previous speakers talked about the phytocannabinoids and the different concentrations, and he's definitely right. Depending on where on the plant you go, from the flowers to the fan leaves to the roots and the stem, the fiber, you have a very big variation with individual plants on the different types of compounds. So some of the 2 of interest, I found this study and I found it very, very interesting. The researcher who provided this study talked about the different cannabinoids, and I picked out 2 important ones, the Delta-9 THC and the CBD. And they looked at the different parts of the plants. And they looked at a hemp type plant and what they called a drug type plant, which I'm assuming is a recreational type of cannabis. So you looked at the different components, and he measured where in the plant that the different levels of the THC and the CBD lay. And there was a lot of variation, and there was a lot of CBD in other parts of the plants other than the flowers. There's a lot of THC in other parts of the plant other than the flowers. And that, of course, we know can change with the amount of light. The exposure to light or lumens can affect the amount of phytocannabinoids, chemicals. So if you have plants that are very highly exposed to the sun, or depending, let's say you're doing an indoor grow, you put your lights on top, so then there's more light hitting the top of those plants than on the side, or as the fan leaves cover the lower parts of the plant. So then you have areas of shade, so they get less light, and they will have the less abundances of phytochemicals compared to areas that are directly in contact. Think about even your house plants, how they all turn to that light source, and the nicer flowers tend to be near the top of the plant where all the light is, and then underneath you tend to get less, or you get less fruit if you grow agricultural products. Also, you have to worry about environmental concerns. Pesticide is a big concern. So think about an outdoor grow. We'll use an outdoor grow, and it doesn't, this could be hemp, it could be cannabis, it could be anything. So you have plants that are going to have different chemistries because of the light source. But then maybe you have a water source nearby. So then the chemistry for those plants is also going to be somewhat different. Even to add even a little bit more complexity into it, what happens if you have a grow near a different type of agricultural operation? Maybe there's an orchard nearby. Maybe there's been an orchard nearby for 200 years. And now you have to worry about any contaminants any environmental contaminants and pesticides moving into your space, into your grow, and then contaminating those plants. So maybe these are the plants that have the highest pesticide levels, and even if you're growing organic, or the samples that you get are supposed to be from an organic source. So there has to be representative samples. But the other part of the equation is homogeneity. This is more on the concern with the analytical lab. We want to know, when we get a container of hemp or a container of samples, we want to know what we have to do to ensure that we have homogeneity. So the homogeneity is more on the sample or batch size, and we want it to be uniform in composition and character. And of course, if you think of a liquid, that's naturally highly homogeneous. So you open up a liquid, as long as it's been shaken and it hasn't stratified, you have a homogeneous solution or a homogeneous mixture. If you have an agricultural sample, then not so homogeneous. And the larger the particle size, the less homogeneity there is. Think about a bushel of apples. That's not particularly homogeneous. But if I throw all of that into a grinder and I make applesauce out of it, now my chances of getting a homogeneous sample are a lot higher. So how do you establish homogeneity? Well, it comes back to some of the same terms I will be talking about over and over again, and that you'll be hearing throughout the ASTM conference. It's all about your statistics and your sampling and your testing and your accuracy and your precision and your method validation. So to establish homogeneity, you first have to pick a target. So I want homogeneity for CBD. I want homogeneity for pesticides. I want homogeneity for fiber content. I want homogeneity for heavy metals. You cannot do everything at once. It's not always possible to get a homogeneity results for everything. So you usually have to pick similar targets to focus for your homogeneity. Then you have to decide what statistics and calculations are you going to generate. And what are the numbers? Am I going to be within 10%? Is my RSD have to go to be in 1%? Do I have to do a less than 5% uncertainty? Do I have to do less than 1% uncertainty? What is the statistics that's going to be established for the acceptance criteria? And then how many tests will I consider to be valid? How many replicates of that test will I consider to be valid? So let's say I'm going to do CBD and I'm going to say that I need 5% uncertainty, and I'm going to run it by HPLC, that method that's been validated. And each sample, I'm going to do at least 20 samples, and I'm going to replicate each sample at least 3 times. So then you set up your criteria for your homogeneity, establishing your homogeneity. Then you take your sample and you try to create representative samples that eventually will become homogeneous samples. So let's say you have plant material, the black ones are very high in CBD, the red ones are a little less CBD, and then the green ones are very low in CBD. Ideally, you want to be picking, or at least randomly having a selection where there's an equal possibility of all of these being represented in the final sample that you're going to homogenize for your analytical purposes. And then you're going to try to turn it into a homogeneous sample. So sample homogenization. Some people say, well, I get it down to, I get it down to a pencil size, a pencil eraser, 5 millimeters. That's good enough, right? Well, I read this study I think it was spectroscopy many years ago, about particle size and uncertainty. And to this day, this sticks with me over and over again. This is something that I reference quite a bit when I do my particle size work. So if you had a 5 millimeter particle and you have a fairly large uncertainty associated with your process, let's say you have a 10% uncertainty, you would need 125 grams of that sample in order to assure that you have a homogeneous test sample. Whereas if you ground that down to 0.5 millimeters, you would need 0.13 grams of that sample. Now, if you have a very strict uncertainty, you're even in worse shape, because you need a huge amount more sample for a 1% uncertainty, and you even need 12.5 grams for a 0.5 millimeter. But if you grind that down even further into a very fine powder, then you will even need less sample. So homogeneity becomes important. And you can often monitor your homogeneity testing by adding standards to your different stages in your process, and that will give you some idea of what your results are for your homogeneity, your homogeneity experiments. So let's look at the basic 2 ways to use a standard. And I know there are more, but these are the very basic ways that you can use a standard. You can use it as an external standard, or you can use it as an internal standard. So external standard means that you run that standard outside of your sample. It is a separate entity. An internal standard means you add it to your sample. So you add that standard to your sample. An external standard can be matrix matched. So you can get an external standard maybe from NIST or from specs that's matrix matched. So it's in a different matrix or in a matrix that you're planning on running your sample in. Or you can get it unmatched, meaning it's usually in a solvent or it's in water or some other material in oil. So it is not perfectly matrix matched. By the very definition of an internal standard, since you're putting it into your sample, it is matrix matched. For external, you can use it for quantitative work, semi-quantitative work, qualitative work. An internal standard you mostly use for the correction of bias, to determine variability in your processes, to monitor your system, to correct for your GC or LC or IC or ICP, ICP-MS. So it's used for a lot more statistics. And your external standards tend to duplicate what you're trying to test for. So it is CBD, it is mercury, it is whatever you're testing for, whatever your target is. And you want to have it within the analytical range, but you're not going to compensate for any errors in your instrumentation variation. You can also use an analog of a standard. So you can use a Delta 8 standard, you can use a C13 standard, you can use a analog or a very similar compound, as long as you do know it does not exist in your sample. And for internal standards, we tend to use labeled analogs or something for sure that we know that for sure is not in our particular standard. So if you're doing inorganic analysis, you can use like scandium as an internal standard, or some other material that there's very little chance of that is actually naturally going to be in your sample. And this will compensate for any changes in volume. So if your injector or your auto sampler has a slight bias to it, you'd be able to correct for that bias. If you look at the very beginnings of sample processing, you have, you're just your bulk sample. This is your pre-measurement, pre-particle reduction. And some people then add their standards when they've measured it out. So they'll measure it maybe into a centrifuge tube or some sort of jar. They're going to do their particle reduction on it, and they'll put their standards right in there. So that's usually an external standard. We call this usually a spiking standard or a recovery standard. You can also put the standard in after that you've homogenized the entire sample. The good thing about using standards at this point and spiking these samples that you're going to use for further testing is that you can see the effect of homogenization and particle size on the process. So if you spike that sample before you've homogenized, or you spike it right after you've homogenized it, you make sure it's thoroughly distributed, and you suddenly see that you are having a great deal of variation, that means your particle size is still too big, because you're doing maybe a 1 gram or a half a gram sample and you're seeing the numbers bounce all over. Well, your particle size is too big. You're seeing that because the standard that you know is there, that you put in a known amount, is bouncing around. Now, there's also a lot of definitions and a lot of names that go around standards. We call them CRMs, reference materials, spikes, standard additions. I just wanted to clear up a few things. First, for standards, we call them metrological standards. They're standards that can be measured, and they are definitely, you need them in place. There is a critical need for them in order to be sure that you can validate your analysis or produce good and accurate results. So you have your primary standards. These are the ultimate known. These are what we call our NIST standards, or other metrological agencies around the world. They produce the primary standard, the one to which no other comparison is needed. They are the primary standard. Then you have reference materials providers like specs, who are secondary standard providers. So we provide standards that are usually compared to the metrological agencies in the countries that we produce. And then you have working standards. Those are standards that are produced in comparison with a secondary standard. And these sometimes are called in-house standards. or sometimes uncertified standards, or just plain old reference materials. Now, it's really key to whatever you're doing in your laboratory process. Your key is going to be standards, because they're needed for method validation, for method verification, to find contamination. I have a really great talk about contamination in organics and inorganics that talk about the use of standards to be able to chart your contamination issues. You need standards to calculate your error and your recoveries. You need standards for identification. And of course, you need standards for quantification. So how do you choose the standard? Again, here's that phrase. You're going to hear it a lot: fit for purpose. Your standards have to be fit for purpose. And this is where we start getting into some tricky territory when it comes to cannabis. First, you need a standard that fits the identity or type of what you're trying to test. So there's always been some talk about what can we substitute in instead of cannabis, since not all of us can use cannabis in a legal fashion or transport cannabis. So what do you do instead? Do you use hemp? Hemp can be, in some cases, a fit stand-in for cannabis. I'm talking obviously low THC, low cannabinoid hemp, but not all cases. There are cases where hemp is not going to be a fit, identity fit, or a type fit. And also, what is your form? If I'm using a solid hemp sample, I'm testing a solid hemp sample, can I use a standard that's an oil? That's not the exact type of fit for purpose. Then, as I said, the form. Are you using an oil when you should be using a solid? Are you using a solid when you should be using an oil? Are you using an aqueous standard when you should be using an oil standard? Is the matrix the same? So you have an oil standard, but does it have the same interfering compounds or interfering elements? So are the matrices similar enough that it's going to give you a good result? Does it fit your method? So yeah, I have this oil standard, but I want to run it on ICP-MS. Good luck. You're going to have to do a lot of work to do that. So is your standards and the way you're going to run it fit for the method you're going to run it in? I have a standard, it's in heptane, but I want to run it by LCMS, by reverse phase LCMS. Good luck. You're going to need to do some work with that. So is it fit for the method? Are my standards in my analytical range? Well, I need a parts per billion standard, but you know what? To save money, I bought a 1,000 ppm standard. Is it fit for that analytical range? Not without a lot of work. Good luck. So the roles of the standard are also important when choosing a standard. Are you going to be using it for qualitative data? Are you going to be using it for identity? If so, then you need as close to the identity as you can get for that particular target. So if you want to identify a particular strain, you need a standard of that particular strain or a very similar one, or else it's not a good fit for purpose. Quantitative data. If I am going to do a standard, use a standard that's a mix of terpenes to quantify a particular terpene, but it's not in that mix, but it's isomers in that mix. So can I use that? Maybe, maybe not. It might not be fit for your purpose. And then of course, your quality data. Are you going to have to be defensible in your data? Are you having to produce a certificate or results? Are you going to have to justify your results to a quality manager? Again, that's going to be part of your decision cycle. And then we have the added benefit or bonus of having to deal with legality and availability. So I really want a high THC cannabinoid matrix that is certified. Well, then we stumble into the obstacles of legality and availability. So then you have to decide, how can I rework my fit for purpose, or rework the method, or rework what I need to do to give me what is available and what is I can obtain. So let's talk about, now that you have your sample, it's all nice and the particle fineness is below 0.5 millimeters. And at this point, let's say you want to add your standard. So then fine, you add your standard to that, and then you could do digestions or your extractions or anything like that. So if you do it before you do an extraction or a digestion, you add a standard, an internal standard. This really is a true like spiking standard or a recovery standard. This will tell you how well you did your extraction or your digestion. So the first type of standard, if you measured it there, that it will tell you how well you did your sample homogenization. A different type of standard you add here will tell you how well you did your extraction or your digestion. And then the standards that you add right before analysis are the ones that you're going to use to quantify your sample, or the ones that you're going to use outside your sample to do your calibration curve and do your quantification. So those are more of your cal curve standards and things you're going to quantify against. And you always want your standard to be within the dynamic range of the system and the method that you're operating in. You want your limit of detection to be at least 3 standard deviations from the blank, or above 3 signal to noise. So LOD, and that's a method limit detection also. You're going to use your blanks and your replicates to show that you're over your limit of detection. That's the lowest point that you're going to be actually able to see something, not quantify, see. So now level of quantitation is, or LOQ, is usually about 10 standard deviations from the blank, or signal to noise from 10 to 20, above 10 to 20. That is the lowest point that you can quantitate a sample. On the other end of the scale, there's the limit of linearity. This is when you've started to lose that linearity. You've saturated your detector. So this is where any results you get are going to be skewed because you've saturated the detector. So your working or dynamic range is between your LOQ and your LOL. And this is where your target should firmly lie, in the middle of this. And your standards should bracket before and after and on top of your target. Sometimes you have to run pre-experiments. When you're doing methods development, you have to run pre-experiments to figure out where this dynamic range for that particular target might be. So sometimes there's a lot more legwork to do before you even receive your very first sample for testing. And of course, there's a huge range of standards for cannabis. We have the toxic elements, the heavy metals, we have nutrients, we have solvents, pesticides, terpenes, flavonoids, cannabinoids. So there's a huge range of them, and they're used for a lot of different purposes. For tuning, we use external, internal standards, as we've talked to before. So there's a lot of to think about when it comes to the analytical testing. I'm just going to go move on a little bit though into where I'm most comfortable with, is the organic ways of testing samples. So when you first look for an organic method, this looks identical to the standards, right? That's because all of these same conditions have to apply for the methods that you choose. They have to be suitable for the type or the identity. They have to be fit for purpose for the form that you're going to be testing in, the matrix, the conditions, the analytical range. If I want to test for parts per billion, I'm not going to use an IC or an ICP-MS, an ICP or ICP-OES. I'm going to use ICP-MS. If I'm going to be testing for parts per billion in the organics lab, I'm going to be using an LCMS or a triple quad LCMS. I am probably not going to be using a GCFID for that. So you want to make sure that the method you choose, the instrumentation you choose, fits your analytical range of the conditions that you want to run it in. And you're going to have to decide, what am I supposed to be doing with this data? Because that is also going to influence how your method is built and statistics that you build into it. Another thing you have to consider is the actual chemistry of what your targets are trying to be. So if you look at the very popular organic targets, there's a lot of information. We have boiling point and log and pKa, and all of these are important when you are doing methods development, you're building methods, or you're doing methods validation, because you want to understand the chemistry of your targets and make sure that you are playing to its strengths. So many of the targets, if you're going to be doing UV or UV vis or spectrophotometry or LCMS with UV vis, you're going to want to know, what are the functional groups on your targets? Are there alcohols? Are there aldehydes? The benzene rings? So these are going to give you an idea of where to focus your attention when you are building and tweaking that method for your particular interests or targets of interest. Now, if you're doing LCMS, if you're doing HPLC, you're going to really care about polarity. You're going to care about the polarity of your solvents, especially if you're doing reverse phase, you're going to be wanting these high polarity solvents, but you're going to want your pKas and your log Ps to be in the same range as the solvents that you are trying to test them with. So I'm going to be wanting to use water, acetonitrile, methanol, things like that when I'm testing cannabinoids by HPLC or LCMS, because their pKa and their log P values are in the same range of the polarity indexes that I'll be using for that particular method I'm running. So here's a typical type of cannabis conditions for a cannabinoid method. Most people use a C18 column or something similar to that. Very typical conditions, water and acetonitrile. If you are using an HPLC, you want HPLC grade or LCMS grade water. You're going to be using a modifier, either formic acid or ammonium formate, or sometimes both of them together. And you're going to want to monitor the wavelengths for the different functionalities of the compounds. So you're going to have alcohols, you're going to have benzene rings and things like that. So you're going to be monitoring different wavelengths where the max nanometers for each of the max of each compound is going to be found. So this is a very typical order of elution. There can be differences depending on the exact conditions of your column and the phase of your column. You have your early eluters. They are going to come out pretty close together. You're going to probably end up doing a lot of method of development to try to move those away from the start of your elution. And then you have your late eluters. You're going to want to make sure your method is long enough to catch those late eluters. And then you have the ones in the center, including the ones that seem to be of a lot of interest to a lot of people, the CBD and the D8 and the D9. And the other speakers were correct. The D8 and the D9 do co-elute in a lot of methodologies, and there's a lot of work being done, myself included, to make sure we get consistent, robust methods for the separation of D8, D9, and some of the other analogs we've talked about also, the O and the Delta 10 and the rest of them. You're also possibly going to be running things by GC. You can run some of these compounds by GC. Just remember, if you're running GC, that acids and GC are not really good friends. So you're going to want to derivatize or do something with your acids in order to get the best results from GC. But for GC, boiling point is very important. You're going to want to consider the boiling points of your compounds. Those are going to give you a rule of thumb as to the elution order of your compounds by GC and GCMS. And you're going to want to be using solvents that are low boiling points, and they're nowhere near the boiling points for the cannabinoids or the other targets that you're going to be using. So you're going to follow usually a fairly simple, straightforward GCMS method. These are, you call them an XX35, we can call them DB35 or RTX35. It just means it's 35% diphenyl and 65% dimethyl pilosiloxane. So this is the standard column. Again, you're going to want to derivatize for acids, and you're going to want to make sure you'll be using GCMS or pesticide grade solvents for the most part. Now, when you look for standards for cannabis, just remember, look for the chemistry. Does the chemistry fit what you're trying to do as your target? And if you don't have an exact standard for that, do I have another compound that fits the criteria, that is similar in type or identity, that I know is not in my sample, and can I use that instead? Do I have a standard in the same form? So maybe I have a standard in a sugar base or an oil base, or is it a plant material? Is any of the matrix from that material for my standard going to interfere or not be present? So sometimes you can actually buy a standard and you can use a blank matrix and then add your standard to your blank matrix to make the standard. You want, when you're doing cannabis, that all of your different matrices that might interfere with your analysis are present. So if I have a particular sample and I'm using, let's say, cornstarch, I'm using as sort of a generic plant base, but I know it has high potassium or high sodium or something like that in it, I will artificially spike the matrix with the appropriate amounts of background elemental interference to make sure that I'm simulating what a true background is for whatever my target is. So you can also match your matrix in that way, where if you know your hemp matrix is got slightly different, maybe terpenes, you could spike that in so that you compensate for the differences in the matrix background. And sometimes you have to do this because of the availability or the legality of it, or sometimes your method just requires it. And you might even have to adjust your method on what availability and legality of the standards that you have for it are. So there are different ways of using methods and using methods for cannabis. Of course, a lot of us have in-house in-house methods, and these are generally unrecognized methods. And then of course we have the ASTM methods and AOAC and things like that. These are methods that are validated, they're verified, they go through testing, they go through round robins. So this is a consensus or a voluntary method. The nice thing about ASTM methods and other methods by other regulatory bodies or standards organizations is a lot of them get adopted into the official methods that are then mandated by the different states or the different countries. And you're really going to need standards because you have to validate and verify for your own use that this is fit for purpose. And in order to do that, you go through a method validation process. And this happens to be also very similar to the ways that we validate standards. You're going to make sure that you can have selectivity and specificity. You're going to want to make sure that it's within the limits and you can calculate your limits of detection, limits of quantitation. All those statistical analysis is uncertainty and true value. You're going to need those as well. Your method robustness, what's the precision of your method? And your system suitability. Is this chromatographically, if you're doing chromatographic processes, is it suitable, and do you have the right resolution? Do you have the right selectivity? And if you're interested, I'm actually doing a webinar tomorrow with Cannabis Science and Technology, and I will discuss all about method validation and the cannabis and some tips and tricks. And I also did a webinar that is on Antilla's website, my parent company, all about, and that really breaks down all the statistics and the calculations for how do you calculate your uncertainty and how do you calculate precision and accuracy. So if you're interested in either one, you can join us tomorrow, or you can stream the recorded version on the Antilla website to really get a deep dive into method validation and statistical calculations. And do you do method verification or validation? If a method already exists, but it's a change in technology or it's a change slightly in process, you could do a method verification. But if no existing method exists, then you have to do a full methods validation. And you're going to use standards. You're going to have to run identification checks, qualification checks, high concentration checks, low concentration checks, limit checks. So you're going to have to run a lot of different samples for a lot of different purposes. And of course, always keep in mind, what are you trying to accomplish with this method, and what are you going to have to do in order for this method to be validated or verified? And I hope I tried to make up a little bit of time for the next speaker. So I guess I have some time for questions if there's any time for questions, Rob.
Okay, thank you, Patty. Another excellent presentation. Thank you very much. We don't have many questions, although there's a comment, and also someone, actually Andrew Way, said, come make them in Canada. I'm not too sure what you mean, Andrew, but I'm sure it was good because Chuck Olivier put his thumbs up to that. So
I'm sure he means that there are more and more standards, cannabinoid standards and matrix match standards being produced in Canada. There are in many countries.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Excellent comment.
But you can't transport them here into the US, unfortunately.
Oh, well, that could be a problem.
Yeah, so if you're a US testing lab, then you are still in the same boat that the standards manufacturers here in the US are in.
And a comment from Nandu Sama from USP. The challenges for clinical cannabis and cannabinoid research in the US are described by authors from the FDA and NIH in a recent paper. And he gave a link and he said it is a very good read. So that's that's an interesting link there put out by Nandu.
Thank you very much.
And I don't see any more questions. Oh, hang on, sorry. One just came in and it's a comment. And it's from Nina. Thank you, Patricia, for your very helpful presentation. Could you please provide links to your other presentations in the chat? I'm sure that would be doable. Okay, great. Okay, once again, Patty, excellent presentation. Okay, let's move on to the third talk in the oral presentations panel. And that is a contribution from Kate Evans from Longboard Scientific and Melissa Forth or Fouth from who's the CEO of Fritz Milling, the Americas. And this is a study on coffee grinders versus commercial mill of hemp inflorescence, evaluation of a cannabinoid potency by HPLC UV and sample throughput considerations. And let me just tell you that Kate just sent me an email to say that she just lost power and she's going to present from her mobile. So let's hope that things work out. Kate, are you there?
Hi, Rob. Yeah, I'm just trying to get back in action here.
Okay, you need a while. You need a little bit of time.
I think I got it here. Let's see.
Did you set up a hotspot for your computer to
Yeah,
connect
I
to?
did.
Yes, good job.
Okay.
Wow, she's
That'll
done
work
this
quite
before.
well.
Obviously, you have a lot of power cuts in Colorado.
Let's see.
And at that rate, Kate, you will definitely want to not have your video on to save the bandwidth.
Yeah, probably so. Let's see. Turn
But it's
that
good to
on.
see you.
Thank you. See if we can share this.
And there we go. Start your presentation mode and you're good. There we are.
Okay. Thanks again for inviting me to speak. Sample preparation and homogenization are kind of near and dear for anybody doing this kind of work for hemp and cannabis. There are a lot of challenges and a lot of different technologies and techniques for sample preparation. And I'm just going to go into a few. Mainly, as Patty mentioned, and it's very important to have a representative sample. And so how do we go about getting the right sample size? And there's a lot of differences between hemp versus cannabis on those sizes that come into the laboratory. And particle size is very critical for extraction purposes, as well as, how do I measure that? And how do I know what my particle size is? And there's technology for that as well. There's simple sieves, or you can buy sieve shakers. There's a lot of different ways to measure that. And it's important when you're validating your method to actually look at those parameters. There's different types of mills. Do I use a grinder that has a blade, or do I use a ball mill, or do I use a cryogenic mill, or how do I go about prepping my sample so that I do get a representative sample from the batch, and then from there how do I take my test portion and make sure I'm not losing volatiles like pesticides and or terpenes, and even cannabinoids. You can cause decarboxylation. And there was a little switch in the access to the laboratory. I don't personally own a laboratory, so I have to collaborate with partners. Originally in Denver, and we ended up moving that over to Virginia. ECC Test Labs was kind enough to let us design a study and work on actually doing a hemp trial and then 2 different cannabis strains in her laboratory, as well as contributing to this development of the working standard that I have open right now. So there's been a lot of back and forth with that standard. It's kind of not so much controversial, but certainly a lot of people have a lot of opinions about the best way to prep samples. And so talk a little bit about that. Again, sampling matters. And how do you go about getting the correct sample size? And that usually is dictated by your regulatory state that you're operating in. And there is, however, a good guidance document. ASTM has put together a very good standard. It goes into how do you take the sample and make sure it is representative up to 15 pounds. But then you look at other states and they may have 50 pounds. So how do you know what is the correct way to sample, and how do I pick the right representative sample that actually is received by the laboratory? And initially, a lot of, as mentioned previously, there are different cannabinoid content in stems, leaves, whole bud, that varies. So you want to be able to kind of blend and homogenize everything as one. I mean, there's a lot of discrepancy when there's cherry picking. I'm just going to take the best part of the whole bud. You know, that's not really the correct way to approach, you know, sampling and just homogenization in general. The sample that then gets taken from the received sample is what we call the laboratory or the batch sample. And from there, that could be, you know, 20 grams, it could be 10 grams. Well, you're not going to run that through your HPLC. So you're going to take a representative, another subsample that is usually, you know, 200 milligrams to a gram, depending on what your method is. You know, so if you're running potency, it's usually not a gram sample. It can be 500 milligrams or 200 milligrams. So that's the test portion, and that's kind of the focus of the discussion. Milling and grinding, there's so much different technologies, and there's a lot of different ways to do it. You know, there are some pros and cons to each, but the main thing is that you want to be able to clean and be able to validate that process. So in between running your samples, are you able to effectively remove the prior sample? And you can verify that by you know, doing a cleaning validation initially to make sure there's no carryover. And you know, I work with a lot of labs that use like Magic Bullets and Ninjas and all these non-commercial grade products, and they cause problems. They cause significant carryover. And you know, I don't you know, recommend it. There are other products out there. Even a stainless steel coffee grinder is better than going with plastic parts. So there's, you know, RoboCoos, that's pretty popular because you can do large sample size, so more directed at the hemp industry. First has a P11 mill, which is a blade grinder. Has some, you can have varying sample sizes up to 4 liters. So they sell like a stainless steel container, so you can do larger sample sizes. And they also have a ability to do with these small plastic blade. They're from ICA and they are reusable. You can use them multiple times and they work very well for sample sizes under 5 grams. There's also other milling, you know, Roach, Omni, the Specs ball mill works very well. It is very configurable. You can run up to 16 samples at a time in a centrifuge tube, adding 2 to 3 11 millimeter balls. So very popular for high throughput laboratories. And the nice thing about ball mills is that it carries through the entire process. So you add your sample, the dry plant material, you add the balls, and then you can add your extraction solvent directly into that container. Again, you know, this is a topic all on its own. Cryogenic milling is very popular for edibles, but it can also be, you know, used for plant material. I've seen laboratories use, you know, freezing in a -80 for up to an hour. And if they have the ability to obtain liquid nitrogen, I work with a customer of mine that is in Hawaii. They don't have access to liquid nitrogen very easily, so they have to use other techniques. There's you know, the Specs freezer mill, which is basically a bath where the sample is contained within a liquid nitrogen bath, and it can help with edible processing as well as for flour. I've even seen laboratories have you know, 20 to 25 mortar and pestles, and they add the liquid nitrogen directly into that device and then crush it into a smaller particle size. Sieving is very important early on, particularly as Patty mentioned, just so you know where you're at with your particle size. Particle size affects overall extraction efficiency. There are, you know, several publications in the literature, including a range between 150 and 1,000 microns for particle size. Recent publication that I read, there is a point of diminishing returns. So going lower and lower and lower, are you really going to get, a better extraction? And, there is, kind of a sweet spot between, 500 to 1,000 micron. 710 has been published and is used frequently for milling. And then again, as you collect samples, and there is an error associated. And so if you want to decrease that percent error, you have to increase either your sample size and or the particle size. So as your particle size increases, you could go higher and higher in the amount of material. So again, that is dictated based on your method and how you're sampling and what is actually coming into the laboratory. And this is how the trial was conducted. It was very, well thought out. We kind of hummed hum, how many replicates can we run? This is all volunteer. The material was donated. So we kind of had to make some decisions there. But basically, the bulk sample comes into the lab. You can see in this plastic bag, it was divided into 3 equal portions of 20 grams. And from there, each milling technique took 5 replicates. So 5 individual samples were run for each milling technique. So that would be a ball mill versus a coffee grinder and for P11 mill. So looking at all 3 of these techniques, we were able to look at cannabinoid potency as well as for terpenes. So initially, we did some predictions, and moisture is very important, and it's usually corrected in the measurement. Cannabinoid results, this was a predictive, slide here. And certainly you can look and see that there is a higher variability with the content of moisture going up with your cannabinoid variability. And again, for this study, we looked at overall mass of materials. So looking at anywhere between about 1.5 grams to just over 2 grams. And moisture was measured for the samples that were tested. And this was done for all techniques. So between the coffee grinder, oops, can you not hear me? Yikes. Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, it's just not advancing my slide for some reason. Okay, here we go. Subset A was for the hemp. We did 5 replicates. And in this case, we took the ground sample and ran 5 replicates. So that was sampled from split from 5 individual samples. So we didn't run that same sample 5 times. We actually took the 5 replicates and then passed that through as 0.2 micron after it was extracted with methanol and sonicated. I don't have all the method details. That was kind of kept confidential. However, this method was for 14 cannabinoids. And you can see that the variability between each of the various techniques was not that high. I mean, it was certainly, it's pointing towards the techniques not really causing much variability. In this case, this was for cannabis sample potency, looking at the THCA, and the CBGA and the Delta 9. Very little variability between looking at a ball mill, the coffee grinder, and the P11 mill. And another sample here showing a set from the 5 replicates on the same system, and not much variability between the 3 techniques. And lastly, we also looked at some terpenes overall. The average here, we included some error bars, but overall, There is a little bit more variability here with terpenes. Terpenes are a little bit more sensitive and volatile. But overall, there was very little variability between what was determined here in the panel. So overall, I think the variability was very minimal between the three techniques because of the way the laboratory controlled and did the sampling. So the consistency of the sampling definitely reduces the overall variability. And here I just show some quick snapshot of what it looks like for a coffee grinder versus a ball grinder versus the knife mill. And they're all very fine. I think, overall consistency is important here. You can see in the ball grinder, there might be a little bit more chunks, but when it is all blended and extracted, I think, you're getting a pretty consistent particle size. The samples were ground and tested as received from the grower. Usually this particular laboratory will dry the samples in a vacuum oven overnight before grinding for potency. This was not done. And in addition, when they run their terpene analysis, they do not grind the sample. So they just use, a whole bud. They take a representative sample of what was provided from the bulk sample. The sample results were not corrected for moisture, not at least on a dry weight basis. They are referring to the USDA interim rule, where it's usually required for determining if a cannabis sample is hemp. And again, I want to really thank my partners here. And ECC Testing Lab was the first lab in Virginia. She has recently expanded into the Ashland, Virginia. Melissa Fouth from the CEO here in the Americas, helping, kind of drive some of these studies and making sure that, we had the equipment available and helping out with the hands-on. Again, the overall, I think sampling and homogenization is, a very important topic, and particularly for this industry, and making sure that we have a standard practice in place. I do have a work item open currently. I've addressed 5 of the 10 negatives. Some of them are a pretty deep dive into the negatives being very technical, updating some references and some standard practice that other laboratories are doing. And then I estimate that addressing all those should be within, the new year here. So hopefully that gives you a good intro and how the standard came about. And if you want to contribute, it's definitely a worthwhile cause for sure.
Okay, thank you, Kate. Well, that worked. That's great.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's 100-mile-an-hour winds here in the Rocky Mountains, so it's always a challenge.
Well, you must be
See,
used
I
to that,
told you
though.
it was going to work all right.
Yeah, thank you.
So excellent presentation. Oh my gosh, the quality of these talks is excellent. I don't see any questions, although we handled some of the earlier questions for the other talk, so I don't see any new questions. An additional comment came in after Patty's talk.
Are y'all going to
Okay.
let her off the hook so easy?
Well, I know
Oh,
that, but
my.
I'm just saying, okay. Yeah, okay, a late comment came in about Patty's talk, and that was from Kenny G, and it says, thanks, Patricia, great presentation. But I don't see, okay, Patty put up her links to her information. No, hang on. Okay, sorry. Okay, one has just come in. This is from Ryan Kuziak. Interesting talk. Would adding liquid nitrogen remove all of the moisture in the cannabis? Could the cannabis sample and liquid nitrogen be added to some or all of these grinders? Good question.
Yeah, that is a good question. Liquid nitrogen is often used for preservation of dried material. I don't think it affects the moisture, but that is a good question. In terms of being able to add, definitely stainless steel and or there's, for example, the Specs freezer mill has a particular container that can handle liquid nitrogen temperatures. A lot of the other mills, you can add dry ice pellets. That is not as, obviously the temperature is different, and there can be issues with dry ice versus liquid nitrogen sublimation. It can cause losses when you're doing pesticide analysis. So liquid nitrogen overall, I think, is a better chirogenic additive. So yeah, I mean, you have to kind of pick and choose which grinder. Certainly, a lot of the ball mills also have special jars that are either stainless steel that you can immerse the entire jar into the liquid nitrogen bath. Care has to be taken when you're operating safely using those, and they're kind of, you know, 2 at a time. It's not like you can do the throughput.
Okay, I see a hand up by Blake Hafner, but let me just get to this other question which we got.
It was just
Exactly-
what she was discussing. That's why I raised my hand quickly, if you don't mind, sir.
Sure, okay. Go on, carry
Oh,
on.
I was just wondering if the CO2 can interact with the compounds in any way and change them, like the acidification of the cannabinoids in any way.
When you're adding dry ice or you're blending, I've not seen that personally, but I don't use a lot of dry ice in sample prep. I prefer liquid nitrogen. It's a little bit more readily available, at least here on the mainland, and it's definitely a little bit cheaper to use.
I just thought it might be a potential interaction and another deterrent from using CO2 or dry ice rather.
Okay, here's a very simple question, Kate. Exactly which coffee grinder was used for the study?
I think it was a KitchenAid coffee grinder. It had a stainless steel cup and stainless steel blade, but there are, you know, obviously the top part is usually plastic. So cleaning it and wiping it, you know, between uses is pretty critical. Keeping those clean. Probably why going to more of a commercial grade grinding apparatus is a little bit easier, because you can keep them free of contaminants.
Actually, I have a follow-up question to that. Do you see any contaminants from the material that the cutting blade is made from? If it's stainless steel, do you see any contamination from chromium, nickel, or iron in your sample?
Not usually. Initially, we were trying to add in some heavy metals analyses to this study, but the bandwidth just wasn't there. But it's definitely a consideration, particularly if you're adding chirogenics or something could get extracted from the actual container that you're grinding in. Certainly, it's something that is a consideration to look at, but I have not personally seen that.
Yeah, and I mean, you can probably buy different blades, I would think different metal blades, which are not so, which are not stainless steel, because I think, I mean, stainless steel is notorious for really, leaving an imprint in whatever it's in contact with, and things like maybe blades which are made from other metals which are less, contaminate, sort of less of a contaminant might be an option.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're getting more questions in. Okay, so this is from Terry Greshak, I think. Some hemp fraction companies are freezing the extraction biomass. Would this how or might it affect the evaluation of cannabinoids? May be similar to liquid nitrogen. Answer.
Yeah, I mean, certainly there's an impact, adding any sort of chirogenics, and it would have to be evaluated. Typically for sample prep of flower, I don't use liquid nitrogen unless, it's in particular for pesticides, or you want to preserve a volatile contaminant. So it's not something that, it's commonly used in every day, depending on if you have a mortar or pestle, then I have seen it used very frequently for for potency analysis. But it certainly has, seems to preserve and keep the cannabinoid content. So with enough replicates, I think you can prove that.
And a comment from Randy Shearer, probably liquid nitrogen would freeze the moisture but not remove it unless it was under vacuum. You want to comment on that?
Yeah, so in this, I think typically they do use a drying oven that is under vacuum for the prior to analyses, and they do a dry weight correction. But for this study, we're a little bit pressed for time and they did not do that, but certainly that could be a consideration that that would happen.
A good comment. And a final one from Michael Benko. I think that was in your answer to what was the coffee grinder you used. He said, okay, so it was a plastic top. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's great. That's excellent talk and really good questions. So let's move on to the lightning talk. And our first lightning talk is from Michael Bronstein from the American Trade Association for Cannabis and Hemp. Michael is the co-founder and president of the American Trade Association for Cannabis and Hemp. And he is going to give a talk about Towards Cannabis Beverage Control, Harmonizing Standards for the Cannabis Beverage Industry. Okay, one comment that I have is I noticed in Michael's very impressive resume that he worked for the British Labour Party for the Prime Minister Tony Blair back in 2005. So Michael, I guess you must be a Brit, but I don't know. But welcome to the ASTM and welcome to the workshop as a fellow Brit, but actually Welsh, so not English. Okay, welcome to the workshop, and I'll hand the floor over to you.
It's my pleasure. And for those of you who don't recognize my accent, it's Geordie. No,
okay, right. Okay,
which makes me tough to understand sometimes.
There's an excuse for you then.
but yes, no, I'm actually American. I was one of the only party paid political employees that was American, and so I spent my time at the Labor Party, surprising people with surprising and sometimes delighting.
Oh my gosh!
And at the same time disappointing people with my American accent. I remember one meeting in particularly. I think I was in the Midlands for something, and I went into a meeting and I was talking, and and it was at the Labor Party, and somebody turned and said, well, this explains a lot about the Labor Party.
Yeah, but I think he won that election, didn't he? I think he won the 2005 election.
Yes, he won, and
yes,
so the results speak for themselves.
Right.
But so at any rate, I really appreciate it. I also am I'm also a member of on the executive committee of D37, and I want to thank everybody here for all the work that they've done for this. I also want to thank, I saw Bob Morgan on here earlier for all the work that he's done. I know that he is hanging up the cleats as it were, and the meaningful relationship that both Tatch has had with ASTM over these years, the MOU that we've developed and building standards. It's really been tremendous, and that work has been greatly appreciated both from the staff and the organizational side. Today, since I know we only have a couple minutes here on the lightning round, I really want to highlight an initiative that and where the industry is at, to be able to talk about standards development around beverage, which has international and national implications. And at a time where companies are starting to develop beverages, the marketplace is moving. There are a number of categories here that we see moving internationally and also domestically in the United States. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the need and some of the things that we've identified here, and just sort of inside the committee and inside everybody who's represented here, think a little bit about how standards development is going to work going forward, and some of the things that we intend to address in the process as the market moves forward. Just a quick state of the
Hey,
cannabis.
Michael.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and have you hit that slideshow in the upper right-hand corner of your screen beside the word share. Bottom upper right-hand corner beside the word share is slideshow. It should do your full screen.
Yeah, I
Not,
don't love
not
doing the
share,
share.
slideshow, sir.
Yeah, I don't.
Slideshow.
Yeah, I'll tell you the truth. I don't love doing the share thing, so that's why I wasn't doing it. But I
Slideshow,
can
sir.
do-
Yes, sir. That. Press that.
Want me to do this?
Yes, there you go. Perfect. And carry on.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I usually tend to not do it because it's hard to see notes when you're doing that presentation. So, well, I'll do it like this.
Oh.
Fine. Where THC is permissible in beverage is growing among states. So the need for the need for this discussion is growing as well. And then we have two components here, both on the THC side, which would be the cannabis side of the equation, and then the hemp side of the equation on CBD, where and with CBD, these are states where CBD beverages are not expressly prohibited. Now, I want to create a caveat here with both maps that they're works in progress, and every time you present a regulatory map, it is changing. So if some of you may see states out there that you see differently on either of these maps, and we continuously update as we're working on regulations there in each of these states. And there's some things that count. There's some things that are on the border that we do count or we don't count. But what you can see here is there's a growing map, certainly domestically in the United States, where this is going on, and also internationally. So much so that we've established the Cannabis Beverage Council in Attach, and Attach's Cannabis Beverage Council deals with the regulatory, legislative, and marketplace expansion issues around cannabis beverage, and we represent the largest share of cannabis beverage producers in the marketplace. The committee was originally founded and co-chaired by Adolphus Bush and Scott Coors, and then we've got several cannabis companies who are producing beverages that people would know, such as Canopy, Organigram, Bellrock Brands, Vertosa, several of the large producers. So we've been talking about the need for standardization and what regulatory models look like. For what's going on out there in the states, generally, there's general agreement that there isn't really a great regulatory model out there right now. And we asked our membership what the best state regulatory system or what standardization would look like across the industry if there was a model to be taken from, which one there would be. And generally what we found is where people had their majority of their operations, they were saying had best models, but one of the conclusions was there weren't many good regulatory models out there. Somebody had mentioned Massachusetts in our survey because Massachusetts had taken beverage into account from the beginning. But what we found, both in the standards discussion and from a regulation discussion, is that beverage has really not been at the forefront as people have been thinking about standards and regulations. We want that to change, which is sort of the whole reason for this discussion here and some of the work that we're doing with ASTM. One of the things from a top line perspective for priorities for beverage is harmonization here. So I think across all of our standardization categories, harmonization is a really big critical point. For the purposes of harmonization of standards in the marketplace, on the beverage side, we see that as a primary goal here of the standards process, because in order to make the market scalable, in order to protect public health and safety and consumer protection, harmonization is critical to all of those underlying points. And then on top of that, with standards, education and path to market policies, we believe in the standards development process are things that will be able to come forward as we present and develop standards in the international, in ASTM International, and raise awareness in this venue for that. So here's the preliminary discussions that we've had internally on some of the things that we're looking at. One of the things we're looking at from a market to market standpoint, but also nationally and internationally, is what THC per single serving in a cannabis beverage looks like. And it's interesting, when we surveyed our membership, we thought that we didn't necessarily know in the beginning what might come back on some of these. But there was sort of there is a large consensus building around what cannabis beverage looks like from a single serving standpoint, and a lot of other items that flow from that in terms of labeling, advertising. Some of the things that you would think about in more of traditional standards development stem from those discussions. We talked about what should be in a single container. So it's interesting. About 2/3 of members said that there should be in this as it relates to the beverage category. And those who answered, those who said yes, there was basic uniformity of what that should look like, which we thought was interesting. In terms of labeling requirements, and what we might talk about in standards development, there's very strong support for transparency in the product, and that's something that's been a guiding force here for labeling. And there also was strong support for all cannabinoids around labeling requirements. So this comes into play with other standards that are being developed in ASTM. In terms of packaging and labeling. We also do believe that beverage should be addressed within those confines, but also separately, because the reality is that from a regulatory perspective and from a standards development perspective, we're finding that food and beverage sometimes are linked together, but beverage is an afterthought in those discussions. When we talk about discussions about childproofing, for example, or when we talk about what multiple servings look like in a cannabis product, or we take that into account for standards development here, that we need to actually specifically take into account the beverage category in here as well, because it's a much larger, it's a small but growing part of the market. And we need to address all levels of that market, and the product itself has the ability to proliferate over the next couple of years, and we hope that it does for a number of good reasons. So, like, kind of the future of this, and since we only have a couple minutes on a lightning round, I also wanted to from a standards development standpoint and what the future of cannabis beverage looks like. There's actually a heavy discussion around on-site consumption. And when we talk about social consumption and what's going on this, like most of the industry is in agreement that on-site consumption takes into account a cannabis beverage category. And in some ways, cannabis beverage is going to wind up being, and this could be 5 years into the future, it could be a couple years into the future. We hope sooner rather than later. But on-site consumption needs to be taken into account as we're talking about the requirements that we're developing in a standards setting. And when you're thinking about the future of beverage and on-site consumption, there are a lot of parallels here that we're talking about when we are evaluating standards. So, if we're talking about the need for varying potency on these things, or what limits look like based on current understanding of impairment, there are a lot of different products, and there are a lot of different places where standards development is going to matter in these areas. And we just, from a product standpoint, on both on the cannabis side of the equation and THC, we see this as an area of development here, and we see this from packaging and labeling to other areas of production that we would like to see harmonized across a number of different places. So with that, we wanted to raise general awareness both inside this committee and in this standards presentation for the need to address this ongoing issue in this lightning round, and also provide ourselves in the Attached Cannabis Beverage Council as a resource, because we will be starting the process of developing and submitting standards through ASTM International, of which our membership is really excited to be doing. So I think with that basically gets to the crux of what I wanted to cover today in this lightning round. And I just wanted to thank everybody here for their time and talking a little bit more about how we get to the harmonization of the beverage category and what cannabis beverage control is going to look like in the future.
Okay, thank you, Michael. You packed a lot in 10 minutes there. Pretty good for someone from Newcastle, I must admit. And I do apologize because Cheryl has just posted. Michael has been leading industry since the beginning. So great to see him at the ASTM. I apologize for my ignorance, Michael, but it won't happen the next time I introduce you.
Oh, nothing felt on this side. Most of the people in my own home have a hard time recognizing me on some days.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so
It's good to
Cheryl,
see everybody here in all seriousness. Yes.
Cheryl, okay, follows up. Great presentation, Michael. Thank you for your work over the years. Speaking of consumption lounges, there has been great dialogue in the New Jersey CRC and Nevada Commission about consumption. Have you been involved in this conversation? If so, are you encouraged?
Yeah, so we have been very involved in the conversation. Now, the interesting thing that from a standards perspective is on beverage, one of the things that we've pointed out in the discussion around social consumption, there's a lot of discussion where it really only takes into account either the smoking of cannabis or the vaporization of cannabis. And there's a lot of clean air discussion around that. And people don't necessarily realize that some of the future of what could be going on here is cannabis beverage, which there's a lot of potential around that in regards to that. So we've been raising awareness. We've submitted comment to both CRC and have been in discussion in Nevada on it. And we're also heavily involved in the regulatory development phase on that. So yes, we've been looking at that, and we also will be involved basically if any other state is looking at it as well, which includes New York right now and a couple other states. We've been trying to lead this conversation around beverage.
Okay, great answer. Actually, I didn't realize that Cheryl is a Geordie also. She lived there from 2005 to 2008. Well, we learn something new about Cheryl all the time. And coming from Alan Sutton from GW Pharmaceuticals, did you ever develop a tolerance to cold weather?
Alan knows that I'm a Geordie. We've discussed it much over the years.
And Cheryl jumps in. I'm an Ireland girl at heart. Okay, this is from Mark Scaladone, I'm not too sure I pronounced that. I apologize if I messed it up. Most, if not all, canned cannabis-based beverages lose potency to the side of the can on standing, especially with higher dose products, approximately 100 milligram and 8 ounces, due to the hydrophobic epoxy polymer coatings used for aluminium, I should say, cans. What can be done, if anything, to address this problem in canned beverages? That's a great question.
It's actually an excellent question, and it's one that we actually were discussing just yesterday on this as well, because one of the things is, and especially as we're developing standards around packaging, in containers, it's something that the industry has has started studying very heavily. Because if you look at potency over time, right, and you're talking about, well, what does this product look like? What does it look like over time? And then potential expiration dates, right? So it's not like we have, where people are trying to make the comparison on alcohol. a lot of the types of standards that we'd be making around it, and especially in terms of those areas about where potency is and when it is, those types of considerations need to be taken into account. So when we're starting to do standards development here, and I know that there's started to be some science developed around that particular issue, we need to take into account market-based solutions that are coming to bear to be able to continue to hold potency in the product, and also make sure that leaching into containers also is not happening. So I think that's something that's addressable, and it'll be addressable over the next little while. As we discuss standard development moving forward, and also the marketplace, how the marketplace is going to address those types of issues. And by the way, that was something that was going on separately. That was something from when we first started this committee, and the way people were packaging flour, there were some issues also with some of the containers and packaging that were being used there. So you're right to point that out with this. And I can tell you, I literally was on a call yesterday where we were discussing this exact very thing. So it's good to raise awareness here on that.
Great answer. Okay, Ralph has his hand up. So Ralph, take it away.
Yeah, thank you. Nice to hear that your talk, Michael. And in case people aren't aware, Michael actually is on the executive committee. He's one of our members at large since the very beginning as well. So he's been quite involved with us. But I guess the question is, when you're looking at THC per container limits and stuff like that, has any thought or has been any discussion of doing it similar to what they do in the alcohol industry, where they show for beer, for whiskey, et cetera, hard liquor, wine?
Yes, there has. And in fact, we had, if the presentation, I actually had several slides also on some other presentations that I've given on how the alcohol industry looks at it, since we have a number of participants on our end who are alcohol stakeholders, where they're from the traditional beverage industry that are looking at it. There are significant differences to be taken into account on this. And I think one of the things that admittedly has been kind of conflated, and this has to do with some of the campaigns that have been run over time, of which that we've been a part of, where we said, okay, well, we should regulate cannabis like we do alcohol, right? But when you really start drilling down on the cannabis beverage category, there are some pretty significant differences between how regulation works. They're corollary, but they're not, or they're analogous, but they're not exact. So there are things that people would want to see. And I also think that Ralph, there's a search right now I think if we were to ask ourselves here on the call, there is this idea where if you had a drink, you probably understand, for those of you who do drink alcohol, you probably do understand from having familiarity with the product, like the difference between how you feel after you would drink a shot or after you would drink whiskey, or the difference between that would happen if you were consuming beer. I think that those channels have not necessarily, because of the earliness of the product and also for the differentiation of the product in the market, the way that the consumer is using this product is not necessarily uniform, and people do not have the same level of knowing what their interaction is on there as well. So that I think is going to come through time. And I don't necessarily think, there will be, from the survey that we've done inside our own committee and with producers, we do think that there will be distinctions of those products, but we might not yet be ready to make a recommendation of how to delineate that and where in the marketplace. I think that's something that's going to happen over time.
Thank you.
Another comment from Cheryl. Glad to hear that you were speaking to the CRC. Okay. And Randy Shearer says brown glass is nice. Any comments, Mike?
So glass, one of the things also with how people want to package, and I think that this is something for a good standard for development here as well. In one state, we found that they were requiring brown glass. We do have people that are using lined products as well, where they're trying to solve for some of the leaching of product or potency variation. So, you know, with glass, one of the things that I would say, and that's been pointed out, and we have packaging and we have people who are who deal both on plastics, glass, aluminum, anything that sort of would be a material that you would look potentially on this. One of the things that we found is that also from an environmental concern, people have some environmental concerns around all of a sudden just moving all of these things to glass when people are trying to move away from glass, and for the cost of shipping some of the things that are being used on it. So there are other considerations around it, and also there's some preferences that people have that are manufacturing right now about what they've actually designed their containers in. So something that might be a purpose that we look at later, or that we look at in this committee, is around packaging and labeling, a glass, aluminum, maybe some of the things that we would normally look at for other products.
Well, Mike, I have actually a comment there. Having worked in the field of trace element analysis most of my life, I know that you can put acids into borosilicate glass because it would leach out the transition and some heavy metals. So you have to be very careful what you store, mineral acids in. So I don't know if there's any relationship between having a beverage in a glass container where the beverage might be slightly acidic, whether there's the potential to leach out transition metals from the glass bottle.
It's something that I would have to look. It's something that I would have to look into, and I don't have the answer to that offhand.
Okay, all right. Final comment from Ryan Puziak. He says a recall from Canada in June 2020 on beverages that lose potency over time, and he supplies a link to that product recall. So
it's terrific, because labeling, by the way, has been and will continue to be a large issue on this. And I should also say that with standards that are currently under consideration under ASTM, the universal warning label and some of the ways that testing is done around it, we are looking at those things from a beverage perspective, to be able to either provide feedback or to say, hey, this is great with what we've looked at.
okay, great. I think we should move on, but I just want to say that Andrew Way has supplied an answer to my question to him about we should make it in Canada, and he's clarified it. So let me just read what he's written. In the talk by Specs, they were saying making reference materials was difficult in the US because of cannabis legal status. In Canada, there isn't the issue, and anyone with a processing license could make them. The regulations are in the process of being amended to allow testing labs to make and sell reference materials as well. I think that's what Paddy said. I mean, not as many words, so it's a good point to make.
It's great.
Yeah, great. Okay, so let's move on. These
Michael,
discussions are
if
so
you hit
good.
the escape key on your keyboard, you'll get out of that mode.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
Yeah, so okay, so if you
And
weren't
stop your
here,
share, Michael.
if you were here earlier, you would know that the next speaker's talk has been replaced by another talk. So Natalie Seidel from A2LA is not talking, and this is a talk from yesterday, which is by Joan Webley from Nanoc Enterprises, Standardizing Spirituality, Social Justice, Sacramental Use, and ITAL Standards. So Joan, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Robert. I really appreciate you and the work being done by this committee. I apologize for not being able to be here yesterday, and I'm thrilled to be able to facilitate today. I am just going to go ahead and share my screen. For those who were here with us yesterday, I was to follow a segment that had looked at kosher cannabis and was continuing a discussion around, I suppose, particular communities and their interaction with cannabis and use of cannabis. Today I'm going to be speaking, I represent myself and the island of Jamaica, but today I'm really speaking about a particularly or unique situation that pertains here, and that is the use of sacramental cannabis. So for those not familiar with the scenario, I'll be starting by just looking at the reality very briefly, giving an analysis of what pertains in Jamaica versus the rest of the world. Many persons here, I'd be surprised if most persons here familiar and active in the cannabis space are not familiar with Rastafari symbolism or imagery or music as a part of your journey. And so I'm going to be just briefly touching on the reality of their situation and their situation in the wider world. Then I'm going to be looking at sacramental usage, just on a surface level, because time doesn't permit more than that, and I am not an official authority on ITIL standards. I will be sharing and beginning to highlight principles or key characteristics of sacramental use and the ITIL standards that are in development. And lastly, I'll be looking at sacramental rights and the process of standardization. I think here we are at a forum or a workshop that's really looking about the advancement of cannabis through standards. But the reality is that we have standards although they are objective by nature, where the aim for many is homogeneity, that sentence in itself kind of belies the subjective factors when it comes to standards. In other words, what is an executable ideal or a standard for one set of society or humanity may be the antithesis or the exact opposite of what particular sects of society will be striving for. So they have different standards, and homogeneity is quite antithesis or against the Rastafari version of what is ideal or optimal for cultivation. So I'll be looking at the duality of the two and seeing how we can attempt to, or introducing the conversation and planting the seed for consideration of the fact that the standardization process may validly want to explore the other approaches that include spirituality and plant medicine. In plant medicine. So again, I'm making the disclaimer that I am not actually here advocating on behalf of Rastafari. I am here speaking as a Jamaican professional who has worked in the industry. I am the past president of one of the first medical cannabis companies that was founded here. I'm an attorney by training and came into the field really due to my interaction with Rastafari communities when I worked in the creative industries and here in Jamaica. So I'm a Jamaican and I'm aware and intimately familiar with the Rastafari community, and my observations come from that experience, plus my myriad of professional experiences as part of the Jamaica Licensed Cannabis Association. I currently head the public education and capacity building workshop. So it's kind of all I've been focused on for a very long time now, is appreciating this particularly unique thing that we have in sacramental cannabis. So to begin, the reality, Rastafari and ganja in Jamaica versus the world. And so I've really just split the screen to make it very clear. It's on one side, we're looking at Jamaica, here we're looking at the world. So in Jamaica, unbeknownst to perhaps many of you, there has historically been severe persecution for the use of cannabis, or ganja as it's colloquially called, by the Rastafari community. When I'm speaking about persecution, it's similar to what may have been experienced, and I believe to a lesser degree overseas, because it could range from assault and arrest or incarceration to, in fact, murder or extreme bouts of violence. It's not just about the stigma, it got way more personal than that. Conversely, internationally, of course, there's been great popularity almost for Rastafari due to cannabis usage and the popularity of the usage through the music, particularly of Rastafari icons, Bob Marley, Peter Tosh, and I could go on and on. It's very divergent, the treatment of Rastafari within Jamaica versus outside of Jamaica, and particularly as it comes to cannabis. With the passing of the Jamaican legislation, which legitimized cultivation of cannabis, there was a special recognition and carving out for Rastafari within that space. And that's where they were granted what was called sacramental cultivation. If I'm not mistaken, or sacramental usage rights, rather. If I'm not mistaken, we are the first country in the world to have officially recognized those rights, and followed second by another island within the Caribbean, Antigua and Barbuda. So whilst our government recognized the historical usage of cannabis within the Rastafari community and carved out a space for that, no commercial activity was allowed. And of course, this is paradoxical because from the first Rastafari, Leonard Howell, the founder of much of the movement, cultivation of cannabis as a cash crop was a large part of their commercial as well as religious activities. Conversely, around the world, we see that the situation, while not so widely divergent, it's a little bit of a gray area. We can recognize, for example, Sisters of the Valley in California who produce some cannabis. There are churches in Canada that are exploring their sacramental rights and are working out and operating outside of the medicinal cannabis registered system. In other words, sacramental usage rights are widely registered, but there is still some uncertainty when it comes to the sacramental cultivation. So there's a bit of a gray area that persists as we trend and shift nations and societies from into this legitimate industry. Another point to note, just as we situate you in this conversation, is that JIPO, or the Jamaica Intellectual Property Office, where I also used to work, presently refuses to register any cannabis or ganja-related trademarks or design applications that contain traditional knowledge or traditional cultural expressions, symbols, ideology, etc., of the Rastafari community. So effectively, that means that there's a practice note in place, and there are revisions to our acts that are currently before the Parliament that would make it explicitly clear that designs from that claim to have some ownership or connection to the Rastafari community that are not valid will not be accepted. And that's already happening in practice. Conversely, throughout the world, I'm sure many of you would not have to look very far from within your communities, wherever you're located, to find some Rastafari symbols and trademarks being utilized in the promotion and commercial sale of cannabis. It's a widely used tool within marketing internationally. And for your viewing pleasure here, I've shared, for example, one object, which is readily available. And we can see that this Rasta man is representing Amsterdam and is adorning a shot glass. And I'll go on to say why this imagery in particular shows how it's interesting that internationally, there are no standards or recognition for this traditional cultural knowledge, but within Jamaica, we are grappling to protect it whilst limiting the ability to act on it for anyone, Rastafari or non-Rastafari Jamaicans. Okay, so with that background, I am now going to explore on a deeper level, what is sacramental use? What are we talking about? And share with you the evolution of what is coming to be known as ITIL standards. So sacramental use, and I've listed it here on this side of our presentation, has certain key characteristics that can be shared. You see, Rastafari, unlike many religions, is considered more of a livity, more of a way of life, and hence my topic being standardizing spirituality. There can be differences in the way in which things are practiced. However, as a general rule, the characteristics I've shared here are fairly uniform around Rastafari camps, groups, and individuals. So we start in consumption with the giving of Isis. This is a prayer. There's some reverence or a chant, some reverence that's expressed for the plant medicine, the healing that's contained within, and for the giver of life, creator of humanity, and for the wisdom of his imperial majesty. There is meditation, often followed in the consumption. Speaking here of the conscious consumption, so contemplation of the physical, mental, and emotional effects. It can be, I guess, akin to journaling, which is a practice of consumption that's more widely understood or practiced in the West, or in Western civilizations. Then groundations, another common feature. What this is about is communal consumption of cannabis and conversation. Conversation about the effects, the thoughts, and the heights that have been shared as through the plant and through the medicine that has been given from the plant. So again, this could, in a Western world, be considered akin to a therapeutic group chat, a counseling session to accompany the consumption. And I think this is very interesting because in many societies, we recognize that cannabis has treatment for depression and other mental health uses, but we don't necessarily prescribe or recommend that therapy or conversation and dialogue accompanies the use of cannabis. Moving on, the steam chalice is another aspect that is fairly standard. This is a type of consumption. It's a mechanism that does not utilize as much or lessens the heat that is used in the consumption of the herb. So Again, the Western equivalent would be a vaping device. However, in Rastafari, as much as possible. And of course, it's an evolving and contemporary spiritual practice. So you do have modern Rastafari who use vape pens and other means of consumption. But the optimal consumption is in a communal setting with a steam chalice, which is a vape made of organic materials, usually utilizing coconut shell and bamboo in the construction and consumption practice. And then there is the focus on consuming or using what is known as ital herb. So this is where I'm going to delve a bit deeper, because here we will find the real divergence from the homogeneity requirements that ASTM may be more used to. Ital herb is really a herb that is focused on being most organically grown with as little human interference as possible. Really, Rastafari believe that the divine creator in his wisdom when creating this plant to give its medicine also embedded the grower of the plant with the ability to grow the plant that had the medicine that person required. So there's a very personal connection to the growing of the medication and the herb that results. So ital herb, in more perhaps easily understood terms, does not want or involve the use of any chemicals or harmful additives. In fact, ital standards have been developed. Cheryl Murray Powell, a dear friend and convener of the global workshop I'm a member of, was there at a Rastafari presentation in Jamaica about 4 or 5 years ago, when Rastafari communities came together and decided to build that bridge towards the Western understanding of standards by really beginning to take up the charge of codifying their standards, or the ital standards, for the cultivation and usage of cannabis or ganja. It's a process that, as I mentioned, 4 to 5 years in the process, and the Rastafari community is self-developing. The certification system is well advanced in the journey of creating standard operating procedures or detailing, outlining standard operating procedures in an attempt to be able to bridge the gap that presently exists in the understanding of usage and practices surrounding sacramental cannabis. Permaculture cultivation is another feature of ital standards. So again, very different from what most of us in commercial cannabis consumption or cultivation would be used to. The practice of growing the plants together with other plants in harmony in nature, focused only on sun grow, not really wanting to utilize lights and other artificial elements, rainwater harvesting technologies, composting. Organic farming in general is the aim of a sacramental crop for a sacramental crop, and the ital standards of cultivation that accompany it. So you'll see organic preparations of pesticides, for example, if they need to be utilized. And also, finally, it's not so much to deal with a cultivation standard, but I do think it's important to note that the usage of cannabis and ganja for Rastafari is a part of, again, an entire livity. So as well as the inhaling or traditional uses of smoking cannabis, teas and tinctures are a big part of the lifestyle, and a vegetarian diet accompanies use, so that no alcohol is optimal. And I stress this in light of the last symbol or Rasta paraphernalia that I showed of the Rasta man holding the shot glass. So kind of not in keeping with the theme, but these are the things that are happening internationally, and these are our realities. I'm sharing again one of the many local resources that exist in Jamaica. I'm speaking from my position, but there are Rastafari who are very well able to articulate their experiences. The Kanakyo Rastafari Sanctuary, for example, is headed by Rasbaya. He is a Rastafari indigenous healer or alternative medicine practitioner with over 20 years of experience. And he is one of those persons, along with others in a group called Raga, who have really gone to great pains to begin the work of codifying ital standards and documenting their treatment practices so that more than anecdotal evidence is available. And that's really, in closing, where I think we need to go, and we need to find that balance between the space that sacramental rights exist or holds and the drive or strive for standardization. So within Jamaica, going back to this separation, there is a need for greater recognition of what Rastafari have been doing traditionally, intergenerationally all these years, and a priority, as a matter of priority, Rastafari need to be included in the commercial cultivation or space needs to be carved out for the commercial cultivation of sacramental ganja. To make it clear, the issue right now is that many of the practices involved in sacramental ganja are almost antithesis to some of the tracking and tracing procedures that have been outlined or put in place in our interim regulations for the medicinal cannabis industry. And so there's a balance that needs to be struck, and restorative justice really requires that our government do some work to support the journey that Rastafari has been on. They have made great steps of their own initiative and volition, and it would be great to now see our government take the ITIL standards that have been developed, review them, and see how best we can incorporate or streamline them into our existing national regulations for consumption. I also want to share that I don't think that it's as divergent or as different an aim as may initially be thought of. In ASTM, it may be few and far between, but I think there are existing standards that may be relevant for this sacramental usage. So we could see the incorporation of some of the Western or traditional, more traditional. What's more traditional? What we're doing now or what Rastafari has been doing since then. But I see where there is space for the incorporation of standards such as the assessment of rainwater quality, because Rastafari use rainwater. And I see where there just needs to be more appreciation for the fact that homogeneity, although it is important, we understand for aspects of uniformity, there needs to be consideration of the fact that uniformity is not always the ideal that's being struck for, and there are legitimate value systems that have different standards that they're trying to achieve. So there is enough anecdotal evidence for enough time for us as humanity begin to delve deeper into the spiritual grounding or the experiences being had and examine them closer to see what we can learn from sacramental usage of cannabis. That's it for me, Robert. I am here for the conversation.
Wow. I will never watch a cricket match in the same vein ever again, Joan.
Okay, please expand.
No, I'm a cricket fan. I'm from the UK, so I love cricket. But anyway, that was absolutely fascinating. We don't have any questions, but Cheryl has given a comment. Okay, Rastafari, great depiction of the reality with regards to sacramental use. Well done, Joan.
Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you, Cheryl.
And also big ups to Raz Baya. Is that significant to you?
Yes, Raspai, this is who I was mentioning had done all this work at Canada, documenting his practices. I appreciate they're not the questions. I am so sorry that I missed the kosher presentation tomorrow. I think that may have been my crowd more. But I think there are no mistakes, and I am here in the middle of a sector of following speakers very heavy on homogeneity. I would just like to put out that appeal once more, continue to plant and water that seed, that there is no denying the fact that there is a deeper healing that is experienced or that has been experienced by many, not just Rastafari, but through encounters with Rastafari practices and communion with the herb. And it behooves us to do greater exploration and try to really understand what's underpinning that natural mystic and to see what we can learn.
Well, you've certainly got us thinking about that, Joan. So excellent talk.
So there are two hands raised, just so you know.
Yeah, okay. Okay, Cheryl, would you like to jump in?
Yeah, I'm just going to be very quick. I just thought it was such a well thought out presentation. As Rastafari, it's really good to see that Joan's gotten involved in the standards process and that she can be a voice for the Rastafari community around the world and really clarify the liberty and clarify how heartfelt it is, the heartical parts of it, but incorporate science, and also she is an attorney as well, so she has the knowledge of the law. So I really love where she is now, and I think it's just the beginning as far as elevating this conversation and looking at opportunities to incorporate into standards. And Joan is a part of our diversity, equity, inclusion subcommittee as well. So we can really have some good dialogue as a continuation. So anyone who's interested in joining that conversation, you have a place to voice your opinions at the ASTM D37 Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Subcommittee D3793 of which I am a chair. But I just wanted to say with reference to the kosher presentation yesterday, it was phenomenal. I learned so much, and I think I would love to see, and I see Ralph's hands up too. So I'd like to see Ralph Perley and Rabbi Levi and Joan have a conversation about what the similarities and how we can kind of expedite the research that Joan is doing and the standardization she's working on. One key learning that I got yesterday was that kosher standards isn't about a blessing, it's about an inspection to make sure that it's clean or it's kushrat, that it meets the standards. So I think that was eye-opening for me, and I thought we had a higher mountain to climb until I saw that wonderful presentation yesterday. So I just wanted to share those words, but I'd love for you guys to get together, and we'll share the recording with you, Joan, so you can see that presentation from yesterday.
Thank you
Cheryl,
so much, Cheryl. Thank you. Sorry, Ralph. I just wanted to just share in response to Cheryl that I'm representing just me, not Rasta, and Rasbaya. I actually sent him the link this morning. I really hope he was able to join. And if not, I'm going to be bringing him to Equity, Diversity, Inclusion panel, because I would love at the next staging of this to be hearing from him reporting on his work directly.
Give thanks, and I'll bring Ross Billy as well.
Ralph?
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for your presentation. It was quite interesting. And of course, if you're interested at some other time, I'd be happy to set up a meeting with Rabbi Teitelbaum as well, so we can all discuss the approach that's used. But I guess my question for you is, if I understood correctly, when I gave a talk in Jamaica a few years ago on this is very much an oral tradition and an oral approach. So how would you suggest we can get, and that was we had a lot of discussion on that, was how do you think we can go ahead and standardize some of these approaches?
Absolutely, that was a sticking point, and thank you very much for the offer. First of all, I will definitely take you up on that and be that connector, because I'm really more working with or supporting the work of that RAGA group I mentioned earlier. But that was definitely a sticking point for many years in terms of getting recognition and building respect for the approaches that they have to cultivation and usage of the sacrament. And that's why I'm mentioning that. I think, as I said, 4 to 5 years ago, Rasbaya, I mentioned him again because himself, First Man, other persons from the grouping really took up the mantle. For full disclosure, it was myself and Cheryl on another panel in Jamaica who first compared to them. Ironically, my statements were, in the same way that kosher has a classification, you need to be able, as Rastafari, state and declare who you are. And there was some inertia in terms of, I don't need to declare who I am, I am. And what I'm grateful for is that at this point, the conversation has moved on to where initiative or persons have stepped forward and claimed the task of codifying what is largely an oral tradition and a highly personalized practice. So both Rasbaya, First Man, and the other individuals that are feeding into their process have come together and collectively determined what they would class as an ITIL standard. And that's how they've done that in the last 4 to 5 years. And it was done particularly to begin to bridge this gap and to have a meeting of minds,
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. And again, the offer of support.
Anytime.
Okay, we're getting some more comments here from Ed Nodland. Okay, let's have a look here. Thank you for expanding my awareness of the diversity of life. I read a lot online to supplement your presentation and expand my knowledge. So that's a nice comment.
I'm so grateful for that. Absolutely. Absolutely. The seed has been planted. Give thanks.
Right. And from Michael Benko, absolutely agree with Ed. Ties in great with the kosher viewpoint as well. So as we just mentioned. Okay. So,
so thank you very much.
Yeah,
I appreciate the opportunity to share
we can, I suggest we move on to the next presentation, and if any more comments or questions come in, we can ask them at the end of the last session in the lightning round, which is not proving lightning. But anyway, so okay, so the final talk in the lightning session is from Hunter Buffington from Santa Fe Farms, who are a fully integrated company leading the growth and development of the industrial hemp industry. And Hunter's talk is entitled Update on the Latest Technology Innovations that Will Aid in Compliance, Setting Standards, and Consumer Patient Protection. So Hunter, over to you, and you have 10 minutes if you can keep to that.
Yes, I will definitely do my best. And today must be a day for technical difficulties because my webcam stopped working this morning. So some of you may see that there are two of me, hopefully only one that has an actual video of me. So trying to overcome technical difficulties here. So there's been some really fantastic presentations. Thank you, Joan, and thank you, Michael, for setting the stage for my talk today. Because of the presentations that you guys have already heard, I want to mix up the format for mine just to, I think, help it make a little bit more sense. So the first thing that I want to talk about is the fact that we really are experiencing some issues when it comes to policy, regulatory oversight of hemp and hemp products. This map is 6 months old, and I want to share with you guys that I absolutely need to update this almost on a daily basis. What you see in front of you, the green states are favorable towards animal feed legislation or regulation, excuse me. And what I mean by that is that in their rules and in the legislative bills that they pass in order to allow for hemp cultivation and make it legal in their states, they use language that clarifies that food and feed can include hemp and hemp derivatives. You can see the states that are green that have that either in their bill or in rulemaking that specifies those products. You can see states that are in yellow, and thanks, Michael, for recognizing the work that Colorado has done around rulemaking, but yet Colorado is still yellow in the sense that we are very actively creating rules, but we do not have specific language that allows animal feed. And the reason that I'm focusing on animal feed is because it's a fantastic barometer to really understand where regulatory oversight is aligned with state legislation. And we're going to talk about what the federal bills and the impact of a lack of oversight at the federal level and how that's really affecting all of the work that we're doing. So the other thing that you can see in these states is that there are little chickens. Those chickens are represented by activity that is specific to allowing hemp for animal feed. In Oregon, it's very interesting. The
I
method
could
that they
just
use.
interrupt here.
Oh.
It's a little hard to see your screen. Could you make that full screen by chance?
Absolutely. Is that better?
Well, slideshow and presentation, as it were, it's a little hard to see the actual slide itself.
Okay, I am just struggling because my window, there we go. Hold on, I had to make an adjustment there. How's that?
Still the same.
It's very good. No, very good on
Oh, it's
mine.
fine now. It's fine.
Okay, very good.
Yeah,
I'm just
yeah.
lagging. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Okay, excellent. So what I was talking about is that Oregon has developed a hemp registry, and that includes both hemp grain derived products for animal feed, as well as those that are coming from co-products and derivatives of hemp that are more specific to cannabinoids. So those products are registered together, but it does give them an opportunity in a way to regulate the safety and efficacy of those products. So the point of sharing this slide is that we clearly have a long way to go for any kind of consistency in regulatory oversight. Not only are we lacking for good rulemaking at the federal level, But as you can see, this map is ever changing, and it really is something that I could do every single day to try and understand and be able to speak coherently about what states have oversight and which states do not. The other thing you'll find here is that there's a little capital for DC. Those are states where we know that we have hemp-friendly legislators at the federal level. So we are hoping to be able to utilize that political capital to bring about some common sense regulation. And really the key message here is that without this proper oversight and regulation, then we do in fact put our consumers at risk. And one of the things that I often talk with state regulators, because the state regulators are incredibly frustrated by the situation that they found themselves in. They absolutely know how to regulate for food and feed safety, but at the federal level, without oversight, many states are choosing to make this an unregulated product. When we think about products in the United States, I think most of us recognize that on kitchen counters are going to be hemp products either for ourselves or for our pets. And when we think about those being unregulated, it should very much be a concern for us, especially as professionals working around standardization and figuring out how to fix that. All right, well, I'm trying to, oops, I think I went too far. Sorry, just one moment. Okay.
All good.
This is, I'm trying to go back one slide, so I'm sorry, please bear with me now that I'm committed here.
In the lower left corner of the main screen, there are some navigations you can click with your mouse. Lower left of the main screen.
All right, I got it. Thank you. So I wanted to kind of work on a top down and just share with you guys that there is a lot of activity happening at the federal level. In spite of this activity at the federal level, there's some key components that have not actually been mandated. One of those, many of them, in fact, are in the hands of the FDA. So even though USDA regulates hemp as a crop, most everyone on this webinar is very familiar with FDA's interaction with creating oversight. And there's a real need for the FDA to set two particular items. And I would love to hear your thoughts, Michael, on what I'm going to suggest. But the first one is that daily recommended consumption of CBD. This is something that has come up over and over again, even in talking about animal food intended for human consumption. That would be a critical component to move us forward in actually regulating CBD in hemp foods, hemp beverages, and in animal feed. The second thing is recognition of what would be a non-detectable limit of THC. Not only is that a critical component for the US anti-doping agency as we consider athletes and animal athletes, but that's also preventing a lot of import-export markets from being able to move forward. I think a lot of us would love to see that actually happen. Okay, so when we think about where we are in standardization, there's a lot of new elements that are coming to play, not just around regulating feed and food products, but what does the opportunity for impacting agricultural emissions with hemp, and how does that affect how we look at our own food supply chain? So I wanted to at least bring this up to everyone's thinking. D37 has initiated a sustainability committee. That's going to be the primary work that's going to be coming out of that group. But again, this really speaks to where we are in the hemp industry from the standpoint that while other agricultural commodities have enjoyed the last 88 years of innovation, of research, of collaboration, and really market expansion, Hemp, on the other side, is really in a place where we're going to have to make up a lot of that research and so much time that has been lost. And I really am hoping that this focus on carbon in the agricultural sector is going to help drive some of that research. And also, it's very healthy for animals to consume hemp. And we've seen a lot of great research coming out on inclusion of biochar and how that decreases the amount of methane production in ruminant digestion. So there's a lot of interesting opportunities. And this is where we start to really become concerned over standardization. I want to share this slide for one reason and one reason only. And it's on the right side in that big yellow circle. You see FDA CBM approves data collection methods, analysis and trials begin. Not only do they need to approve the data collection methods, but there is also a real concern over approving methods for assessing cannabinoids, not only in foods, which there's been a lot of really great expertise that is not my intention to talk about, but rather when we think about cannabinoid transference in tissues. If we think about animals being fed any kind of hemp products or cannabinoid product, and those animals then entering the human food chain, that's really an opportunity for international markets, but we can't do that until we have these methodologies approved. And that's, you can see that this chart is quite complex. There's a lot that goes into not only getting an approval for a new ingredient definition, but of course a feed additive petition, which mimics the food additive petition that is regulated by FDA. And I want to just take you guys to a little bit of a historical review quite quickly. I mentioned prohibition, and it is in fact the fact that prohibition began in 1937. The Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act was put into place in the 1950s. At the time that the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act was put into place, then of course we were not able to legally produce hemp in the United States, and that prevented us from being able to grandfather historically used hemp food and feed products into the list of common commodities today. So unfortunately, we are beholden to now present a new ingredient definition and a new food additive petition for every hemp product and byproduct, with the exception of 3. There were 3 GRAS notifications that were accepted by the FDA in 2018. Those are for human consumption only, and it's protein powder, hemp seed oil, and hemp seed hearts. So those 3 products are actually allowed in human food and human beverages. However, anything outside of those 3 products is still prohibited. So you can see that we have a ways to go. All right, so this list is, I'm not going to go through this list. Don't be worried that we're going to spend some time reading together. I'm going to leave this here for the majority of the rest of my conversation with you guys today, simply because this is a list of a clinical feed trial. And again, a clinical feed trial is very similar to a new foods trial. And my goal with this slide is to simply show you how cumbersome that process is and what we really have to do to overcome this lack of history and research, and where we have innovation and research that's helping to address these things, because there are quite a few groups and efforts being made, not in the United States alone, but also internationally. So the Canadian Hemp Trade Alliance has been working very diligently to present definitions and identify action limits and thresholds for food and feed ingredients. They're working very closely with ASTM and the D37 Committee on Industrial Hemp to move that forward. That's great work. I'm very excited to also be a part of that. In addition to that, we have the Hemp Feed Coalition that submitted the first ever application for hemp seed meal to be fed to laying hens. Some of you who are in Pennsylvania may be able to enjoy Chicks Creek eggs that the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture accepted as GRAS within Pennsylvania. So any of you guys that are enjoying those eggs, let me know how they are. Other groups that are working on this information includes the Oregon State folks, the feed control officials who also engage with the American Association of Feed Control Officials are also working on creating definitions. My hope is that I'll be able to create a center point where we begin to share consistent definitions and work to try and avoid continuing this kaleidoscope of understanding and regulatory oversight that we see now. There's also a lot of USDA and Agricultural Research Service work. There has been some feed trials. There's work currently on biochar opportunities and specifically looking at hemp ingredients as well as cannabinoid transference. There has been some work at the North Dakota ARS specifically on cannabinoid transference in meat from beef cattle that were fed hemp during a pilot project. There's also great work happening at Kansas State University with Michael Kleinhens. Some of you may have been exposed to his recent publications. If not, that's a fantastic source to find out where we are in measuring cannabinoids in those eggs that we talked about, as well as in meat. There is some focus on milk at Oregon State University. But really, again, what we need is to circle back to the development of consistent standards. And this is the work that I enjoy doing here at ASTM, but really we're a ways away from being able to get all of this in one place where it's very consistently shared, not only in the United States, not just at the state level, but then also federally. So some of the innovations that are happening, not only in understanding cannabinoid transference, but also in genetic availability of low THC and potentially non-THC genetics. When those innovations come online, it's going to give us a lot better opportunity to try and meet some of these international standards where the targets are non-detectable limits of THC. But I want to leave you guys with my presentation today to say that the chemistry that is needed to address these issues and to move forward on standardization is not just an important aspect of the work that we do at ASTM, but it's a critical component that's necessary for the hemp industry. And I really do hope that there are folks out there who are hearing our conversations today and are getting excited to help work on some of these issues. One of the biggest complaints that I have in doing this work is that FDA, CVM, AFCO, and USDA will often ask for approved methods for analytical chemistry. And although many of these methods have been internally validated, there's very few that have gone through the process of AOAC validation. And it makes it very challenging to say with surety to these agencies that we do in fact have validated methods. So that's the thing I would like to challenge you guys to help the industry with. And for those of you that are industry leaders, let's make sure that we're putting forth those approved methods so that we can use them. And if many of us are already doing that work, what a great opportunity to share resources and continue that internal validation, and ask that ASTM can also help drive some of those initiatives. With that, that's all of the slides that I had. I really am trying to keep to 10 minutes. So there's a lot of content that I just kind of crammed in there for you guys. But I do hope that there's some questions for me and some of you that may be excited about what is happening and hopefully impassioned to do some additional work to overcome these issues and gaps in research.
Thank you. You did keep your 10 minutes, so that's great. Thank you very much for that. I was running a little late, but there are not many questions, Hunter, but let me just see. Okay, this is one from Kenny G. Any anticipated timeline about the FDA recognition approval for hemp seed cake and meal in chicken feed?
Excellent. Hi, Kenny. Thanks for that question. Do you like that? That's part of my answer, actually, is that big drawn out sigh. We have had another meeting, a conversation with AFCO and FDA about this application. It is 180 days every time that we submit new information that the FDA CVM has to then respond to us. So it's very much a back and forth. What I can say with surety is that FDA CVM said that they intended to lightning speed these applications for hemp. And what they meant by lightning speed was 2 years. So I don't know how you guys feel about 2 years being lightning speed. However, again, there's two big barriers that we've been presented with in that application. The first one is a lack of an approved method for the cannabinoid transference in the byproduct for those hens, that's the eggs. So we're working to try and figure out how to overcome that. That's a big reason why I spent so much time talking about that, because this is our first application of what is potentially going to be many. And so if that methodology is going to constantly pause our applications forward momentum, then this is something that is going to need to be overcome, not just for this application, but for every application in the future. The second issue, and I would love anyone's thoughts or feedback on how they think we could overcome this, is the FDA's constant use of preclusion of Epidiolex as a mechanism that will prevent CBD in food and feed. And in that conversation with this application, what they're saying is that because CBD is found in this material, even though it's naturally occurring, and by their own recognition, it's found in trace amounts in the seed, they're still using that as a reason to ask questions and pause our application moving forward. So this is definitely something that I'm working on, and a lot of groups are working on to try and understand that clarity. I will mention that 2018 Epidiolex was approved as a pharmaceutical drug for epilepsy in children, the same year that that first GRAS notification for those 3 hemp seed products also was accepted. So we'll see.
Okay, this is from Terry. Okay, Terry Grashik. Terry, I apologize if I messed the pronunciation up. Okay, a similar sigh in Canada for potential hemp seed meal cake approval as feed ingredient in Canada, but we remain hopeful within the year. Appreciate the sharing of work with USA's Hemp Feed Coalition and Hunter's efforts. So that's a nice call out to you, Hunter.
Yeah, and Terry and CHT are doing great work, and no pressure. They are submitting multiple ingredients and multiple species at the same time. Great luck. I've had my fingers crossed for the last 6 months, Terry, on that. But if we can get that approval moving forward, my hope is that it will also motivate the FDA CVM here in the States.
And a final comment from Cheryl. She said, really excited that we get to hear from Hunter. So another nice comment about you.
Thank you, Cheryl. I'm excited to be here. And like I said, I hope that I got some of you excited about doing some of this great work.
Okay, I'm going to hand the moderator's hat over to Ralph because I'm on next. And I don't think it's ethical to introduce yourself and talk about yourself in a role as a speaker. So I'll hand it off to Ralph and he can introduce me however he wants.
Thanks, Rob. And thanks again, Hunter, for your participation. I think it's great to take over at this point, and there's nothing unethical to represent yourself. It just makes it easier, I think, to have somebody else moderate it. So we're going into the next session now, and this session is again we're gonna have 3 talks, and then we'll go back to the way we were doing it before, and that is the questions will be at the end of the 3. We'll have a panel once the 3 speakers have come through. We realize we are running a little bit late, but please, by all means, if people need to walk away a bit, of course, as I'm sure you've been doing all day, do that and continue and come back. We'll try to make up some time later on. but the 3 talks will be 20 minutes. So the first one will be, of course, by Rob Thomas on regulating elemental contaminants in cannabis and hemp consumer products, what we can learn from the pharmaceutical industry. Rob is no stranger to ASTM. He's been very, very involved. And in fact, as little as June of this year, he was chairing and he organized and chaired a workshop on measuring elemental contaminants in cannabis hemp consumer products. It was a very well attended one. And thanks again, Rob, for doing that. And over to you now with your presentation.
Okay, thank you, Ralph. I very much appreciate that. Okay, Chris, okay, can you just see my slides? You don't see my notes, right?
No, we actually see your notes.
Okay, all right.
You could switch screens.
Yeah.
Under display
Yeah,
settings.
the notes are showing, sir.
If you can click on display settings, you should be able to switch it to other screen. At the top, which is show
Yeah,
taskbar.
the very top left of your screen, sir, up here.
No, hang on.
No, you don't see display settings on your.
Yeah, okay, let me
on
just
your-
come out of that for a minute. Let me just.
yeah.
Okay, so.
That's a zoomed in slide. Not quite there yet, sir.
Okay, so if I do that now,
You're very
and
zoomed in
I do that, does that work now?
now. Oh, that's it. Go
Good,
ahead.
Very
excellent.
nice.
All right, thank you. It's always a little tricky in Zoom to kind of, okay, kind of do
All
this.
good, sir.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. As Rob said, my name is Rob Thomas, and I actually run my own consulting company, which focuses on the educational needs of the cannabis testing industry, and in particular, the measurement of heavy metals. This topic has been I mean, not my life, but for the past 2 years since I found this industry, I've looked for ways to really, convince the industry that they should carry out a comprehensive risk assessment study on heavy metals in cannabis and hemp consumer products based on the toxicity and the likelihood of finding it in somewhere in the manufacturing process. And this is what the pharmaceutical industry took over 20 years to do. But in the end, in 2018, they adopted USP's Chapter 232, 233, and ICH Q3D guidelines, which was a template to regulate the industry for up to 24 elemental impurities in pharmaceutical products. So this is the basis of my talk. I was involved in that process quite intimately because I led the heavy metals task force at the ACS Reagent Chemicals Committee, and we were involved very, very closely with the USP as they changed their heavy metal testing methodology, because the ACS was changing theirs as well, and we wanted to align our method with USP. So here's an overview of my presentation. I'll kick off with the current status of heavy metal regulations for cannabis and hemp, particularly the limitations of what I call a fractured state-based system. I'll then focus on how the pharmaceutical and dietary supplement industries approach regulating elemental impurities and how they abandoned the 100-year-old semi-quantitative colorimetric method for lead and replaced it with plasma spectrochemistry. I'll also offer my perspective on what the cannabis and hemp industry can learn from this process and give my thoughts on how the industry should move forward with federal oversight around the corner. But this part of my talk is purely speculation. I do not know what will happen when we get federal oversight, but based on 2 years of living in this space, I can give you a pretty good idea of where I think it's going. Okay, so where is cannabis legal in the US today? I think it's fair to say that there's a trend, there's a momentum that more states are coming online, but here's a map of the US with light green representing states where medicinal cannabis is legal and dark green where both recreational and medicinal is legal. Summing up, it is legal for both medicinal and recreational use in 36 states, with 18 of them allowing for medical use. Most of the 36 states have heavy metal limits, but not all. The majority of the states just specify 4 heavy metals known as the Big Four: lead, cadmium, arsenic, and mercury, while New York State adds nickel, chromium, antimony, zinc, and copper. Maryland and a few other states add chromium. However, Michigan also includes inorganic arsenic. And I say that because it's not total arsenic, as well as chromium, copper, and nickel. Oregon has no heavy metal limits at all. Let's take a more detailed look at some of the individual states to give you some idea of the fractured nature. Here's a summary of 7 different states, including California, Colorado, Oregon, Maryland, New York, Connecticut, and Massachusetts, just picked at random, compared to United States Pharmacopoeia, Chapter 232, permitted daily exposure limits for elemental impurities in drug products. USP Chapter 2232, PDE limits for dietary supplements, and the American Herbal Pharmacopoeia limits for heavy metals in botanicals and herbal products. A few points to emphasize. USP Chapter 232 defines a total of 24 elemental impurities based on the drug delivery method, oral, parenteral, and inhalation, while Chapter 2232 only defines the Big Four heavy metals in dietary supplements. So in this table, 9 of those elements have been included to reflect the Big Four, plus the additional elements regulated in New York, Maryland, and Michigan. It's also important to emphasize that Chapter 232 limits in this table are based on microgram per day. So to know what's allowable in the actual drug or supplement, these limits must be recalculated based on the suggested daily dosage for that drug or supplement. So for example, if the maximum dosage is 10 grams per day, these limits must be divided by 10 to convert to microgram per gram in the drug. Let's take a closer look at 3 of those states, which again emphasizes the inconsistency of state-based regulations. Let's begin with California. California was the first state to regulate cannabis in 1996, and as a result, it is considered the gold standard with regard to cannabis regulations. California limits are defined in microgram per gram in 2 different categories: inhalation cannabis products and all other cannabis products. So these are the same as USP Chapter 232 PDE limits for inhaled and oral drugs respectively, based on 10 grams of consumption per day. However, I think it's worth pointing out that even though these typical pharmaceutical PDEs are based on 10 grams maximum doses per day, we really have no way of knowing in what quantities people consume cannabis products. Another point to emphasize is that California requires a minimum of 0.5 gram for carrying out the heavy metal determinations, while most other states do not have this stipulation and lower weights are allowed. Here are the limits for Colorado, which are a little more complex to explain. Colorado limits are categorized by heavy metals of interest in the first column, acceptable limits in the second column, and products to be tested in the third column. The acceptable limits are defined in part per million in the product and not microgram per gram, although those units are actually the same. Besides inhaled and oral, they also include limits for transdermal products via the skin. The limits for inhaled products are based on USP Chapter 232 limits for inhalation drugs, but the limits for oral products are based on USP Chapter 2232 for dietary supplements. However, the topical values are based on FDA limits for heavy metals in cosmetics. Here are the limits for Connecticut. They define a little differently because they're based on microgram of heavy metal contaminant per kilogram of user body weight per day. So it's very difficult to get a good understanding what this means with regard to maximum daily consumption, because it's only based on the body weight of the consumer. However, in toxicology studies, very often a typical body weight of 60 to 70 kilograms is used, but you still need to know what is the recommended consumption per day of cannabis products to make the calculation of the heavy metal maximum allowable limit. So let's talk more about PDE limits defined in USP Chapter 232. Here is the full list of USP Chapter 232 limits, which are based on maximum limits in microgram per day for 24 elemental impurities in the drug compound per delivery method. So for adjusted maximum daily doses of 10 gram, these limits should be divided by 10. Note, Chapter 232 limits are the same as the ones defined in ICH Q3D guidelines for elemental impurities. For those of you who are not familiar with the ICH, it is a consortium representing the global pharmaceutical industry, including the US, European, and Japanese pharmacopoeias. A few points to emphasize. These PDEs have all been determined using toxicology studies based on well-established animal models, which are fully explained in the ICH guidelines. They made recent changes to a few of the elements, which are shown in red, based on updated toxicology data. So each elemental impurity is classified based on its likelihood of being found in the drug manufacturing process, which is shown in the second column. At this point, I'd like to view a little background to the United States Pharmacopoeia, because I think it's important to understand this topic. USP is an independent non-profit organization, which is not part of the US government. However, it works very closely with government agencies, ministries, and authorities around the world. The mission of the USP is to improve the health of people through public standards to ensure the quality, safety, and purity of medicines, dietary supplements, and foods. USP standards have ensured consistency for drug products throughout the world for close to 200 years and are recognized in more than 130 countries. These standards are known as the USP-NF, which is a book of public standards for drug substances and products. The FDA designates the USP-NF as the official compendium for drugs sold and marketed in the United States, which must conform to these standards to avoid possible charges of adulteration and misbranding. So what is the USP process to change a standard method? USP continually revises standards through a unique public-private collaborative process, which involves scientists in industry, academia, government, and other interested parties. The American Chemical Society was one of the interested parties that worked closely with the USP to update the test for heavy metals. I lead the Heavy Metals Plasma Spectrochemistry Task Force on the ACS Reagent Chemicals Committee. The USP test for heavy metals, described in USP Chapter 231, was first introduced in 1908 and is very similar to the test described in specifications and procedures for ACS reagent chemicals. When we updated our ACS heavy metals test, we wanted to make sure we were fully aligned with the USP test. The test relies on precipitation of the metal sulfide in a sample and compares the color intensity to a lead standard. USP felt that it was time to replace Chapter 231 with methodology that reflected modern test methods and updated toxicology data. To put this in perspective, allow me to explain USP Chapter 231 in greater detail. It is based on a sulfide precipitation of the analyte elements using an organosulfur compound and assumes that all analyte heavy metals behave in a similar manner to a lead standard which samples are compared to. It is semi-quantitative at best that was initially intended to detect a small group of heavy metals, but there was no clear definition of which individual elements the method was detected. It is well recognized to have many limitations, so it's pretty amazing that it actually survived over 100 years. So what are these limitations? This slide shows the colored sulfur precipitates of 12 different heavy metals. Imagine if all 12 elements are present in the sample, how difficult would it be to compare the color to the lead standard, which is circled in red? Some of these known limitations include it cannot detect individual heavy metals. Typically 5 ppm is the limit of detection. It's very labor intensive, and interpretation of the color varies with the experience of the analyst. And it also needs a large sample weight of approximately 5 grams to work. So let's take a look at the timeline to change this method. It all began in 1995, where a USP Pharmacopoeia Forum report identified issues with the Chapter 231 method. Then in 2000, an article in the Journal of Pharmaceutical and Biomedical Analysis proposed ICP-MS as an alternative approach. In 2004, a publication by Nancy Lewin and co-workers at Bristol Myers Squibb in the same journal showed major recovery issues with USP Chapter 231 compared to ICP-MS. However, it took approximately 14 years for various expert committees, expert panels, working groups, and stakeholder meetings to implement these proposed changes. In 2018, USP Chapters 232 for elemental impurity PD limits and Chapter 233 covering the analytical procedure were approved and aligned with ICH Q3D guidelines for measuring elemental impurities in drug compounds and substances. So how did USP and ICH propose the design and scope of these new PDE limits? They decided it was important to have a chapter specifically dedicated for pharmaceuticals only. They called this USP Chapter 232. They wanted to separate dietary supplements from pharmaceuticals, so they called this Chapter 2232. They wanted to simplify the harmonization process between USP and ICH by separating these limits from the analytical procedures to measure them. They covered this in Chapter 233, which focuses on the use of ICP-OES or ICP-MS, the microwave digestion procedure, and a full list of validation protocols. So what elemental impurities could actually end up in the drug product? They identified 4 different potential sources. Elements intentionally added in the formulation of the drug substance. Examples of these include platinum group metal catalysts, which are often used in the organic synthesis of drugs. The second category, elements that are not intentionally added, but could be present in the preparation of the drug product. Examples of this might include talcum powder, which is used primarily for tablet compression. Talc is basically magnesium silicate that is mined from the earth, so it can potentially contain high levels of certain heavy metals. Third category, elements that are introduced into the drug substance from the manufacturing equipment itself. Examples of this might include the leaching out of chromium, nickel, or iron from the stainless steel mixing or storage vessels. And finally, elements that have the potential to be leached into the drug potential from storage containers or closure systems. Examples of this might include transition elements in some plastic and glass materials. The bottom line was regulators required the pharmaceutical industry to have a comprehensive understanding of elemental impurities in its drug products by categorizing them by their toxicity and the likelihood of them being found in the manufacturing process. Since 2018, all manufacturers of pharmaceuticals are liable to be inspected by the FDA at any time and to be expected to show data that elemental impurities are below these PDE limits. Let's talk a little bit more about the classification of these elements. In this slide, a PDE is defined in Chapter 232 in microgram per day for 3 different drug delivery systems. But this time, I'd like to emphasize the second column, which is the classification of the elemental impurity. So the 3 different categories. Class 1 includes the classic heavy metals, lead, arsenic, cadmium, mercury, which are human toxicants that have no use in the manufacture of pharmaceuticals. These should be evaluated at all times. Class 2A elements have a high probability of occurrence in the drug product and also should be evaluated at all times. Class 2B elements have a reduced probability of occurrence related to the low abundance, and as a result can be excluded unless they're intentionally added during the manufacture of the drug product. And finally, Class 3 have relatively low toxicity by the oral route of administration, but could warrant consideration for inhalation and intravenous routes. So with this as general background information, let's now take a big picture look at the potential sources of elemental contaminants in cannabis consumer products. So this is what I've been really focused on for the past 2 years to get a better understanding of where those potential sources of elemental contaminants are in the entire cannabis manufacturing process. So we can broadly break them down into 3 main categories: cultivation and growing, extraction and processing, and packaging and delivery. So let's look at them in a little more detail. Cultivation and growing sources. First point to emphasize is that cannabis and hemp are considered hypoaccumulators of contaminants in the soil, and they've been used for phytoremediation purposes to clean up heavy metals from toxic metal waste sites. So if plants are grown outdoors and there are high levels of heavy metals in the soil, they will likely end up in the plant. On the other hand, if the cannabis plant is cultivated indoors in greenhouses where the growing conditions are far more stable and consistent, it is likely that the levels of heavy metals will be much lower. Other cultivation-derived contamination sources include fertilizers, nutrients, pesticides, growth enhancers, and even water itself. The second category is processing and manufacturing sources. These include the extraction and purification process, including blending equipment, mixing containers, storage vessels, plus edible product recipe ingredients and tablet or capsule formulations are all used to dilute the extracts. And finally, packaging and delivery sources, such as metallic components in vaping pens and inhalers, low quality plastic or glass bottles, and even inks used for graduated droppers, which are all notorious for having metal contaminants. So what elements could be of potential concern in growing cannabis and the manufacture of cannabis consumer products? So there's no question if the plants are grown outdoors, there are about 15 heavy metals found in natural ecosystems and contamination from industrial activities such as mining, metal refining, iron and steel plants, petrochemical and petroleum plants, fossil fuel power plants that could be potential sources of contaminants in the cannabis and hemp plant. Also, decades of using lead-based paint, lead water pipes, and leaded gasoline have all left their mark on the environment. For example, it's well recognized that soil near major highways has higher levels of lead beneath the surface from decades of using leaded gasoline. Certain fertilizers, nutrients, and growth enhancers can all have elevated levels of heavy metals. The list of elements shown here are the ones taken from compelling evidence in the public domain of heavy metals being taken up at various levels by cannabis and hemp plants. There is also the potential for elemental contaminants during the extraction and the purification of the cannabinoids. There is no question that if the elemental contaminants find its way into the plant and the flowers, there is a very good chance that will end up to some degree in the cannabinoid extract. The degree of extraction will be impacted by the extraction method, the solvent used, and the temperature and pressure used for extraction. Also, there could be problems based on the metallic equipment used, stainless steel, etc., or any grinding or cutment or equipment to be used. And there's been a few product recalls over the past 18 months, which I have reported on, but 15 in total. I exemplify 5 here, 2 in Florida, and 1 in Michigan, Maryland, and Hawaii. So let me finish by summarizing where I think the industry is at the moment. And this is conjecture. This is my opinion. Obviously, it's based on work that I've done. But clearly, the list of 4 heavy metals is not enough. However, 24 required by pharma would be an overkill. However, I think it's probably important to understand that the cannabis industry needs to do a comprehensive risk assessment study as to what elements could possibly be in the cannabis consumer products. And based on the big 4 and elements that are regulated by New York, Michigan, and Maryland, I would summarize that 15 heavy elements are considered a conservative estimate. It might be a couple more, it might be less. And I think there's an indication that the industry is moving this way by NIST developing a standard certified reference material, which includes 13 toxic elements in the list. NIST scientists argue that cannabis should be treated more like the tobacco plant. And at the end of the day, they think it should be regulated that way. So that's why they're developing a reference material, which includes 13 elements, including the uranium. But that's another story. With that, I thank you for your time. And I'd just like to mention that much of the information from my presentation has been taken from 3 of my books. The most recent one is the one in the middle, which is measuring heavy metal contaminants in cannabis and hemp, which includes a chapter dedicated to regulations. With that, I thank you for your time, and I'll wait for the Q&A session at the end of my talk. Thank you.
Ralph, you're on mute.
Can anybody hear me now?
Perfect.
Yes, we
Yes.
can.
Perfect.
Okay, I switched microphones. So thank you very much, Robert. Very informative talk. If you look at the chat section, you'll see some of the questions that were being prepared, and we'll get to them when we get to the next to the panel discussion. The next speaker is by Marcus Okertscher from Merck, also very well known in the field of certified reference materials. And it's on ensuring consumer safety with certified reference materials for pesticide testing in cannabis. Good to see you again, Marcus, and please go ahead with your presentation.
Hi, Ralph. Can you hear me?
Yes, I
Hear
can.
you.
Perfect. So I will try to share my screen. I hope this is working.
It is showing perfectly.
Sounds good. So thanks a lot, Ralph, for the introduction. Thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to talk in the global workshop on advancing the field of cannabis through standardization. My name is Marcus Okertscher. I'm heading the R&D for reference material and proficiency testing in Medipore Sigma. We'll talk today about reference material in the field of pesticide testing in cannabis. So, doesn't seem to work here. 1 second. Here we go. Okay, I want to start off with a quick news article in the San Diego Times about deadly banned pesticides making their ways into California. Pesticide residues, of course, in cannabis, when inhaled, they enter directly the pathway of the humans into the bloodstream. And as the Assistant US Attorney for Southern California District mentions here, that about 40% of all EPA criminal prosecutions in the United States last year involved cases of pesticides, which I think is an amazingly high number. And finally, in the end of this article, first abstract, she adds that these banned pesticides that are found in cannabis and marijuana are designed to kill. So there's really a big need to control the consumables and also the medical cannabis derived materials for a safe for safe handling or for a safe intake for the end consumers. I structured my presentation with starting with a short introduction. Then I will talk a little bit about quality grades that we have with Medipore Sigma, and then come to the development and the production of the certified reference material for the pesticide cannabis testing, and wrap up with a short overview and a summary. Quickly check on the time to see that that's okay. Perfect. So quickly, everybody who knows or is in the field of pesticide testing knows that there is a pesticide cycle. Typically starts with pesticides being applied on the fields, to the crops. That, of course, first of all, has an impact to the workers. And then afterwards, the pesticides, they enter into the environment through deposits in the soil, evaporation and precipitation again, as rain into water, seas, and the soil again. So impact on animals, impact on environment, impact on the workers who apply the pesticides. And in a next stage, of course, when we're looking at the down processing of the crops, also impact on the end consumers. Pesticides are highly hazardous and also highly regulated substances. So typically we are having over about 1,000 pesticides that are available for the use in agriculture. Increased regulations are being implemented currently by governments to ban or regulate some of these pesticides. About 35% of those more than 1,000 pesticides fall under the highly hazardous substances. That means they are either acute toxic, they can cause chronic health hazards, they have hazardous impact on the environment, or toxic to small animals like these. For that reason, as already said, there are increased regulation for those compounds. Most countries therefore define maximum residual levels, MRLs, which define the maximum pesticide residue that is legally permitted in or on food and feed. Because we have those MRLs defined, there is also a need for the testing labs to have reliable and accurate standards to detect and, even more importantly, to quantify the pesticides. First question, of course, we have different possibilities to do those quantifications. So why should a testing lab really use certified reference materials? On the one hand, it's if the laboratory is accredited to ISO 17025, it's mandatory to use CRMs whenever possible. On the other hand, the CRMs really provide a high precision and a high reliability. They assure accurate and quantitative values from the test results and also provide comparable results between, for example, laboratories or from scientist to scientist. This is a picture from the NMI in Delhi, in India, which I think very nicely shows the different quality levels that standards, reference materials, certified reference materials can have. And even before we went to Delhi and saw this quality pyramid, we at Medic Pro Sigma also had something very similar set up with the SI unit at the very top, and then underneath the certain levels of quality that we can distinguish. So on the top level, it's the quality standards, the materials from the NMIs like NIST or MRC in Canada, or when we go to the pharma side, to the pharmacopoeia like USP. They are all considered as the highest level of accuracy and traceability, so the standards of truth, so to say. And then the next level beneath those are then the certified reference material. They are considered to provide then a very high level of accuracy, uncertainty, and traceability to the SI unit through a comparison with the primary materials from the NMIs. Here, when we are distinguishing between the certified reference material and the reference material grade, both are certified under ISO 17034 accreditation. With the certified reference material, we also include the 17025 ISO norm that I will go into a bit more detail later. Further below the pyramid, we have the analytical standards. They come always with a certificate, but they have different levels of certification or qualification applied. Going from the bottom up to the top of the pyramid, we have an increasing level of certification and of traceability to the SI unit, as mentioned before. Looking at that in a small table, we see that for the analytic standard, it's really about the purity of the material and the identification, and it also should be applied in this way. Then going to the reference materials, we have much more characterization, including a little bit more on stability and homogeneity, while at the reference material side, it's more about potency, content. We look extensively at stability, homogeneity, and also provide a full traceability, as said before, and that comes then also with an uncertainty contribution. The certificate of the standards of the CRMs, like in this case of Pipernyl, they all are according to the ISO Guide 31, so the guide for documentation of the certificates. Homogeneity and stability is performed according to the ISO Guide 35. And then in addition, we have the two major important quality ISO norms, the ISO IEC 1725, the norm for the calibration and testing laboratories, and the ISO 17034, which is the norm for the certified reference material producer. Just want to also make maybe some of you aware that there are many suppliers that call actually the ISO 17034 out on certificates when they have, for example, a product that just has a chromatographic purity, and they use NIST-traceable ways to weigh in the material into a glass vial for commercialization afterwards. And because it's a NIST-traceable weight, they call those then already the 17034, which of course doesn't make a lot of sense. Typically, those come with very small uncertainties, but they have a bias in their potency compared to the purity, what is mentioned here through the chromatographic assay. When they then afterwards further, for example, prepare mixes or solutions out of those materials, that bias will be carried on. Typically, also those certificates do not have an information on homogeneity and stability, and often because of small uncertainties are here in this step, the components often fall out of the uncertainty range over time of the storage. Products like this we typically call out in the analytical standard grade, as shown before. And when we are talking about certified reference material, we really include the step that we come from a chromatographic purity to a really content or potency through different methods, which I will go in afterwards a bit more in detail. Afterwards, again, we perform the same weighing steps with the traceable weights, have then uncertainties really deriving from the meat compounds, from the weighing step, homogeneity and stability, and those certified values should then be unbiased. When we produce afterwards from those components, solutions or mixes, we come to certified concentrations, uncertainties again with contribution from the entire workflow. Again, concentration should be unbiased within the uncertainty range of the full life cycle. Again, to summarize this, so when we're looking at analytical standards, it's really more on a chromatographic purity and on the identity of the material. When we go into a content or a potency or mass fraction, we then have to perform either a mass balance approach, or where I go a bit more in detail in this presentation, into quantitative NMR or isodilution mass spectrometry. So for the cannabis pesticide need CRMs, so the pure substances, typically the workflow is quite small, starting with some preparative work. Then we have accredited certification, followed in the end by homogeneity stability study, and that leads us ultimately to the calculation of an uncertainty and the creation of a certificate. When we go to cannabis pesticide CRM mixes, which are much more convenient for the customers, for our customers in the testing labs, we have a few more steps in between. So there's a bulk solution that needs to be prepared, an ampule filling, homogeneity testing, and stability testing in between before we come to the certificate of analysis. We quickly go through those steps to show you what is actually behind such a certified reference material mix and what kind of work must be conducted to have those materials be commercialized and can be used by the testing labs. So the preparative work can be summarized quite quickly. We source whatever we can from trusted suppliers, try to get purities as high as possible with the 99% plus. In a lot of cases, we are not getting those qualities. So that means that we either have to purify the products that we use for the mixes, or need to even synthesize them in the labs. Some of the examples for those purifications or synthesis are mentioned here. I guess are well known to the people in the pesticide or cannabis testing field. Next step is then basically the heart of the certification concept, which is the quantitative NMR. Here only very quickly to the method. QNMR is a primary ratio method. That means we can compare the peak areas of a reference and of an analyte directly, because the peaks are, or the areas underneath needs the peak or proportion to the number of the nuclei, in this case, to the protons. And the nice thing about QNMR, it really doesn't matter if the signal intensity is coming from the same structure or from different components. So basically what we come up in the end is a concentration, and can calculate from that ratio the certified amount or certified concentration that is, for example, of our benzoic acid if we use the dimethyl sulfone as a reference. So it's a direct measurement against the reference. And the other nice thing is that if we have impurities like inorganic salts or like residual solvents, they typically do not affect the outcome or the result of the QNMR measurement, as long as we have pure peaks to integrate. Our workflow starts with some preliminary tests. Then there is a high precision weighing step, which is quite important. Homogeneity testing, content determination by NMR. We're working with Bruker NMRs, currently in the process of purchasing 2 JEOL instruments in addition. Then afterwards comes the stability testing, which is on the one hand done through an accelerated stability test and through a long-term stability test, which just gives us, on the one hand, estimation of the shelf life. On the other hand, also evaluation of a possible impact during the transport. Finally, the calculation of the uncertainty, where the results from the certification measurement itself, from the homogeneity testing, stability testing, are all included into an overall uncertainty budget. So through all that, and some additional characterization, we come to the final certificate with a traceability statement, in this case with the benzoic acid from NIST. We have a hard expiry date, a certified value, expanded uncertainty, signatures, and accreditation stamps. I want to give you one example for the QNMR result, where we also can see what happens if we are not too careful with the certification. So this is the imidacloprid, where we have a bichromatography HPLC purity of 99.8%. In the QNMR measurement that we actually did perform, we found only a potency or content of 92.4% with a certain uncertainty to that measurement. That means if we would take this purity here as the constant, we already would have like a 7% bias in our quantitation work of when we, for example, testing the pesticides in cannabis. So therefore, what we did the purification step in between, brought the purity up to 99.1% with the uncertainty of the measurement in QNMR of 0.2%. In the end, that's only one part. We looked also at the homogeneity and afterwards also on the stability that you can see, for example, here, these were the first 10 months where we did accelerated and long-term stability, calculating with that what that means for the storage temperature. That means we would have a, let's say, a contribution to the overall uncertainty of about 0.1% when we have a shelf life of about 40 months. And that is then also reflected in the C of A of the product. Next steps would then be the preparation of the bulk solution. And that means, first of all, the gravimetric dilution and afterwards the ampule filling. Everything here is also validated for the use in different mixtures. We have validated filling also into ampules with different solvents, that we know what is the contribution to the uncertainty that we are introducing in this step of the workflow. Afterwards, homogeneity assessment, and that's really only one slide here. Nevertheless, it's something which actually takes quite a lot of time, because there we are working whenever possible with the isotope dilution mass spectrometry analytical technique. That means that we are, for example, using our fipronil, and on the other hand, we use stable isotope labeled fipronil, perform on one hand the the analysis only with the native, and on the other hand, with a mixture of native and stable isotope labeled compound, compare the two in a similar way with like the QNMR, and can come up with a very precise determination of the concentration in such a sample. So using this technology, we are able to look at the homogeneity as well as later on the stability with very high accuracy and therefore low uncertainties. When we're looking at the homogeneity, it's a measurement that we typically do within bottles, between bottles, typically at the start of the filling process, in the middle of the filling process, and towards the end of the ampule series. And from that, again, we can calculate the uncertainty factor that we bring into the overall uncertainty budget. The last step then towards the mixes is the stability testing. Like on the need products before, we're looking at the accelerated stability test and the long-term stability. I pulled one example from Cannabis Pesticide California set that we have. Just took one of the smaller ones with the 7 analytes to present that here. The target concentration is 500 micrograms per milliliter in acetonitrile. We do standardize that to 1 and then perform different measurements over time. So you see the months over here. Data is calculated to the storage temperature, and then can see on how much or how little actually we see a difference of each component within the mix during that storage time. This is now for the 7 products. Once we have that, we can then start creating a certificate of analysis, which you can see here for the mix that I showed you before. And here in this part, you see all the different contributions that go into this overall uncertainty here. So starting from the mass of the starting material, of the solution, of the batch that we are weighing, the purity of the starting material with the QNMR, the density calculation and measurement that we need to do when we calculate, for example, from ppm to the micrograms per liter, stability and homogeneity testing in the end to derive to a certified concentration. The overall uncertainty then includes really all those factors. You can see here the characterization of the QNMR, which also includes the homogeneity study. We have the stability of the QNMR because we want to be sure that the product, each component has the precise mass fraction before we use it in the dilution step. The uncertainty coming from the sample prep, the uncertainty coming from the homogeneity study and from the stability study. And like this, we are generating uncertainties, really individual uncertainties to each specific component in the mixture. The
That's
certificate
awesome.
then. Yep.
Thank you. I want to be respectful. I'm going to give you another minute or so to.
That's perfect. I'm wrap up exactly.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yep. But I love the certificate of analysis, the detail. Yep. Thank you so much. This is so helpful.
And then we have the different sets of the California pesticide mixes that you can see here with the different components. And then just to wrap up, so these were the pesticides. Of course, pesticides is only one thing. We heard of the heavy metals before, where we also have some cannabinoids, terpenes, solvents, mycotoxins, and flavonoids. Combine that together with the application notes. And with that, I'm actually at the end. And thank you for your attention. Happy to answer any questions later.
Outstanding. Marcus, please stand by. We have one more speaker for this panel,
sure,
Scott
we'll
Churchill.
Do that. Yep.
But phenomenal. I mean, I love, you just created a guidebook. You created a textbook in your slides for how to do pesticides testing correctly. And we appreciate you for sharing your knowledge. Moving on to our next speaker, Scott Churchill. Can you please put your camera on? Oh, fantastic. Scott is going to be speaking on balancing the need for standardized methods and ongoing scientific method development. Scott is from MCR Labs. Thank you so much for being here today.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can.
All right, let's see if I can share my screen here. Okay.
Looks like you can. We're actually looking at your notes, the slide notes. Yes, where your mouse is moving now. Yep, display settings. Yeah, swap them.
How's
That's
that looking?
perfect.
All right, great. Well, thanks, everybody. I think this is the perfect audience for talking about this subject.
10 to 11:30.
We're a group of people that are attempting to add standards to a variety of industries, but in this case, the cannabis industry. And for those who don't know me, I do compliance testing for cannabis in Massachusetts. And I think it's very important that we in this group and the overall industry takes a look at the benefits and how we can, the benefits of standardized testing and how we can ensure that we still have ongoing method development. So at the heart of this discussion is the importance of reliable data. Going from the black market to a regulated environment, the consumer has and should expect a higher level of integrity of data, quality of data, consistency of data. For consumers, that allows them to make informed choices, to responsibly dose, to have consistent experiences. And this can all lead to a sense of brand trust and being able to consume, whether you're a medical or a recreational consumer, with a high degree of confidence that you know what to expect from the product that you're using. This can be a safety issue as well as a consumer experience issue. Growers and processors have their own list of reasons why it's very important for them to be able to have consistent quality data. For growers, it would be very challenging to optimize your grow operations if you're running into a situation where the data coming at you from testing labs is inconsistent. You make a change, you get the same number. You don't make a change, you get different numbers from the lab. And all of a sudden you have this uncertainty and this distrust of what the information you're receiving represents in terms of what you're trying to do. Processors have an even more obvious potential challenge where they may be producing concentrated oil from these plants and then getting a number or a couple of numbers for that concentrate that they then try to apply into a large number of different individualized packaged products. You could take a couple of pints of oil and turn it into 10,000 different units of infused product. And if there's any problem with the number, first of all, with the plant going to the oil, but even more importantly, from the oil going into the infused product, that error is going to propagate throughout. And, this could lead to a tremendous amount of challenges in not only producing and labeling accurately, but also in having consistency. And when we talk about consistency of the data that's coming out, there's two kinds. There's the consistency when you send in a batch of material to a laboratory and you get different numbers. It could represent either inhomogeneity in the product, or it could represent some kind of competency issue with the laboratory. And then it only gets more complicated if you have multiple laboratories providing you multiple results for what you believe to be the same batch of material. So these are all challenges that that are being faced in this industry right now. The current landscape shows that. You see a number of grower processors seeing that there is variation in results from within a lab and from lab to lab. Sometimes this leads to lab shopping, people just wanting to find a laboratory that will provide them with either the expected results or at least the same results over and over again for what they believe to be a homogeneous product. So the regulatory environment currently, for the most part, from my view of things, has done a really good job of setting up required testing, independent testing, making sure that those laboratories are ISO accredited and that they meet state regulations and that they test the same products for the same different analytical targets, whether it's potency values or potentially contaminant issues. What I don't think they've done a particularly good job in most cases is in making sure that those laboratories perform equivalently and consistently. They don't seem to have had created a very good way of doing that. So here comes standard methodology. Standard methodology is something that ASTM does. I've approved some standard methods this year. There are a lot of benefits to standard methodology. You have more consistent results. The data that is produced from a standardized method, if you're talking about hundreds or thousands of laboratories across the country, is going to be a much larger data set that's substantially more relevant statistically. Standardized methodology allows you to start a laboratory a lot easier. You don't have to, develop your own methodology. You don't have to learn everything from scratch on your own. And ultimately, the goal of it, the hope of it, is that you have better protections for consumer health. Some of the negatives of standard methodology is that if you don't need a lot of scientific resources to invest in your laboratory, it can result in a lack of progress and innovation. 2 talks ago, we had Robert Thomas talking about an EPA method that was 100 years old. And, that's just a really good illustration of how the application could be 100 years behind all of the innovation that occurred during that time and could have occurred if there was, a side-by-side competition to challenge the status quo. Another challenge with it is that it doesn't guarantee standardized results. If you were to weigh something using the same balance, a standardized balance, the exact same balance, and some people are putting their thumb on that balance and other people aren't, you're still going to get different results. So it's standardized methodology by itself is not a silver bullet to ensuring that the quality of data is where it needs to be. Then you've got proprietary methodology. Also has its benefits and its liabilities. With proprietary methodology, the theory there is that you have an internal group that is constantly trying to improve and challenge analyses. Can we make it run faster? Can we add analytical targets? Can we employ less expensive consumables? Is there a way for us to leverage new technology to get either something better or something less cost? So in this type of environment, it's very important for organizations to be in competition, to be striving, to always be leveraging the latest of what's out there. But it does have its liabilities. It could be potentially easier for intentional manipulation of data. If you design in a flaw and you're one company with one methodology and you face an accreditor who sees thousands and tens of thousands of laboratories with all sorts of different methodologies, are they really expected to be, able to detect some kind of flaw that could introduce some degree of bias? And the potential for these differences could be poor methodology, or it could be poor execution. But in both cases, they're going to be a lot harder to detect than a standardized method that has the eyes of thousands of laboratories, and that the people who are evaluating competency have seen before, they're familiar with. You can learn it inside and out. It's a lot easier to detect these flaws. But in reality, the solutions to increasing the quality of data go beyond standardized methodology. They involve proficiency testing. That's where everybody gets to evaluate the same samples, and their results must fall within acceptable limits of variation. And in doing so, if you're able to funnel people through that, it's going to mitigate the risk of variation. Laboratories that fall outside of that are not going to maintain their accreditation. But one of the challenges that you have with it right now is that the products and the analytical targets and the action limits need to match what the laboratories are doing. And one of the biggest challenges we have is we have markets with vastly different targets, action limits, et cetera. So proficiency testing providers oftentimes will create PTs for large markets. And then if you go to a market and your test doesn't even look for those targets, or it looks an order of magnitude or two differently, it really makes it challenging to see whether or not your methodology works well for what you're doing versus what some other market might be doing. So to really bring out the best in what proficiency testing could do, we need to come a bit of a ways towards making sure that it matches what the laboratories are doing. Standardized testing like the ASTM methods or AOAC, or potentially in the future USP, will go a long way in producing large data sets that will allow people to do apples to apples comparisons on a large scale. It'll really be a game changer. However, I think that if we only rely on standardized testing, we're not going to have the scientific research resources that are going to be allocated towards continuously driving that methodology, so that we don't fall 100 years behind like we did with USP 231. But with it comes its own challenges. You need to have, first of all, in my opinion, standardized method performance requirements that are easy for people who are evaluating your system to come in and quickly diagnose whether or not there's a flaw in your methodology. Because like I said, it's difficult if everybody's got their own method. It's difficult to be an expert in every single analytical method on the timelines that people typically have to do this evaluation. So another key piece that I don't think we can escape from in ensuring the quality of data is ongoing monitoring. This is where I think the regulatory bodies can come in with the second half of what they need to do. You set the standards up front on what needs to be tested and what the action limits are. But then on the back end of it, you might want to have a secret shopper program where we take samples that are actually on the shelf, already been tested, periodically, randomly, just to see how they match up to their original test results. Thinking about like a loaf of bread. If I buy a loaf of bread or I send a loaf of bread to the grocery store, have it tested, and it doesn't have any mold on it, and then I go to the grocery store 2 weeks later, I might get a different result. That's the sort of information that I think would empower testing programs with the information that they need. And not every state has shelf life stability, and we certainly could learn a lot from that kind of information. And wide-scale anonymized data review and evaluation by state authorities, not necessarily with a focused view, but rather more like a trend analysis to see if there's anything that is obviously out of line with the rest of the testing industry or grower processor or whatever. But large scale anonymized data review would allow you to basically understand whether or not your process is under control. And if it's not, then it would allow you to go into root cause analysis and potentially address things that are causing less than perfect data. And then independent certification program. This would be where, ISO is a great body for ensuring quality systems and a number of other things, but having a group of scientists that specialize in the assays being performed, doing an analysis and comparing the results of the proposed standardized method performance requirements would make it a lot easier to employ proprietary methodology without introducing the variation that could be caused by it. So the key takeaways here is that we've come a long way from underground cannabis, and that comes with a huge responsibility to ensure the quality and integrity of the product. It has to be the highest it can be. We're still in the early stages. We still have problems with competency. We still have poor methodology, and in some cases, misrepresentation of data. We see this in the news all the time. The solutions, we don't have a single solution. Standardized testing is a part of it, and as well as independent monitoring of results. And lastly, consumers have a right to trust the safety of the products they consume. So with that, I know we're running a bit late, but if you have any questions, feel free to chime in. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that presentation. I appreciate it. We are going to move now into our panel, our Q&A for the panel. If I see there's some questions in the chat, let me go back and scroll through and see. And again, for Rob's presentation, I arrived a little later, so I'm only getting the chat from when I arrived. So I'm going to start with the first comment that I see with regards to Robert's presentation, which is from Dr. Nandu. So let me scroll up for that. Great job. Okay, the first comment I'm seeing is your call for a risk-based approach is very appropriate, Rob. USP Cannabis Expert Panel publication recommended limits to ASCD HGPD from the USP General Chapter for inhalation products. The paper also suggested risk-based approach in stating when contamination with other elemental impurities may be possible. In addition to the above specifications, USP General Chapter also requires that when additional elemental impurities are known to be present, have been added, or have potential introduction, assurance with the specified levels is required. And there's a link. So thank you for sharing that, Nandu. Alan,
Cheryl, there was one comment before you came back from Trevor Marones.
Yes, please, Rob.
It's with states like Washington not supporting further testing for elemental contaminants, what can we consumers, patients do for a cultural paradigm shift for medicinally safe, transparent cannabis products? I'm a patient, I'm a patient proudly living with adult epilepsy. The journey with cannabis is vital.
Awesome. All right, thank you for that comment, Trevor. You've been doing fantastic participation. We really appreciate and value your feedback.
Was that a question or a comment, Cheryl?
What was that?
Was it a comment or a question? I'm not too sure if Trevor was asking anything or just making a comment.
I think that was a comment.
Yeah, it was a question comment. The sense was, what can we consumers and patients do for a cultural paradigm shift for medicinally safe, transparent cannabis products? So that was to the panel in general, I think, as well, aside from you, Robert, but it was aimed at after your talk.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, I think he brings up a very good point, is that without federal oversight, I think it's consumer demand is going to change our system. And certainly with regard to heavy metals. No state is really actively pursuing looking at more than the big four. I published a lot on this topic, and I firmly believe that we should be looking closer to 14 or 15, but I think it's got to be public pressure, consumer demand. I think people have to push for safe products, and if there are other elemental contaminants appearing in products, particularly ones which are not regulated, I think consumers will start rejecting consumer products. They will start to look elsewhere, or maybe go to another state which is more strict. So it's all about consumer demand and consumer pressure, because I firmly believe that we don't regulate heavy metals in a way that makes products completely safe.
No, thank you for that. And I think there's just a gap in knowledge when it comes to heavy metals, and it's not from a lack of desire. It's just there aren't enough experts like you, Rob, that can, that have penetrated the system or have been made accessible. And I think that's what's so great about ASTM and your outreach work to commissions, is the fact that you're educating, and your education of the people who are making the laws, the people who are driving regulations. Once they know that a person like you exists, once they know that these are things that they should be looking at, I think what they're doing for the most part is they're copy and pasting from other jurisdictions. So the more that we get this information out, the more that the new markets will come on board with appropriate approach to the heavy metals and contaminants. I have from Terry, Jeremy M and D37 Lab Subcommittee. What would it take? Sorry, what would it take to have AOAC adapt ASTM's D8282, or is that possible? No answer needed right now. So that's just something to think about. If you have a response to that, please reply to Terry. I think it's a good point. As we're going through this workshop, the intent is for us to get these ideas of how we can approach standards, either get standards out to people who may not be aware of, or incorporate the information that we learned today into the standards. Moving on, good feedback on Marcus's presentation. Marcus, nice presentation. Could you, and this is from Randy Shearer, could you briefly describe the typical environmental conditions used for accelerated stability testing? Upper temperature, for example, 40 degrees Celsius for how long? Really important question, especially when we're looking at, again, novel foods registration and the need to accelerate environmental conditions. So I think that's fantastic. It's good to know. Marcus, do you have a response to that?
Yeah, so very quickly. So we establish T equals 0 data point during the homogeneity study, and then we typically store the different units, or some different units, at different temperatures. So when, for example, we have a storage temperature of -20, then we go 1 to 0 degrees, 1 to 25, potentially 1 to 45, and then comparing the data points from those samples to a -80 degree frozen sample over a period of, I think the first data point is 1.5 months, 3 months, 6, 12, and 24 months. So that means the stability testing is going on even after the launch of the product.
And that's going to be our future. We're really, as the FDA gets their ducks in a row with regards to how they're going to regulate cannabis, and what I think mandatory registration is in our future. I know there's lobbying efforts to make mandatory registration a requirement, and then they'll probably start with cannabis over other, let's say, dietary supplements. So that's information we're going to have to really become experts on, as far as stability testing, toxicity testing, and how to accelerate the results with stability testing. So very helpful information. Thank you so much. Trevor had a comment. With states like Washington not supporting further testing for elemental contaminants. What can we consumers and patients do?
Sorry, Cheryl, that
for-
was the same one as before. I think Trevor just reposted himself.
Oh, did he? Okay, sorry. Oh, I apologize. Excellent. Thank you. So I thought I had missed that one. All right. Excellent. So those are all the questions I see in the chat. Are there any questions, live questions really quickly? Raise your hand, raise your virtual hand or your actual hand. Okay, I'm seeing none. So we're going to move on. We're moving on to a keynote presentation, and you know, Brent has been participating throughout the day, very present today and yesterday. The keynote address is from Walter Brent Wilson from the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST. What an honor, what an honor. Thank you so much for blessing us with your presence. We're very interested in hearing from you. And you have the floor for the next 20 minutes, and then we'll have a 10-minute Q&A session after your presentation. Thank you for being our keynote. We appreciate you.
Well, thank you for that introduction. Thank you for everybody for being here. Let me try to share my screen here. Hopefully it'll work. I'll just do it this way. All right. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Hello? Oh, all right. Well, thank you for the opportunity to present today. Kind of talk about some of the work we're doing here at NIST that we're trying to use to help with generating data for method standardization. I kind of talked about last year during the conference, did a brand overview about the standard practices for laboratory testing, method validation, and method development, and kind of did a how would I put, could be a way of using our Cannabis quality assurance program as a way of generating data to help further the process of standardization. And this year, I'm going to kind of give a bigger overview of Canon QAP, but also actually some of the data that was generated and that could be transferred into method validations or how laboratory method authors through ASTM can use some of that data to move forward. But a big part of this is needing well-characterized cannabis materials, and I'll show you some examples of what we're doing through our program here at NIST to meet those requirements. So the two main tools that we're developing are cannabis reference materials that kind of go hand in hand with our Canon QAP program. We're interested in looking at the entire gamut sample matrices that you can potentially encounter and different analytes. It's just going to take time to get through them. The main goals for Canon QAP is to help laboratories demonstrate and improve measurement, comparability, and confidence. There's a wide range of laboratories that would have interest, hemp and marijuana testing labs, product manufacturers, regulators, research laboratories like in academia, and forensic laboratories. Just like with when the Farm Bill passed, it really did put a big emphasis on the measurements they would be making on the forensic side of things. It's a program that's very similar to proficiency testing, except we do not provide pass-failing grades. We do provide you certificates for participation that outline the C-scores comparison to you and the participants, but also we provide NIST values along with that as well. All the results are anonymized, kept confidential, and in some cases, we will work with labs directly to help improve their analytical measurements to try and figure out maybe why they are not matching the NIST values or other participant values. One of the bonuses is it does allow for a direct technology transfer from methods we use at NIST, but it also feeds into reference material development. I'll kind of show some examples of that, and then plus method standardization. So in my talk last year, I kind of focused on these main components that would go into method validation and where adult Canon QAP could help. So for example, for analytical evaluation with direct comparisons, so you could have your method that's being developed through ASTM could be compared to other analytical methods that are being done in the laboratory through NIST measurements, but also other participants that are taking part in the study. Then also you could have the same analytical method being evaluated by multiple participants in the study. They could be within the same organization or like at different locations, or it could be just widely available to any participants that would participate that could use the proposed new standards. I should mention that that is also normally a requirement after the initial patches of any of the ASTM proposals. I think they have up to 5 years, and we just think we can help generate that start. So first, we had our first exercise roughly about a year and a half, 2 years ago, I think, or a year and a half ago when we sent out samples that focused only on hemp seed oils. One was more of a crude hemp extract oil, and then the other one was more of a finished product. We started with oils mainly so that we could provide a homogeneous material initially, and it allowed us also more time to get a better understanding and familiarize ourselves with the plant material homogenization as well. In addition, oils require less sample preparation in comparison to plant material. In some cases, sample dilution is all that would necessarily be required. It included up to 17 cannabinoids, also total THC, total CBD. We did partner with CV Sciences and Alchemist Labs on the materials being developed, which are shown here on the right, and the initial measurements. One of the key points in this study was all these were going to be hemp samples. So we had to make sure measurements were done at NIST beforehand to ensure all the participants that they were receiving legal samples here in the US based on the 0.3% value. So I'm not going to dive much into the results from this study because the final report is available. You can reach it through this link. A couple of things I will just mention. Here on the left are a couple of examples of the graphs that were shown in the report. Here on the top left is for total THC. You can see some comparisons where values, there's very commonality in the middle, but then you see your typical dispersion below and above the mean values. And then there's also the other type of graph where we look at how participants did that measured both hemp oil 1 and hemp oil 2. And one of the main things that came from exercise 1 was the biases that we typically found were issues with calibration. So if you notice here, there's kind of like a linear trend shown in this graph. This is an indication that generally speaking, the participants that did reported high for hemp oil 1 also did for hemp oil 2. And generally, this is a key indication of the calibration bias. And that was the primary thing that we did see from exercise 1, which we kind of expected in a lot of ways with it being a more simpler sample matrix. Now, with that in mind, we do like to generally provide participants the opportunity to see if they can make any corrections to their method and re-participate with a similar sample. So this is just the first part of this slide. I'll talk about the rest of it later. But in our exercise 3, we did include cannabis oils again, one of them being a hemp seed oil candidate reference material. So we got a lot of information back from the study that allowed us to feel comfortable with a very similar type of material to move forward with a reference material production coming up. So with exercise 2, we focused on plant material. As you can see, we had a lot of participation, 226 laboratories signed up, roughly about 80 to 85% provided data. We covered most of the US. We did have international participation, I think around 20 labs that did sign up. In this case, we focused on cannabinoids like we did in exercise 1, but we incorporated moisture and toxic elements into our measurements. One thing to note here as well, as you notice on the slide, for cannabinoids, we did provide 3 hemp samples, but for laboratories that provided either a DEA 222 form or an import permit, we did ship high THC materials to laboratories because I'm a firm believer to truly evaluate any method around a 0.3%, you need to have THC materials that are below, right at, and above right above that 0.3%. So this is just an example of some of the work that we did in the lab on preparing of the samples. These QAP materials are generated just like we do for reference materials. It goes through some type of a preparation step. In this case, we obtained bulk material from a farm out in Oregon initially to start with, and we also obtained some adjudicated cannabis samples from a local crime laboratory. And it just went through the process of basically grinding. We looked at evaluating using just high-powered blenders towards using cryo milling as a process. And what we found was generally that the high-power blender was a better option moving forward, just dealing with the nature of the plant material, the oiliness of it, using cryo grinding for a long-term storage and material caused issue with it. And what we found was that just using a high temperature or high power blender was sufficient. And we've also developed methods at NIST. We have 3 methods that we've developed. LCPDA, we didn't actually develop this. We took it from using a cannabis analyzer from Samatsu, and we implemented our extraction method. And then we also developed an LC tandem aspect, and then a GCMS method. So we would be providing values across all, taking into account the primary methods used in the cannabis industry. So exercise 2, as I mentioned, we expanded the number of cannabinoids, or not cannabinoids, but analytes we were looking at with moisture and toxic elements. So with the cannabinoids, we included 6 samples, 3 hemp, 3 high THC materials. Hemp sample 1 was was the candidate at the time, the candidate CRM from NRC Canada. They've been doing a lot of work in cannabis for the last few years, and they were happy to allow us to include it in the study. I will mention, Jeremy can correct me if I'm wrong because I saw him on the call earlier, but that material actually should be coming available this week or next. So that's something for you guys to keep in mind. But we did include it in our study as a potential evaluation, as well as see how the participants were doing. We also included the candidate NIST material that we've been working on. It is a plant material that was prepared just like what was shown on the previous slide. It is targeted right at the 0.3% number to really provide laboratories the opportunity to demonstrate at that cutoff point accurate measurements. Then we just used another material that we just prepared directly from stems from that bigger batch of materials. And then also similar with the marijuana samples that we provided. We didn't go sending out 20% THC. We really targeted just above that 0.3%, from there to about 2.5%. The 2 candidate materials at the time were also included for toxic elements. This would allow for evaluation up to 13 heavy metals. What I would say is the majority of them did focus on the big 4. And then Rob earlier talked a little bit about why needing to expand the list. One clarification I will make is that we don't dictate that we're not dictating that we think these should be the 13 that should be included in regulation. It's just we looked at what the FDA currently uses for tobacco, and that's really where we kind of focused on expanding our list beyond the initial 4, because they have a harmful and potential harmful contaminants list, and that's where we got the majority of these from for the study. And then we also included our CRM hemp material for the moisture measurements moving forward. So one of the big things that we did add in comparison to the first study, the second study, to try and help move along method standardization, this will kind of cover a lot of what I talk about moving forward, is we did provide a total of 9 standard methods. In the case for ASTM, we included these 5 proposed methods. None of them were completed at the time, but ASTM and the method office were willing to let us share that to the participants, give them an option of using them instead of in-house methods if they didn't have one. But we did ask if they had in-house methods that prefer them to use those instead. There were 4 AOAC methods that were also included as well. So generally, here's the graph showing basically the overall result for all the participants for total THC. There were 152 data points submitted here. You can see a wide range of methods were used. In general, the NIST value and the participants' values do have overlapping there. So just to give you a rough idea, so the pink color here represents the NIST target range, with the solid yellow or white line in the middle representing our mean value. And then you have the, down here below, you have the shaded beige area that represents the range from the participants. So there was significant overlap. You can see that the NIST values were slightly higher in general for total THC, but there was still a good comparison of what we were expecting to see in comparison between NIST values and the participants. And generally, this was seen for all cannabinoids and that we were looking at. Now, one thing you'll notice is you'll see in a lot of cases these downward triangles. This is an indication of laboratories that are either reporting results below their limits of quantitation or their limits of threshold. So we also designed this program for forensic laboratories. A lot of them aren't reporting on a quantitative basis. They're doing a cutoff point, and this is provides them a good opportunity to evaluate whether or not their semi-quant methods that they're using do provide values less than their threshold value. But one thing that you notice is these graphs are, I mean, you can't even tell what lab provided what results. This was very different from our first exercise because we had so many participants. So one of the things we are going to be doing is actually looking at it based on methods themselves and kind of separating them out. So here's an example. If you just show the LCPDA and LCUV values that were submitted, you're going to notice roughly about 80% of the methods that were used fall in this category. It's very heavily the predominant method that is used across the industry, it seems. And exercise one, it was more like 93% use LCPDA and LCUV. So this really dictates a lot of the value, the comparison values that you'll see for the cannabinoids. But we do want to expand it beyond just looking at these. So we did have other methods, techniques used. So for example, we had, I think it was 10 or 11 labs used LC tandem mass spec, and around 20 that used GCMS or GCFID. So looking at the LC tandem mass spec method, you can see it's a pretty good evenly distribution, maybe a little bit more extended higher than lower in comparison to the LC PDA data on the previous slide. And the GC is kind of more on the lower side of the overall trend that we saw for the values from the participants and from the NIST values. That in part could be due to just natural method itself, GC, where if they weren't doing some type of derivatization, you don't have 100% conversion rate of the acidic form to neutral form in the injection port of the GC. So that could be an indication why you're seeing some lower values here represented here. Now, you also notice you see a lot more of the downward trends, arrows representing. This represents more of what's being done in the forensics world portion of the community, where they're looking at that. That's the primary method that they're using. Now, one thing I will point out, you notice looking at the methods here, we did have an LC tandem mass spec ASTM method included that laboratories could use. And then we also had the GCFID method. So I'm going to kind of expand, look, primarily focus on those methods in general. So here's just showing you an example of total THC for the two different methods, looking at hemp sample 1, the NRC material, and then hemp sample 4, the NIST candidate material. In general, you'll see that there's an even distribution across, for the most part, for the labs who provided the measurements. with the NIST target range and with the participants with a slight skew, a little bit higher than normal, I would say. But it does indicate that there was good commonality if you were to look at all the data that was provided from the participants in comparison for using these methods to the NIST values, but also the participant values. And it allows for the method authors to get a first glimpse of what data might look like when they start to try and do their own type of interlaboratory studies or participate in one that's more in depth. One of the things is you notice here, there was a limited number of participants that did use these methods. They were asked to follow the method specifically. The hope is that they did, but we don't have any guarantee for certain that they did 100%. But what you can also kind of see here, it's just generating some initial data for method authors to kind of look at and see how does it fit accuracy wise, precision wise. And in general, I would say it does meet the requirements, I think, of what the method authors would be looking for. To go a little bit, dive a little bit deeper into it, looking at accuracy standpoint though, if you break down each laboratory who participated in what they provided, this one I'm looking specifically at the LC tandem mass spec method that includes 17 cannabinoids. In this case here, I'm just looking at 4 of them for THC, THCA, CBD, and CBDA. There are some criteria set in that method with accuracy that needs to be less than or equal to 20%. So I'm kind of showing you here across the board where some of these samples, the labs did not meet this criteria when you look at the laboratories individually as a instead of as a whole, as I was kind of mentioning on the previous slide. Some of the participants did meet the requirements. So it's kind of, it just kind of stipulates just giving some general information, some potential knowledge that the method authors can take back in the future. One thing I would mention is these were methods that were provided to the participants on spot. They didn't generate it. They were only asked to submit 3 replicates values. So it could be that they actually could get better as they move forward, as they got more familiarized with the analytical method. But one of the things that is included in the method itself does say continue to make the extractions and measurements until you get it below these values. So, and it does recommend using a CRM, but if one is not available, to look into using some type of in-house reference material or potentially some type of material like what we provide through the QAP program. The other parameter that is looked at is the precision that is recommended to be less than 20% RSD. In this case, all the labs did provide RSDs below the 20%. What I would say is 20% is being fairly generous in my opinion, but they would have met, in this case, in all criteria, they would have met that criteria in this case. So I am going to move on and talk a little bit about some other the element or analytes that were measured in it. Probably one of the, I think, and one of the big important things that did come from the study we did is looking at moisture. So we sent out samples of the NIST CRM material, our candidate material for moisture evaluation by the participants, and we did measure them at NIST. So the shaded pink line here represents the NIST range. These values were determined based on loss on drying and desiccator for 21 days. Keeping in mind that no testing lab or any of the participants were going to do something that detailed more than likely. But we wanted to try and provide a true value for what that moisture would be. And if you compare that to what the participants' values were here in the shaded green area, you really see that it was roughly 2% higher for the participants' mean values in comparison to the NIST value. And a lot of, I mean, the main reason that is all of the methods pretty much that are being used that were used by their participants were some type of loss on drying over oven drying. And it's almost certainly that they are losing other components other than moisture in the process, losing probably terpenes or other volatile compounds, and really would play a key role in the comparison depending on how precise and accurate potentially a laboratory could be making measurements for total THC if the sample is right there at the 0.3%. So something that we do plan to provide this in a future exercise, but also expand on the measurements that we provided to where we would provide a oven drying method and potentially also using some type of a moisture analyzer to kind of expand on the potential values that a laboratory could be expecting across the 3 different methods. But this was kind of really one of the big takeaways that we saw from the study. We did include the toxic elements, as I mentioned before. Here's an example graph looking at total arsenic. One thing I should mention is that these samples, and generally I am very against spiking samples. We try and let everything be at its natural concentration in the material itself. So, and generally, a lot of these, I would say, toxic elements were on the lower range from what a lot of times a laboratory would see in a PT study that they would participate in. And that was actually one of the comments we got back from some of the participants, that they actually enjoyed the fact that we were giving them a natural sample instead of it being spiked at really high levels. But that also is, in part, is why you see a lot of downward triangles shown here in this graph. A lot of the laboratories have set limits that they use based on whatever the regulatory limits are in their state. And so that's why you do see a lot of LOQs or just threshold limits being used here. But in general, the NIST values and the participants values did compare very well across all elements that were analyzed. One thing I'll mention, I know I keep talking about the NIST range. So the NIST target range that we provided, they consist of 4 times of our standard deviation measurements. That's across all the measurements that we provided, if it was cannabinoids or toxic elements. So in general, we do have you're going to see a larger range for the NIST values than you would typically see like on a certificate or potentially just method standard deviation. So this leads into what are we doing now? So I mentioned before about exercise 3. We just shipped samples last week. Had 175 participants sign up. We provided the cannabis oils like we did in exercise 1, but we also did provide cannabis plant samples again. In this case, cannabinoids, 2 hemp plant samples and 2 marijuana samples. One of the big differences between, the big difference between these materials and the ones from the previous exercise, these are a high CBGA plant strand. That is one of the things that we also do try to do in cannabis QAP that you might not necessarily see in a PT study, is that we will try and have specific goals and outcomes and evaluations of the participants than necessarily just trying to provide, allowing them the opportunity to meet whatever regulations that they might have to show results for. And that's part of why we went with the high CBGA, because a lot of I would say growers are trying to starting to look at the minor cannabinoids a lot more than just CBD and THC. And as that progresses, we want to also provide samples that meet that recommendation. As a consequence of that, CBD generally is going to be very low in the sample. So it'll be interesting to see how some of the labs or participants do with measuring very low levels of CBD in their samples. We did provide another sample for moisture to try and see how it does compared to the previous exercise, and also one for toxic elements as well. The measurements data, we do provide a longer submission timeframe than a typical PT, due at the end of January, but we also do provide preliminary results within the first month. Then the reports generally can take 4 to 5 months after that to get out. Just a quick thank you to basically the cannabis team here at NIST in general, there's a lot of work being done in cannabis. This program, a lot of the stuff I talked about today focuses on the organic and inorganic measurement groups here at NIST, but there are some other groups doing work as well. And then just thank you for allowing the opportunity to come present. Here's my email. We have a cannabis email as well. Feel free to contact. There's a website if you want to find out more information about CannaQAP and also just our cannabis research at NIST in general. There's a website there. And thank you for your attention today. And I'd be more than happy to try and address any questions that anybody might have.
Okay, thank you so much. Great presentation. Really appreciate it. I did put in the chat that there's going to be a slight change to the agenda. We will get back to you, Brent, on questions. Just want to let you know. We're going to divert from our traditional agenda and have Darwin speak because he is pressed for time. And, we're running a little bit behind. Brent, thank you so much for understanding. Darwin, you have the floor.
Hey, everybody. I am super pressed. Let me get my presentation up and then try to share that screen. Let's get that going. I think I want screen two. Can everybody see my presentation?
We see it's fit for purpose.
Yay, excellent.
Excellent.
So as Cheryl mentioned, I am pressed for time. I will do my best to get through this as coherently as I can, given the time crunch. But thanks everybody so much for having me. I'm really excited to speak on fit for purpose and provide some usage examples for further understanding. As you can see, I am in the lab currently. And so, as I said, we'll try to get through my introductions as quickly and seamlessly as I can. I am the Chief Science Officer Canada for Final Bell Corp, where I'm currently working right now, as well as the owner and founder of TSOC LLC. I am a process-trained design engineer. We provide design and implementation services for the cannabis and hemp industry. I am a 16-year industry veteran and I'm currently the subcommittee vice chair for ASTM International's D3704 on processing and handling, and the co-chair for ASTM International D3707 on industrial hemp, as well as the the official liaison between the National Cannabis Industry Association in the United States and ASTM's D37 to help connect standards development with policy development. So today, I'm going to be quickly review the fit for purpose process, or so that people can understand the concept, go over what my previous approaches I tried to explain this process with, and describe how we can work with ASTM standards, the fit for purpose concept, and the power of words to really craft terminology that can have significant impact to the marketplace. So really quickly, fit for purpose, of course. The fit for purpose concept is a tool that can be applied to any scenario within the cannabis and hemp marketplace. Take for instance, sustainability. A practical example would be to design cultivation standards that are fit for purpose to the climatic region in which the plants are grown. That might allow, for instance, any type of cannabis plant to be grown anywhere in the world to meet specifications, regardless of the method of production. A non-cannabis example perhaps would be a scenario where a banana producer or some other producer of some type of food crop wants to implement a data management system into their cultivation practices to better track production and yields. So there are many different types of data management systems that this banana producer could implement. They could implement a data management system like that of Big Pharma with multiple levels of redundancy and access control related to intellectual property and other sensitive data. Or they could implement a data management system used more for tracking of warehouse goods and inventory. It can't exactly capture everything they need, but it's better than nothing. So neither example is really fit or appropriate to the banana producer's needs. They need something kind of in between, something that allows them to track the types of products that they produce and the data that they want to see in a way that is right for them. This idea is really what's the core of the fit for purpose concept. There's no real special sauce here. It's just a conceptual approach to problem solving using a series of logic questions. So in my previous approaches to explaining fit for purpose, I first attempted to lay a conceptual foundation by explaining how we can work within the confines of the UN Single Conventions to assist with standards development. By using the requirements outlined in the UN Single Conventions as the core structure for which to craft standards upon, I thought this would allow us to create standards more efficiently. However, this approach proved cumbersome and difficult to explain without really going into a significant amount of detail about the UN Single Conventions and the framework that they mandate for cannabis. So then I provided an example of how we can use fit for purpose to create usage classifications for a cannabis plant and its products to aid in navigating regulatory compliance, all in the hopes of aiding the marketplace in bridging the gap between cannabis and hemp. This time around, I'm going to come at this from a different angle. I plan to demonstrate how the fit for purpose concept through a structured approach incorporating the ASTM standards framework, using a structured approach incorporating the ASTM standards framework. Since fit for purpose concept can be applied to any scenario, a good way to show this, its usefulness, is by creating some terminology. But before we can do that, it's important to reiterate what ASTM standards are and why they're important. Standards are a means of facilitating communication and the transfer of information. They form the foundation of certification programs, and when referenced in regulation, become law. But they're much more than that. How many of you on this conference today have an Apple or an Android phone? The operating systems on these are a form of standardization. One app designed for an Android phone won't necessarily work on an Apple phone. That's just an example. The charger is another one. Your phone uses FireWire, that's proprietary to Apple, or it's going to use a USB, which is the universal serial bus and a standard across multiple devices. So now that you kind of understand what standards are, we can discuss their purpose. So by leveraging ASTM standards, we can lead to greater market acceptance of cannabis and hemp consumer and non-consumer goods. Standards provide protection via product specifications that can ensure consumer and environmental health and safety, but also protections against fraud when used in buyer and seller agreements. These same consumer and environmental and healthy safety standards promote overall product quality, not only from a directly measurable means like chemical and physical properties, but also through more organoleptic methods like aesthetic quality and user experience. These in turn lead to more consumer trust, because with product quality and safety standards, consumers don't stop to question whether the products they are consuming are dangerous, and they can rely on a product working the same way, generating the same user experience or benefits each time they buy it. Industry standards can also reduce regulatory burden by simplifying the development of legislation and help marketplaces fill in the gaps of their programs or create them where no frameworks are in place. A good example of this is in the United States, where ASTM International is headquartered. Through ASTM's relationships with federal bodies like the USDA, FDA, FTC, FAA, and others, and over the course of its 120-year history, ASTM has built a reputation of developing market-relevant standards. And these federal agencies look to the ASTM and others to provide them with standards which they can cite directly into law or use as a foundation from which to draft new legislation. A truly powerful concept when understanding the standards we create today may shape our industry for decades to come. So within ASTM International, there are 6 types of standards. There's terminology, classifications, specifications, test methods, practices, and guides. We'll be focusing on terminology and the power of words for the rest of the presentation. So what is in a name? Would a rose by any other name smell just as sweet? Maybe, maybe not. But what is important is that the words we use to define our industry matter in more ways than one. They can be structured to be inclusive or exclusive of stakeholders, industries, or marketplaces. They can be written to be technical or generic, as well as complex or simple. Most importantly, though, I believe language can be used as a tool to promote better understanding and market protections. Terminology, when created with intent, i.e. fit for purpose, can have powerful consequences. When leveraging the ASTM standards framework, words can become much more than a clear means of communication. If structured correctly, we can use the terminology we create to define specifications for certain things, such as the word hemp. Incorporating a weight limit for total THC, for instance, let's say 0.3%, is in the definition of hemp, is an example of using terminology to create a specification. As a direct consequence of this, that creates a means of classification for anything that can meet the specification outlined in the definition for the term. So in other words, if a cannabis plant or any part thereof or derivative therefrom contains less than that total THC limit specified by the authority having jurisdiction, again, let's 0.3% for instance, then it can be classified, marketed, labeled, and sold as hemp. That same logic can be applied to other commonly used terms. So my goal of today is that, and the goal of the standards development process is to ensure safety and environmental protection, to ensure consumer safety and environmental protections and promote commodification and ease of regulatory burden. But is there a way we can use the fit for purpose concept to help us simplify this process? For instance, the 6 types of standards ASTM has defined are an example of fit for purpose. It's how ASTM actually keeps the different types of topics it covers separated. Today, I'm going to focus on the commodification part of this equation and use a logic-based approach to demonstrate how we can use the fit for purpose concept together with ASTM standards to create useful and impactful terminology. My goal is to, in this case, I'm going to create my purpose, or my intent is to reduce complexity, remain compliant with the UN single conventions and the authority having jurisdictions interpretations, as well as increase access to the marketplace while mitigating fraud and providing protections. So by using these as my intent or my purpose, I plan to demonstrate how the fit for purpose concept works to help create standards like terminology. So we'll explore this by looking at the term hemp fiber and how one defines this seemingly simple term can have major impacts on the marketplace. Expanding beyond naming conventions, if we look at this from a different angle, how do we remain compliant while being as inclusive as possible? Our goal with this exercise is to create a term that promotes market access, provides protections against fraud, and remains compliant with the single conventions. That's all of that is easier said than done. But we have made an attempt. Here is the proposed definition of hemp fiber, the D3707's Hemp Fiber Initiative Group, in collaboration with another of ASTM's technical committees, the D1317 on Bass Fibers, in order to hopefully define hemp fiber in a way that facilitates those goals that I outlined. This proposed definition does 2 things right off the bat. It restricts what can be classified as hemp fiber to only those fibers that are both cellulosic-based natural fibers, i.e. it can't be a synthetic fiber, and that natural fiber has to come from a cannabis sativa plant. So what that does is allow a very narrow specification for what can be hemp fiber, providing protections so that no one can sell jute or canaf or rami or some of these other natural fibers as hemp fiber, because when you use a test method, that's another topic all on its own, to verify the specification, allowing you to therefore classify that product as hemp fiber. The second thing it does is promote sustainability and inclusivity of marketplaces that may not have THC limits or the means of enforcing them by allowing fiber from any cannabis sativa plant to be classified as hemp fiber. So what this does is frames it in a totally different context than some of the other proposed definitions that are currently in the D37. This version also does two things, but the things it ends up being is it more restrictive in the respect that it similarly restricts hemp fibers to those coming that they have to be cellulosic. However, it makes it explicit that hemp fibers can only come from hemp stalks or from hemp plants, which consequently allows you to go through or forces a secondary logic argument to have to occur when you're defining or trying to determine if your product can be classified and marketed as something. Instead of just being able to determine if it is a cellulosic-based natural fiber and comes from a cannabis plant, therefore it can be hemp fiber. Instead, I must test or determine if first it is hemp. So what really this does is it bars many stakeholders from participating in the global marketplace and is inherently unsustainable in regards to the way that that definition is built, because it effectively states that if your product can't be classified as hemp, then that fiber has to be most typically, depending on your marketplace, treated like a controlled substance and destroyed as waste, regardless of the fact that the stalks of the cannabis plant and its fibers have been exempted from the UN Single Convention's control since their inauguration or since their ratification. So it adds extra burden to marketplaces and producers unnecessarily and promotes what I like to call the new reefer madness. Feel free to share that hashtag. So how does this all work together? Now, hopefully I was able to explain that a little bit. Specifications, as I said, can be used to define what can be classified, marketed, labeled, and sold as hemp. This, in my mind, provides better market protections than arbitrary legal and regulatory definitions. They may not necessarily have a structured approach to what they're trying to do. Those terminologies can then be used to create that specification and by consequence, classifications. And by leveraging ASTM standards and fit for purpose, we can either create inclusive or exclusive language that can allow for more or less market acceptance of products. So as a quick recap, I was able to review the concept of fit for purpose, explained ASTM standards and how to use them, provided an outline on how terminology can be used to create specifications and classifications, provided an example of how terminology can be structured to be inclusive or exclusive, and hopefully demonstrated how a common term like hemp fiber can have powerful consequences depending on how it is defined. Thank you all so much for listening and speaking. I really appreciate it. Cheryl, I'll do my best to answer questions if I still have some time, but unfortunately I am pressed right up to the end. So I have maybe 2 minutes.
No, we just appreciate you so much for what you do for ASTM. We appreciate your sacrifice for being here. I know you had work commitments. It's great to see you in your lab clothing. Thank you for giving us insight into your work life. What I'm going to do for questions for you, we'll capture them and I'll send them to you separately, just so you can get back to your work. I don't know if you saw my comment. I said Darwin has basically just gifted us a standard for writing standards. So we've evolved past the standards template. So thank you again. So appreciate you. And we don't want to take any more of your time. And I want to get back to the questions that are here for Brent. I promise you, anyone who has questions for Darwin, just put Darwin dash in your comment, and then I'll put it on an email, and we'll circulate it back throughout our attendees list to make sure you get your questions answered. Okay?
Thanks. Thanks so much, Cheryl, and everybody. Have a great rest of your day.
You are so welcome. And Brent, I really appreciate your flexibility as well. There's quite a few comments for your session. It was very well received. First one I have is from Rob Thomas. Would you like to comment on the level of uranium you found in the hemp plant material?
Yeah, so during Darwin's presentation, I actually looked up the data to see. And so in general, to be very specific, so the hemp 1 sample was around 0.4 milligrams per kilogram. And for the NIST hemp sample 4 was around 0.004, so roughly 2 orders of magnitude difference in comparison from US hemp and cannabis hemp, at least for these 2 materials.
Awesome, thank you so much. The next question I have is from Kenny Z. And by the way, Kenny is a speaker and he hung out with us at the virtual networking. So he's great at cannabis charades as well. So the question is, Brent, what are the criteria for labs to receive the marijuana PT samples with less than 0.3% THC? Is NIST producing a marijuana SRM with greater than 0.3% total THC?
So thank you, Kenny, for your question. And I should say thank you to Rob for your question as well. Sorry, I forgot to say that before. So the requirements here in the US to be able to transfer as a federal laboratory and to transfer it across outside of our state is it's a form called a DEA 222. It allows for the transfer of controlled substances between 2 DEA registered laboratories. So first thing, to be able to receive, your laboratory would have to be registered with the DEA and gone through that entire lengthy process to be approved. And then it's just as simple as mailing to you and just making sure that the forms are in line and reporting what it is. To develop a marijuana SRM, currently, no, we are not working to develop one higher than total THC. And a big part of that is I didn't mention this during my presentation, but really we wanted to get involved before the federal, the 2018 Farm Bill, but we were really limited to a small portion of laboratories that have a DEA registration. At least when that bill passed, it made it where we could ship hemp samples without the DEA registration requirements. But to do a marijuana only, it would be a very small portion of the cannabis community. And right now we're looking more big picture, trying to provide something for everyone. It's not that we might not do it someday, just right now we're not.
Awesome, excellent, thank you so much. Next, Randy Shearer says, Walter, thanks for a lot of useful information. It appeared that your cannabis samples were finely ground. Is that correct? What is the size range of those particles?
So thank you for your question, Randall. You're completely correct. So over the 3 materials that we sent out, they actually, one of them was very ground. Hemp sample 6 was less than 250 microns in particle size. Hemp sample 4 ranged from 250 to around 700. As part of the process of development, we did do a sieving process to ensure, to try and help with the homogeneity and the material being provided. And the reason why, for our reference material we're developing, we're going with the 250 to 700, mainly so that we can try and provide a material that's going to be most similar to what necessarily a laboratory would be grinding as their finished product. Even though I will admit you will get a more reproducible results with the finely ground material, but that's just not what's being done in laboratories, and we're targeting more towards that.
Awesome. We have a comment here from Melanson to everyone. As Brent mentioned, the NRC hemp certified reference material, CRM, will be available as early as next week here. So there's a link, hot topic, hot off the press. Put it on your calendar to check by Friday. That's the link where you're going to see the CRM. So thank you for sharing that. Kenny, good question. Would it be able to be shipped to the US? So the hemp certified reference material, would it be able to be shipped to the United States? Is Melanson still on?
Well, he answered.
Or can you answer that?
He provided an answer in the chat, but I can answer it too.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
There he is. Jeremy can answer it.
Jeremy, thank you for your comments. Brent, I'll let you speak, and then Jeremy, you can follow up if you like.
Jeremy, you can go ahead. I mean, we're going to say the same thing, I'm pretty certain.
Yeah.
So we've shipped a few test batches down to NIST. We've had a little bit of trouble. There's been a few delays at customs, but we've been successful every time, even with the larger batches. So we're still working on if there's any special paperwork that we need. We're still trying to decide what's best to provide with that, whether we actually say that it's got less than 0.3% THC. So we're still working on that, but we're open to try to ship it to the US. And if something happens, doesn't get through, we'll try again and ship another one. So.
Excellent.
Thanks.
Great to hear. And I love that you guys are tag teaming on this. Really good information. Thank you for giving us the heads up. So we're not missing that when it comes out next week. Really appreciate you, Jeremy, and definitely appreciate you, Brent. Another one from Randy. I like your usage of cannabis as meaning both hemp and marijuana. I've noticed that many people equate cannabis with marijuana, and that usage seems to be common in several countries. Are you following ASTM D8270 definitions? And I mean, I think we probably need to just assume that D8270, I'm not familiar with that standard, reference a definition for cannabis, which includes both hemp and marijuana, similar to how it's described as a genus. So do you want to respond to that, Brent?
Well, I didn't know if Ralph, when I saw you.
Yeah, it's just I was just going to say it's the D37 standard on terminology. That's the one that we have everything there.
Nice.
My answer to answer the question is, to be honest, I don't know what the specifications are by ASTM. We look at it more on what the definition is based on the federal, with hemp being less than or equal to 0.3%, and then marijuana being above 0.3%, because they're both cannabis. I mean, there's no way around it. They're both cannabis, and that's the definition we have to use as a federal agency to distinguish one from the other. That's
a great strategy, because again, the Farm Bill does reference it as cannabis. So hemp is cannabis, so it does cover both. From Lab 2, thank you for your talk, Walter. Has NIST considered a lower temperature drying method? My concerns are that AOAC 2018.11 methodology has temperatures 100 degrees Celsius high enough to also evaporate terpenes and thus magnify the moisture content. Any thoughts on lower temperature drying?
I believe that is your best option if you want to get as close to the true moisture value in the sample. One of the things that we're in the process of writing all these reports now for exercise 2, one of the things I would be interested in seeing, and I suspect, is that trend you see, the line in the graph, is more than likely as that represents as a temperature has increased in the sample. So you probably are going to see a trend at higher, as you go up that graph, you're going to see higher temperatures that are used. And I think 100 degrees is very common, but I've seen some labs that use 60 or 80%, or not percent, degrees Celsius. And Ralph has his hand raised again, so I don't know if maybe he has a comment.
Yeah, again, just to go back to the definition, we use authority having jurisdiction for hemp with the level of THC, simply because around the world people have different numbers. So of course 0.3% is what we use in Canada and US, but some use 0.2%, others use 1%. And the reason why we have hemp separate from cannabis is simply because internationally some places don't allow cannabis to be, cannabis is not legal and hemp is. And so it allows people to participate and still use our standards by us referring it to as hemp and not just cannabis. It's more of a practical approach.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Last question, Rob. Did you find any significant difference between the elemental contaminants in the hemp plant material and the oil/extracts?
So we haven't actually started making any measurements on the oil material yet for in the way of toxic elements. So I can't really answer that question. And they're not made from the same material, so that might not be a good comparison really to make. Really the comparison would be a hemp material that was then taken and extracted and made into an oil. Comparison of the plant to that oil would be the most accurate way to do that.
Okay, thank you very much. Excellent keynote, very informative. You want to add something else?
Yeah, one more thing, sorry.
Yeah, sorry,
So,
go ahead.
I meant to mention it in my talk. So Chris is on this call from ASTM. He's heading up the PT program that they're doing. A lot of you should have gotten an email recently announcing where they're doing that. I think sign up is through middle towards the end of January for their new program that they're developing. And we're actually starting to work with them some on that program. So I just wanted to mention that. Highly recommend you guys signing up if you need PT potential providers that ASTM will be starting that, or they have done it for water activity, but they're expanding it into all these different analytes and plant coming up. So please take a look at that if you have a chance.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Because we had Darwin already go, we have a lightning talk scheduled next, or actually not a lightning talk, it's a full-on session. We have Turan Ivas from ANSI National Accreditation Board, Caitlin O'Connell from National Accreditation Board, and their topic is educational and legal defensibility of cannabis certificate programs via accreditation. This is such a great topic. Is Carrie Black? Okay, I know he's doing a lot of great work on cannabis certificate accreditation as well. So I just wanted to recognize him. If this is an area of interest, please join ASTM. Please join, I think it's, and Ralph will correct me, but subcommittee 6, D3706, I think is the subcommittee focused on looking at accreditation. So I just want to highlight Turan and Caitlin, you are ready to go. Thank you so much. We're excited to hear about educational and legal defensibility of cannabis certificate programs via accreditation. Thank you for your time. And I've seen you throughout the 2 days. Thank you for your participation as well.
You're welcome. Thank you. Caitlin,
Go ahead and share your screen then, sir.
Sorry, we should share our screen?
Or Caitlin,
Yes, go ahead.
Caitlin may be doing it.
Okay, I'm happy to share my screen. Just 1 second.
All right, in full screen.
Okay, thanks so much for having us here today. We're very happy to be a part of this workshop with so many other amazing speakers. As Cheryl pointed out, today we're going to talk about educational and legal defensibility of cannabis certificate programs via accreditation, which is a bit of a mouthful for a title. So what this means is we're going to talk about how the accreditation of programs in cannabis can be legally defensible in a court of law. So just to start off, who are we? My name is Caitlin O'Connell. I'm the manager of the Certificate Accreditation Program at ANAB, and I'm working with Dr. Turan Ivas, who is the director of that program. The Certificate Accreditation Program accredits programs that contain a training or an educational event with an assessment of learning and then issue a certificate at the end. And so that program is for any industry, but we are so excited to be launching a cannabis-specific certificate accreditation program. And we're going to tell you a little bit about why we think that's a value add for the industry. So we have 3 learning objectives for today. The first is we hope that you will come away with an understanding of the value of employee competency and credentialing in the cannabis industry. Second, we'd like you to understand how the use of standards in quality assurance of cannabis certificate programs. And then finally, we hope that you will understand the concepts of educational and legal defensibility, of course, in cannabis certificate programs. So I'm going to start you off here, and then Turan will take over about halfway through the presentation. So employee competency. As we all know, the cannabis industry has been unregulated for a very long time. And now that it is becoming legalized, competency is a key issue. Employee competencies are a way to address the technical skills of a job. You can use a list of skills and behaviors that are very specific and well-defined. So this is a crucial part of assuring quality and, more importantly, even the safety of cannabis. This is an assurance to the stakeholders and the end user, the clients, that the products they use are safe and of a consistent quality. So another aspect of employee competency is ensuring that the employees acquire and develop appropriate competencies. And this also involves the employee trainings and development programs, because they need to be developed based on industry accepted standards. So Cheryl just mentioned ASTM Subcommittee D3706. It's called Personnel Training, Assessment, Credentialing. Turan and I are members of that subcommittee, and for the last year, we've been working to help develop this new standard, D8403. This is the standard upon which our new certificate program in accreditation is, certificate accreditation program in cannabis is based. And so this is a standard guidance for certificate programs. So just a little bit more about what that means. ASTM 8403 provides quality assurance. It does so in 3 key areas. The first one is requirements for certificate issuers. So the certificate issuer would be the entity providing the training and the test, and then finally issuing a certificate for completion of those. So that could be anybody. But what we look for is based on the management system, which means that there are several aspects, one being that they must be financially sustainable, another being that they have quality and experience and trained personnel issuing the program and the certificate. And then it also requires that any policies, procedures, these are written down so that anybody within the organization may follow them. Even if an employee leaves, there won't be that institutional knowledge lost. But the second aspect of the standard is the requirements for the actual certificate program. This is the education aspect, the learning event. So number one is that it must be based on an industry accepted instructional design method. So it must have analysis, design, development, implementation. It has to have all these levels of instructional design. And there must be an oversight group that advises on that design. The oversight group would be experts in the field and stakeholders that can provide the advice that you would need in developing the program. And then finally, there's the assessment, which must have measurable learning outcomes and must have criterion reference testing. So the final aspect is certificate issuance and use. This covers the use of any designations, and then of course, how long the certificate earned is valid. This can vary from industry to industry or from certificate to certificate, but it must be justifiable. So I'm going to pass the rest of the slides over to Turan to finish up.
Great, thank you. So basically the quality assurance with the AIMS Nation Accreditation Board, ANAB accreditation, meaning that process based on an international standard meets that requirement ISO IC 1711, which is a standard for national accreditation bodies like ANAB or any other country's national accreditation body, like UCAS in UK or DAX in in Germany or COFRAC in France. So, and also involves a comprehensive paper review and on-site visit. And that also defines how our accreditation process should be conducted. It is not just it come out of these ideas, we have to do an on-site visit, we have to do a document review. It's all dictated by that international standard. And also an accreditation committee, another unit within the program that consists of the national experts that coming from government, for-profit, non-profit, Fortune 500, small business, organizations, basically validating what the assessment results are and making the final accreditation decisions. So this is very rigorous process and making sure that there is no one single entity within the accreditation process can make or suggest any decision, so everybody collectively agree on. So this is the good stuff. Sorry, Caitlin, I have to talk about the educational defensibility. Basically, this is the core of what we are doing. So I'm going to talk about, not going to get into the whole academic kind of terminology, but since this may also relevant to any organization's livelihood, and I'll show it to you at the end, you have to kind of understand that why education defensibility is so important. Basically, educational defensibility is based on certain validity and reliability of any educational training offering. There are a couple of different validity and reliability concepts, but the two of them are the most important ones. The first one is content validity, meaning that the content of any educational offering that should be based on industry accepted practice and approved and monitored by that expert oversight group that formed by the organization itself. And industry accepted best practices could be any type of best practices that developed and practiced by the whole industry. And of course, there are some practices may not be accepted by the whole industry, but portion of the industry, there should be some sort of widely used practices. And that assures that the training provider, when they develop the content, they're not just developing out of silos, but they're actually connected. There is alignment with the industry, what employers are asking for. And then the second concept is the assessment validity and reliability. So that basically says that scoring of the learner assessment must be based on a passing standard established through a criterion reference methodology. I know this sounds a bit academic, but what it means basically, when you say you have a passing score of your exam, let's say 70, that 70 mark should not be just arbitrarily developed, or you should not just say, I like 70 because I had some number. That 70 should be developed based on a criterion reference testing. So that methodology will assure that learner, based on the valid content, learn what they're supposed to learn and can perform on the job without any fault. So if could be a 95 or 100 in many cases, especially in the competency-based programs. So that means that if the passing score or cut score developed on a certain level, let's say 75, meaning that a person who reaches that 75 really understood the concept, understood the critical items that provided during the training program. So therefore, these two concepts are present in a training program if the content is valid and if the assessment test or exam or some sort of competency demonstration, it can be used also as rubrics, especially in the competency-based programs. If the assessment validity and reliability and content validity is there, then we call that program is educationally defensible. Okay, so you can say that participants will learn what they're supposed to learn, and that is an assurance you can give to your stakeholders. And educational defensibility now brings us to another interesting subject, which is legal defensibility. Can go to the next slide, please. And that basically will be talking about the assessment results and more generally the training program then can be defensible in the court of law. In the litigation cases, if there is something wrong in some event and then lawyers start discussing, what happened, who can be sued or who can pay the repairment, they usually go certain practices or some sort of a method. They usually look at, was this a part of a machinery or equipment error, or is some sort of a human error? Let's assume it's not a machinery error, it's some sort of a human error. Then they look at the two things. Was it a negligence issue or was it a competence issue? Let's say the person didn't sleep on the job, then they look at the competency of the person. The first thing then that has to be looked is that how this person trained properly. So in that sense, then the court will ask scientific evidence proving the person's competency based on how the person is trained or educated. So then these validity and reliability items I just mentioned can be used as scientific evidence in the court of law. And you can even Google, in a simple Google search, you can find maybe half dozen those kind of court cases within the next couple of years, especially in high-stake training programs, meaning where the training is used for employment. And those kind of training court cases, they go back, look at especially the certification exams, licensing exams, and those kind of high-stake training program assessments. So this is quite hot topic in those kind of circles. So basically, when we are talking about educational defensibility and legal defensibility, that's what the ASTM standard provides tool to identify those items, and through NEB accreditation, we can validate, we can assure that the program that we accredited is valid content, assessment is valid and reliable. So therefore, the whole program is educationally and legally defensible. And since Caitlin mentioned about this industry came along from a long way. And we are aware that there's still some naysayers in even accepting the legitimacy of this industry. So therefore, this type of defensibility, that when you are producing the competent workforce, will be very handy, because that is one place that you will not get criticism, because any training program that is based on a national standard developed by ASTM will basically prove them wrong, and also will make sure that the participants of this industry, the workers, the cannabis agents, cannabis handlers, technicians, whatnot, all these people that when they train, when they are doing their job, then they can be assured that they are competent. So that is the big plus for this industry, and any industry for their speaking. So in conclusion, so ASTM D8403 based accreditation provides three major benefits to the cannabis industry. I believe I spoke a little bit earlier on that, but still provides an employee competency that will allow the cannabis industry to produce its own workforce using standard and industry accepted practices that we all talked about yesterday and today. And quality assurance, meaning that to a quality education program are persuasive to those still may have doubts about the cannabis training and training providers per se. And also for that, since this industry becoming lucrative, there will be a lot of actually, not some entrepreneurs, quote unquote, that will try to earn some quick buck, but will, disregard all what we're talking about. So therefore, this quality assurance will be some sort of a fitness test to identify who is doing proper job, who is not. And lastly, again, the education defensibility that may be used as a scientific evidence for legal defensibility in the court of law, just in case things goes wrong. And I'm not going to guarantee you that you're going to walk out from that courtroom that day, but based on my 12-year experience in NC, I witnessed a lot of those kind of situations, and you will have a quite of a armory for that kind of situation if you've ever been. And probably Cheryl also may use some of these, maybe practicing in the some sort of a complaint in this kind of industry, because that's gonna be quite soon, as we are seeing in the food safety industry, that we are as an ANAB the official accreditor by many states. So that is kind of a similar industry that I'm thinking that this industry will also experience similar problems. So thank you again, and you may contact us, either myself or Caitlin, from the phone numbers and emails below. And if you'd like to know more about our accreditation process or any of the topics that we talked, please let us know. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is so essential for our industry. This, we always talk about standardizing materials, standardizing our approach to laboratories, and we don't talk enough about standardizing our approach to whether it's the customer experience, whether it's the knowledge experience for people operating in our space based on specific roles. So I'm so glad that you are in existence and that you have taken on cannabis as an area that you want to support. We really appreciate that. I'm sure you're already working with Carrie Black, is that correct?
Yes, Carrie was the chair, is the chair of that D3706. We know each other quite a long time now, almost a year, and it's been a quite journey. And I thank him for his leadership. And I've been involved with ASTM for many years, and I know how thankless job is to be a committee chair in any standard development activity. Requires tons of hours, but at the end, our kind of organizations will use the standard for betterment of humanity.
Fantastic. No, this is really good work. Super excited to see it. And I think the next step is there's a kind of like a new emergence of compliance companies, but compliance companies focused on compliance software, training management software, et cetera, and so on. So I think, that those are the organizations that as a next step should be working with your organization with regards to the accreditation and then monitoring the training as people are going through the training for these operations with a hierarchical view of it. So excellent work. I want to make sure that we get to all of our topics. I know we're running a little bit behind, but you do have a Q&A session. Let me see if there are any questions in the chat. I see a big old thank you that it was very timely from Michelle Dumais. Any questions before we move on to panel number 5?
Okay, while they are thinking their question, I just want to add a couple of sentences. Especially this type of accreditation is, you may know that as I've counted, like 26 states in the United States requiring some sort of proof that any organization would like to get licensed from the state or open a cannabis cafe or cannabis shop, that the employee must go through a training called as RVT, Responsible Vendor Training. So our accreditation based on ASTM BA2403 will also accredit those training providers who operate in the responsible vendor training sphere. And actually we've accredited we are in the process of accrediting a couple of organizations. And when I talked to those state officials, they were kind of in the beginning surprised that, when they put that requirement, they all thought that they're gonna do themselves the approval process. But when we let them know that we as an organization also we've been doing that for the food safety area for many states. So they were actually quite excited that they can work with ANAB to eliminate and approve those the quality providers based on the ASTM 8403. So therefore, it could be actually quite comprehensive accreditation program. Whomever wants to open a cannabis cafe in those, 26 states, and those are the states are somewhat medical cannabis and recreational cannabis are legalized.
Okay, well, really exciting stuff. I think you're at the right place at the right time with regards to the maturity of the industry. And I think, again, I know at least one introduction I'd like to make with between you and a compliance software provider, just so, because I think it'll be mutually beneficial for you. So thank you so much for your work, Caitlin. Thank you so much for your work, Turan. Really appreciate it. I can't wait to see what's next. And you better promise us that you're going to come back with an update for our global workshop in 2022. With that, thank you so much. I don't see any further questions. That means you did a very thorough job with your slides. And as a lawyer, I really like the fact you talked about the litigation risk. We're going to move on to panel number 5, which are a series of oral presentations. And I do see our speakers here. Thank you so much, everyone, for your patience. It's just been so much information to digest, a lot to unpack here over the past 2 days. I'm thinking of creating like some type of guide to the global workshop for just to help people memorialize, include contact information for speakers. So stay tuned for that. I'll work with ASTM International on the best way to do that. Panel number 5, the first speaker is Kenny Z. And Kenny, always correct me if I pronounce your name incorrectly. And the topic is development of FCC, hemp seed protein powder, and hemp seed oil quality standards. And we're going to hear from Kenny next as part of this last panel. We also have here as a speaker, Brady Carter from New Tech Group, Inc. He is speaking on water activity is not the free water, understanding water activity. And then our last speaker, Ted Haney, developing global international hemp standards. So we're going to be talking about hemp. We're going to be talking about water. Without further ado, I'm going to hand the floor over to Kenny Z for development of FCC hemp seed protein powder and hemp seed oil quality standards. You have the floor.
Well, we can see your screen. We can't hear you yet. Not audible, but your screen is showing well.
How about now?
Ah, very good. Go
Okay.
right ahead.
Great. I can't find the control panel, but I know the shortcuts, so lucky for me.
There you go.
I can't wait for to hear the next 2 talks, but I need to finish mine first. My name is Kenny Xie, so from US Pharmacopoeia, FCC. I am a chemist by training, and normally I would just say that I am a good reader, and thanks to Cheryl, I'm proud to say that I am good at cannabis charade, as seen from yesterday. And I really love this ASTM workshop, and I feel like I'm a sponge, soaking all the knowledge from all the speakers, and know about the cultivation, the sampling technique, testing, analytical materials, accreditation, and others, other topics. So I will speak to you today about the development on the standards of hemp seed derived products, including the hemp seed protein powder and hemp seed oil. And so a few of our speakers talk about what the standards does, and from Darwin and also from Scott. I also want to expand it a little bit. So I'll reiterate in some way, elaborate. So standards are common language, so it helps stakeholders speak the same language. They provide definition of quality and purity, and provide source of test methods and specifications. It's also helping to ensure the buyers and consumers get what they think they are getting. So whether this is synthetic or this is the natural product, and what is the purity of that product, and what source of products are those, whether they are animal-based or they are plant-based. So this is speaking broadly for the food ingredients. And in terms of quality and integrity, so the standards help ensure the quality and safety of the food ingredients, and it prevents fraudulent activities such as food fraud. And standards are also based on ingredients as approved or recognized by regulators. So a lot of our considerations about our standards are a result of taking care of the food fraud concerns, which means the fraudulent addition, replacement, or removal of the components in foods for economic gain. We know that the unbalanced supply and demand may give criminals motivation for replacement with cheaper ingredients. And being in the powder, such as in the protein or the oil, the hemp seed oil, in those forms and the lack of sophisticated testing makes identifying the economically alterated products difficult. So we'll expand on the sophisticated testing later, and it can lead to the producers or the consumers' financial loss. It can lead to brand damage, and it can also cause safety concerns for our consumers or the public. And the solution here really comes down to two things. One is the chain of custody or supply chain control, and public standards for testing. And Food Chemical Codex and ASTM standards and AOAC standards are being some of those public standards. And speaking about Food Chemicals Codex, just a little bit, it is a compendium of internationally recognized standards for the identity and purity of food ingredients. It was created by the US FDA and the US Institute of Medicine in 1966. It is currently published by US Pharmacopoeia, USP, a nonprofit organization. We have about 1250 standards for additives, ingredients, and other food chemicals. Our standards are developed by our independent expert volunteers. So we claim FCC is a fully independent source of food ingredient standards. A typical FCC standard consists of the following. So the first is the general information, including the description, chemical information. And we also include specification and methods, which include identification, assay, or potency of purity, depends on who you speak to. Impurities such as the heavy metals, and specific tests to ensure the quality of the products. And today I'm going to talk about the hemp seed protein and the hemp seed oil. From an oversimplified view, here is how one can get hemp seed oil and protein from the seeds. Hemp seeds are mechanically pressed to get the hemp seed oils. The leftover, called hemp seed cakes, are usually further extracted and processed to get the hemp seed protein and fiber. And I'm going to talk about the quality attributes on the hemp seed protein and the oil. First, about hemp seed protein. And in FCC that we have a proposal on the hemp seed protein that was based on the GRAS notice, as someone had mentioned earlier, from FDA. So we describe this as the protein is obtained using a mechanical cleaning and cold pressing process to separate the oil, following them by milling and sifting to achieve the desired particle size. And we do mention that they can be further processed using various techniques, but those extracts and concentrates, such as the protein isolate or protein concentrate, those are not included in part of this standards. And for the identification of the hemp seed protein, we are going to propose 2 specs or 2 test methods, one on the amino acids and the other is on the signature peptides. For our amino acid profile, we are using generally a UHPLC process. So it's using strong acid to do hydrolysis and then put it in oven for 24 hours. And then we'll use AQC, which is a derivatizing agent for derivatization. And then it was separated in a UHPLC C18 column and tested by 260 nanometer UV detection. And the reason behind that we are using amino acid is that the hemp seed protein amino acid profile has differences when compared to with other proteins, as you can see from the blue bar here, especially for arginine content. And there is definitely not a unique amino acid for hemp seed protein to differentiate among the different plant proteins, but setting ranges for each of the amino acids will certainly provide a good defense against mixing with other proteins or adulterants and ensuring the quality of it. So based on that principle that we have proposed the following ranges in 17 of the acid stable amino acids. And this is in our proposal. And the second identification method relates to the signature peptides. This was done by the extraction with the 5 mole of urea, and then followed by the reduction and the alkylation, as well as digestion using trypsin, which is a protein enzyme. And then it was separated and determined using a LC-MS-MS MRM mode. So the trypsin cleavage size we pick based on those that we pick 2 peptides shown in orange here. And the 2 transitions of those were monitored for each peptide. And we had a very comprehensive approach for determining the specificity as well as the accuracy of those peptides. So this is a validated method. And in addition to the identification method, we also include specific tests that include the THC and CBD specification, as total THC is no more than 10 milligram per kilogram or 10 ppm. CBD as no more than 75 ppm. And we also have the ash content, the loss on drying, and protein. And we understand that there is a wide range of protein content in the hemp seed protein products. So we say that it's plus or minus 10% of the label amount. And we also defined the limit on fat, as it's common to see that there is a high fat content in hemp seed protein. And for the heavy metals that I think we talk about today a lot, but for ours, we really find that the limits usually defined on only the big 4. So it's lead, arsenic, cadmium, and mercury. For our hemp seed oil standards, and here is the the description, the name, description, the synonyms and function and packaging and storage. Very similar to the format of a hemp seed protein. And for the quality attributes of hemp seed oil, we are considering 2 identification tests, the fatty acid composition, the sterol composition. And for specific tests, similarly, we have the cannabinoids and others, and we'll elaborate later. And for impurities, we have heavy metals. So for the fatty acid composition, we have the common fatty acid listed out. And also, we also group out the omega-3, omega-6, and omega-9 fatty acids. So this is a method based on the AOCS method, and the limit was determined based on our internal data as well as the data we collected in the public area. And so the second identification test that we propose is on the sterols. So we have 2, 4, 6. We have 8 sterols here, and we have the upper and lower limits. And again, those are based on our internal detection, as well as some of the public data that we collected. And similar to the hemp seed protein, we also propose the THC and CBD limit. And because this is an oil, so free fatty acids and peroxide value, they are really important in the oxidation, preventing the oxidation and the quality of the oil. And loss of enjoying is generally very low. For heavy metal, it's similar with the big 4 that are considered. So we presented something similar in last year's workshop, and this year the specification are basically the one that it was changed to the ones that we proposed. And the comment period was actually just passed. So it was from June 2021 to September 2021. And for now, you can still access those 2 proposals through this link, the FCC forum. And currently it was, we received comments, and we are in the process of discussion with our expert committee. The anticipated valid date is January 2022. And if everything goes well, we will have the anticipated publication date in March 2022. And I also want to mention that this is a living document, so somewhat living document, that if we still receive comments, and you're also always welcome to have comments on our draft and on our public published standards. So if you still have comments, then you can contact me through the email here, kyx@usp.org, and we can consider future revisions to change some of the specification if we have more comprehensive and necessary information. So for my key takeaway here is that as the newer food ingredients, hemp seed oil and hemp seed protein powder should have appropriate public standards that can have proper methods and specifications. Those specifications and methods could help the stakeholders evaluate and control the quality and detect potential EMA or food fraud. The information could also encourage research on botanical or plant-based ingredients relevant to foods and various consumer products. So that will be all from me. And if you have any questions, feel free to contact me or just put it in the chat.
Thank you so much, Kenny. That was awesome. Hold on, let me put my video on. That was fantastic. And it's just astounding that with the fact that hemp seed oil, hemp seed powder were not controlled for decades, that we haven't gotten to this point yet. So thank you for utilizing your chemistry background. And again, we see these materials everywhere, grocery stores, all over the place, in your lotions, et cetera, and so on, was not controlled like the other extract products. So This is very necessary work, and I'm glad you're taking it on. Great presentation, Kenny. We're going to save questions for after we complete this panel. Our next speaker is Brady Carter from New Tech Group. Brady is going to be speaking on water activity is not the free water, understanding water activity. Thank you, Brady, for joining us, and thanks for your patience.
No problem. Thank you for having me and for this opportunity to be able to speak to everyone. I hope this will be a useful information that I'll be able to provide. So just to start out, just a little bit of background information on who I am. I work with a group called New Tech Group. They're a distributor for European-based technologies that include imaging, water activity, and lab automation. I work as a senior application scientist for them. I have 20 plus years of experience in product quality and safety with an expertise in water activity and moisture control, as well as in shelf life determination. And what I want to talk about today is what you should know about water activity. So we're going to talk about what water activity is, the correct definition for it. How is it different from moisture content? How do you measure it? And what does the value mean in terms of cannabis, both applying to both hemp and to marijuana? So to start out, I want to go back to the fundamentals of thermodynamics, rooted in the laws of thermodynamics, to derive a definition for water activity. And water activity is a measurement that for a lot of people possibly in this industry, they're new to, or as a term. Most people know moisture content or the amount or quantity of moisture, but knowing about water activity is maybe something they haven't been introduced to, what it actually is. And then in addition, the term free water gets thrown around for water activity all the time. And I'm going to show you why that definition is not correct. Water activity is not the free water. It's not a quantitative measure at all. It's a qualitative measure. And it's derived from these fundamental laws of thermodynamics through an equation called Gibbs free energy equation. And this equation tells us that if we want to know what the chemical potential energy is of a species, in this case, we're talking about water. If you want to know the chemical potential energy of water, then you need to know what is that chemical potential energy of the pure substance. And so in case of water, we identify that as pure water. So pure water is going to have a certain amount of chemical potential energy. That means the energy that's stored within the bonds that are occurring for water molecules. In pure water, that's basically the interactions going on between water molecules, which will hydrogen bond with each other. Water is a very polar material, likes to interact with anything else that's polar, including itself. When we add additional materials into a product other than just pure water, depending on what that material is, it has the potential to also bond and interact with water when it comes in. And when that happens, there will be a passing of or a transfer of the chemical potential energy in the bonds that is now transferred into that interaction between water and something else that's present that's polar. As a consequence, there's a reduction in that energy. And so this equation tells us that if we want to know what that energy is, we need to know what it is in the pure substance, but then we modify it by the second part of this equation, which includes a couple of constants, the gas constant, temperature, which if we hold temperature constant or we don't let it change, then it becomes a constant. So then the only thing in our equation that would cause a change in the energy of the water, according to this equation, is a change in this thing called fugacity. And fugacity is simply the escaping tendency of a material, or how readily does it escape. It also is the same thing as water activity. Water activity is a measure of the vapor pressure, partial pressure above a sample divided by the partial pressure of pure, or the saturated pressure of pure water. So it's a ratio of how many water molecules are able to escape into the vapor phase in comparison to how many water molecules would be able to escape into the vapor phase if all you had was pure water. So as that ratio of energy or ratio of vapor pressures goes down, there's a subsequent loss in energy of water. And so we can link up those two. So ultimately, the way that we determine this energy of water is to look at how readily can the water molecules in a product escape into the vapor phase. And what will prevent them from being able to escape into the vapor phase is interactions, this binding. And this is where the terms bound and free come from and used for water activity. Because there is a interaction, a binding, if you will, of the water molecules through these chemical interactions. It's a chemical interaction, though, not a physical restriction. And that's where the confusion comes, because free water is also can refer to a quantity of water that's less bound and can be freed easily through applying pressure or a slight temperature increase. But what we're talking about is the actual energy of the water. And so when these interactions occur between water molecules and other things that are polar, such as carbohydrates, electrolytes, the interaction and each type of interaction, ionic, hydrogen bonding, has its own specific energy change associated with it. But there's a certain level of energy that's transferred into these interactions and away from these water molecules, causing a reduction in their energy, which can't be translated then into kinetic energy that would be sufficient for them to be able to escape into the vapor phase. So as that energy is reduced, then fewer water molecules are escaping. And so that leads us to how we, from a practical standpoint, measure water activity. And that is, as I said, the vapor pressure of water above a sample at a certain temperature divided by the saturated vapor pressure, or the vapor pressure that would be over pure water at that same temperature. And it's related again back to this fugacity term that we originally took from Gibbs free energy. So we can actually even show that what the correct definition for water activity is, that it's a measure of the energy status of water. It is not the free water. The free water doesn't even have a definition, so it's meaningless to be able to, or to say free water. So instead, we say that water is the energy status of the water. Water activity is the energy status of water. So a water activity of 0.50 does not mean that 50% of the water is free and 50% is bound. What it does mean is that the water in that product has 50% of the energy that pure water would have. And so that has consequences that we'll talk about in just a second. How do you measure this then? So in a practical way, you measure the water activity simply by putting a sample inside of a chamber. You seal it up. You allow it to come to what we call vapor equilibrium, where the vapor pressure is equal in the headspace to what it would be in the sample. We don't have a way of directly measuring vapor pressure in a sample. Instead, we allow for equilibrium and then measure the vapor pressure in this headspace, which is also the equilibrium relative humidity. So it can even be measured with a simple relative humidity sensor as long as you're at a state of equilibrium. Equilibrium relative humidity and water activity are the same thing. And so that's how these sensors work in practice. One such sensor is called an electrolytic sensor, which has an advantage in that it's very stable, very easy to maintain, not susceptible to contamination, very high accuracy. Volatiles that are present in cannabis products can be prevented from accessing the sensor, which is a real problem for any kind of technology that measures water activity. But protective filters are available to filter out those volatiles to keep them from impacting the sensor or impacting the readings. Now, in terms of water activity and moisture content, these two terms sometimes can get mistaken for each other. But moisture content very clearly is the quantitative amount of water in a sample. This is an extensive property. You have to weigh it and then track the weight change as water is removed. and then weigh it again. So you're seeing a quantitative change. Water activity is a qualitative measure. So the amount of material that you use for your test does not matter because it's a property, a qualitative property or an intensive property of the material itself. So you could take samples of multiple different sizes of the same sample and measure the water activity, and the water activity would be the same. Now, in terms of utilization of water activity and putting it into a practical use, the guidance for that comes from some ASTM standards that have been set for water activity. And I was able to actually give a few talks along with these standards to help try to explain water activity in a little more detail. But the ASTM D8196 is basically the methodology for measuring water activity. So it covers the testing facilities and personnel, what apparatus, how to maintain calibration, gives instruction on sampling and handling, and basically how to take a water activity measurement. And that's obviously very important. Most higher end equipment that's in the marketplace will meet this ASTM standards, the requirements that are set up in it. It's a test that takes essentially about 5 to 10 minutes to run to determine what that water activity is. ASTM D8197 sets up specifications for what the water activity should be for dry cannabis flower, wherever that's coming from. So cannabis flower that's being stored, it's been processed, then it's going to be stored. There is a specific water activity range that is ideal for this product, in both because of safety, but also because of quality, which is very nice. So water activity in terms of what it can control and has been used for in the food industry for years includes safety, because it does, as we'll see, prevent microbial growth, but also for quality, because it does impact things like glass transition, changes in textural properties, reaction rates, all are controlled by water activity. So it's not just about giving microbial safety, but about also having that ideal water activity range, which has been identified as between 0.65 and 0.55. And so let's talk a little bit about why those ranges are the ones that were set. So why less than 0.65 water activity? And this has to do with microbial growth. So microorganisms, each microorganism has a specific water activity at which it stops growing. If you move to values below that point or that water activity, then you will prevent the growth of those organisms. So you can see in this table some of those limits. For gram negative, it's at 0.91. For gram positive, at 0.86. Yeast at 8.8. Practical limit for molds is 0.7, and then the absolute limit for all growth is 0.6. So this 0.65 represents a level that's below the practical limit for molds. Between 0.7 and 0.6, there's only some very rare xerophilic molds and osmophilic yeast that will grow at that low of water activity. And so as long as you get below that 0.7, and so there's a safety factor built into that down to 0.65, you should be able to prevent mold growth. And in particular with this type of a product, which is often inhaled, that's very important. Mold spores are obviously not good things to have in that, as well as mycotoxins. The good news is that mycotoxins stop growing at higher water activities than the molds themselves. But this is really why water activity, or why this 0.65 value has been identified, because it prevents the growth of these potentially harmful organisms. It does not kill them though, and that's a really critical thing to understand. Lowering the water activity is not a kill step. It won't kill organisms that are already present. It simply prevents their proliferation or growth. So how does it do that? So the mode of action for this is basically back to this idea of energy. So a microorganism in its interior will have a certain water activity associated with it that's being determined by all the things that are inside of that cell, inside the membrane. So it's going to have water that is of a particular energy. When it encounters an environment whose energy or the energy of that water is lower than the energy of the interior of that cell, water preferentially moves from high energy to low energy. It does not move from high concentration to low concentration. It's controlled by energy. So there is a motivating force for water to leave this cell to go to its surroundings. And when that happens, this microorganism, as a consequence, loses its turgor pressure. And without that turgor pressure, it's not able to go through its normal metabolic activities, and it stops growing. Now it can respond, and each organism can respond in its own unique way, which is why each organism has a specific water activity level below which it will not grow. It all depends on how well it can respond. And the way it responds is by concentrating solutes. So again, bringing things in that water likes to interact with so that it has that interaction, thereby lowering its energy through those interactions to try and get the energy below that of the environment so that water will start to preferentially move back into the cell. If they're able to do that and get below the environment, then they'll start to grow. If they can't, then they essentially have to go dormant. And some of these organisms can have different forms of dormancy. Some can form spores, which are quite resilient and will last for a long time. This has been a problem recently that we've seen in the food industry, where powders that are very low water activity still are housing spores for things like salmonella. They're not growing. They're not high enough levels to cause infection. You eat the powder, you're fine. But if you put that powder in as an ingredient, it now reintroduces those spores. They can start to grow at high water activities and cause contamination. So why then greater than 0.55? So the 6.5 upper end, that makes sense, but why is there a lower end? You might think, well, if 6.5 is good, then 3.5 is the best, or 2.5. Why don't we just keep going lower and lower? But in reality, going too low actually starts to have some physical integrity problems. With the lowering of the water activity, you're also removing protective layers of water that can help keep these trichomes, help them preserve their structure and prevent them from breaking, which then releases during that breaking these volatiles like terpenes, cannabinoids, that can then leave the product and as a consequence are just no longer there. So the main thing here is that if you store samples at water activities less than 0.55, you increase the chance of damage to cause the release of these volatiles. If you have a sample that's in storage and you open that up after storage and you get aroma coming from those samples, that is an indication that you've stored it incorrectly or at too low water activities, because they're being lost instead of being held or contained within the product. So how does it preserve at these low water activities? The water can surround these trichomes. They keep them pliable. They prevent breakage. As the hydration level goes up, they get coated with these layers of water. But as you take those away, then they become stiff and susceptible to break down and then to volatile loss. The terpenes themselves don't want to move through water. So if there's water there, they're going to not continue to go out. And so then as you stay in that range and you still keep those layers of water present, then it essentially serves as a protection to keep them hydrated and prevent the loss of those. So the loss of those volatiles. So the 0.55 lower end is for physical integrity. The 6.5 high end is for safety, to keep molds from growing primarily. So if you can dry your product to that 6.5, 5.5 range, that is ideal. It makes no sense to over dry it, because all you're doing is removing water, which is the cheapest ingredient in anything that's sold on a weight basis. And you're not gaining anything by going to lower water activities than that 5.5 range. In fact, you're making the product have less quality. So it's critical during the processing of these types of products that you track the water activity, and that you stop the drying process to keep them in that 0.55 to 0.65 range. And then from there, you keep it at that. And that's typically through how the product's packaged, because again, water activity, relative humidity are related. you could process to a 0.6 water activity, but then if you expose it to a 30% relative humidity room, it will start to lose moisture to that 30% room, and its water activity will go down. So it has to be processed to the right water activity and then kept at the right water activity through protective packaging. And in so doing, you can, using water activity, make sure that a product is safe and has the highest level of quality. But again, this all comes back to the reason why water activity does what it does is because it is associated with energy, and the energy of water and how that keeps water from moving or not moving. It impacts how it interacts with the environment in terms of relative humidity. Again, the driving force is always from high energy to low energy. So to truly understand what water activity does, you have to understand that it doesn't have anything to do with free water. It has to do with the energy of water. And that's my presentation.
Very good presentation. Thank you, Dr. Carter. Really appreciate that. And then we're going to move on to the next panelist, and that will be our last presentation for today. And we'll have Q&A for those of you who do have questions. Our next speaker is Ted Haney from the Canadian Hemp Trade Alliance, speaking about developing global industrial hemp standards. Very necessary conversation. Thank you for your patience, Ted. The floor is yours. It seems like he's not present, so we're going to move into the Q&A. Thank you guys for hanging a little longer than expected. I'm going to look in the chat. I know there was a lot of positive feedback on Kenny's presentation, and we had some dialogue about the hemp seed getting these specifications in place. All positive feedback. And then Cruz Ortiz said, "Thank you, Dr. Brady, for your talk. What are your thoughts on relating moisture content to water activity? Can we confidently rely on isotherm data despite all the many strains found in the industry today? Do you see labs in the future moving from an oven drying moisture content method to an isotherm moisture content relation calculations?" So that is for Dr. Carter. Dr. Carter, would you like to respond?
Sure. So yeah, it is possible to be able to predict moisture content from water activity. You would never want to do it the other way. You never want to go from moisture content and try to predict water activity, because moisture content, the uncertainty of that test is much higher than what you would get from water activity. Water activity has the unique ability to be able to be checked with salt standards to make sure that it's reading correctly, something that's not possible in moisture content. In addition, moisture content methods for cannabis can be very problematic because of the tendency for things other than water to evaporate out. Loss on drying is very difficult to do on a cannabis product. That said, if water activity is by far a more important measurement than moisture content for this type of a product. So if moisture content were to take on the form of what it should be used for, which is just a standard of identity, then there really wouldn't be a big problem with predicting moisture from water activity. The isotherms for cannabis, there are some slight differences between varieties, but in general, we don't see, at least in the sensitivity of the isotherm, enough change that you would necessarily have to create new isotherms for each one of those different types of varieties. But could do a fairly decent general prediction of moisture content from water activity if you have the isotherm and have done the modeling on it.
Excellent. And I think Terry had a similar question with regards to hemp. Does the same apply with regards to hemp seed food, which is cold pressed? Are labs in the USA moving towards water activity?
Yeah, so I've been having some back and forth with Terry, but
oh, good.
Yeah, so but but certainly in terms of when hemp products become food products, and it's the same thing with cannabis. When they become food products, they start to become regulated, at least in the U.S. through the FDA, and so food safety is kind of its own thing, separate from just handling the cannabis flower. When it goes into foods, it now has to meet FSMA guidelines, at least within the U.S., or if you're going to export to the U.S. And those require that you build up a risk-based assessment safety program where you're going to identify why certain risks are not a problem for your product from a microbial standpoint. Even if you're dealing with low water activity powders, from strictly a moisture standpoint to prevent microbial growth, the only way that you can do that is through water activity. Moisture content is not identified in FSMA as an acceptable critical control point for preventing microbial growth.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. There was some feedback here from a previous question, response from Kate Evans. So take note of that. And then Michael Benko asked a very good question. Thanks for a great talk, Brady. What are your thoughts on the effectiveness of Boveda, which is the most famous brand, but this question isn't restricted to them, or similar two-way humidity packs at protecting the trichomes themselves? So I know a lot of cultivators use that to preserve moisture of their product. I use it for my hemp farm product as well.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the concept of keeping the control of the water activity in that 5.5 to 6.5 range, the best way really to do that is to control the atmosphere wherever it's being stored. And the Boveda packs do a good job. The one thing to be aware of and to make sure is that you have enough of the packs in there so that they're dominating the headspace. You have to make sure that they are the source and not the sink, so that you aren't having your samples controlling what's going on as opposed to the Boveda packs. So they just have to be at a higher volume than your sample, but they are quite effective in being able to control humidity, and certainly are a great tool for being able to keep samples in that ideal water activity range. You can also, if you make sure that you're using a very effective moisture barrier and that you process your, and during drying, you check the water activity, you know when it goes into that package that it's in that 5.5 to 6.5 range. As long as the water vapor transmission rate of your packaging is low enough, you should still be able to keep it there as long as it's in that package as well. But if you need to store it in larger containers, then having some sort of a humidity control is preferential.
Outstanding. Thank you. I see a note from Michael Benko says, thank you very much, Dr. Carter. Great to know. Kenny says for hemp seed derived products, packaging and storage conditions need to be controlled as well. Storage conditions are prescribed in FCC standards. Very helpful information. I'm looking to see if there are any hands raised for additional questions. Okay, none seen. We have reached the end of our day today. I just want to thank all of our speakers for just being so generous with their knowledge. I want to thank our attendees. I must say that this is the least arrogant meeting of super smart people that I've ever attended. I appreciate you so much, and thank you for having me as your host and chair for the Global Workshop 2021. We're going to start planning. I invite you all to participate in the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee, a subcommittee, which is the subcommittee that I am chairing, as well as participating in the rest of the ASTM activities, C37 activities. I did put in the chat astmcannabis.org, great website for information. I also mentioned the Cannabis Science Conference out in Long Beach, California. That should be a great opportunity, and I'd like to share, if the speakers are interested in participating in that, I'll share it with my friend Josh Crossney, who puts that on. I want to turn it over to Ralph to close out, and I'd also like Bob Morgan to say a word, and then we are all done. Thank you so much. Such an honor and a privilege.
Thank you again, Cheryl, and thanks for all the efforts. As I keep saying over and over again, it's great, and you can see the interest was there. I mean, I see now numbers are starting to drop off just now, as you said, it's closing, but we stayed close to 40 the whole time. So that's quite nice considering it's 2 long days, and so it's very interesting to see people sticking around, and it speaks to the quality of the program you put together. So thank you all for being here. Cheryl, I'm not sure, will the presentations be made available later to everybody?
Yes, I'll let Kelly speak to that. I saw her on the chat just a moment ago. Kelly, are you still on, Kelly Dennison? Okay, thank you to Kelly Dennison I see her on, but she's muted. But I want to thank her for organizing the Zoom and everything and being right there in the trenches with us throughout the planning. Bob and Jimmy as well. Bob, do you have a word?
Yes, thank you, Cheryl. It surely has been a remarkable 2 days, and I just want to congratulate Cheryl once again on a tremendous effort on putting together a wonderful program. You heard a lot about some of the work that's taking place in Committee D37, and for those of you that are currently not a member of ASTM Committee D37, I encourage you to get involved and have continual engagement with these experts in trying to shape the content of marketplace relevant standards, in an
Bob, I think you froze.
don't know that was the last thing he wanted to say. Hopefully he comes back in a second here.
Yeah, I'd like to hear the rest of Bob's
effort
talk.
to legitimize and advance this
there he
industry.
is.
Bob,
Cheryl
we lost
mentioned the
you. We lost you
website.
for a while, Bob.
Bob, are you back with
we
us?
lost you.
Welcome back, Bob. He's having connection issues.
So Jimmy,
definitely.
do you want to finish off Bob's thought as the best
I
that
think
you
Bob
can?
is back. Bob is back.
Bob is back. Excellent. Bob, I'd love to hear. We lost you for a little bit.
Yeah, and I'm not quite sure where you lost me, but the message was there's an opportunity as an industry stakeholder to engage with other colleagues in advancing the cannabis industry through creating quality and safety standards. So I encourage you to check out the website, astmcannabis.org, and you can review all of our cannabis programs. And we hope that you get involved and engage with your other fellow stakeholders in shaping this industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm humbled by the comments, and we've reached the end, folks. Thank you to everyone. Oh, Chris, our conductor, our Wizard of Oz in the background, we want to thank you too. Thank you for being a part of ASTM for the past 2 days.
Thank you, Cheryl. I just wanted to comment that you put in the chat post was not seen by everybody. So resend it to everybody. And we're all done for today, is it? We can go ahead and end the recording.
Okay, so I think what I put in the chat post was astmcannabis.org.